The 14th of November, the day the time stood still. Audiobook written by Harry Feeney. Narrated by Sharon Manning. Kathleen Feeney was a feisty child. She had an air about her. Her inquisitive eyes looked into you. As the Derry people would say, you could have been dying about her. And she died when she was still a child. Shot dead only yards from her home. Normally the killing of a child would have brought everything to a standstill, and for a few days that did happen. But by November of 1973, the troubles had reached such a pitch that the initial shock and anger was hurled, tornado-like, into the next tragedy. The IRA said that Kathleen was killed by the British Army, and they shot a number of soldiers in retaliation for her killing. But it was a lie. This book confronts that lie. There has been ongoing debate within the North about the necessity to find a way to deal with the legacy of the Troubles. The most recent has been led by Sinn Féin. The party has correctly, and I believe genuinely, identified the failure to deal with the past and the legacy of issues and hurt that it has left in its wake as an obstacle to the proper and effective working of the political institutions that have been created under the Good Friday Agreement. At the 2012 gas yard failure debate in the Bogside in Derry, the chairman of the party, Declan Carney, outlined some of the core issues that he believed were crucial to this matter. In his press release, he reminded his audience that many tragic and Troubles-related events had occurred within yards of the hall in which his speech was being delivered. What I think was ironic and careless was his failure to mention that almost from the same spot on which he stood, an IRA man fired the bullet that killed Kathleen Feeney. In the debate about reconciliation, it is inevitable that the emphasis will be on the healing between the former combatants and former enemies. The British Army, the IRA, the RUC, UVF, UDA, etc. will capture the headlines and demand most attention. There has been less emphasis and attention paid to the hurt and divisions that existed within communities. Those hurts are as real, as painful, and as in need of healing as any other. Those hurts are most raw when your child or sister has been killed before she had a chance to grow into the beautiful and determined young woman revealed in her childhood. It is even more hurtful when lies are told about how she was killed and who killed her. And the ultimate insult is when her death is used as an excuse to attempt to kill outsiders, when the truth is that she was killed by people from her own community. This small book captures some of these big issues. It challenges some of the lazy and selfish thinking that describes efforts at addressing the past as bothersome. It reveals the awfulness of violence. It confirms that lies and deceit add to the grief and sorrow, that truth and justice don't make it all better, but their absence makes it all so much worse. It is a microcosm of all the dilemmas and difficulties the IRA and all the other combatants who fought the war shall have to face if they truly wish to address the past. Dennis Bradley. Introduction. This book started as one story and ended up as another. Two stories, one contained within the other. Each story brought me on a reluctant journey that I had unduly suppressed for many years. The story skips most, but glimpses through some of our family's history, leading us to the events that brought us to tragically losing our sister. It epitomizes the era and how our family and neighbours lived through the 1960s and 1970s. How the civil rights movement came into being and the fallout thereafter. It confirms that bigotry is not a thing of the past and that it can still rear its ugly head. So telling this dual story through what I witnessed and experienced will give you an insight of a teenager more afraid to hurt his mother than the British Army. There were many different stories of how my sister Kathleen was killed. The number of gunmen, how many shots were fired, and from what location. On the 30th anniversary of her death in 2003, I sat and listened to yet another version of how it all happened. So I decided once and for all to cut through all these ambiguities and find out what really did happen on the evening of Wednesday the 14th of November 1973. Kathleen was shot dead, aged 14 years old. After the post-mortem, it became evidently clear who shot her. The dogs in the street even knew, but the IRA vehemently denied that they were responsible. This story will tell how our family maintained a dignified approach, yet brought the IRA to a point where they admitted and apologised for Kathleen's death. First public apology the IRA has ever made. Trying to isolate Kathleen's death from all that went on around us has proved to be an impossible task. Every incident and action caused a reaction. So her death is interlinked with other traumatic circumstances that happened at times on an hourly basis. The amount of shootings, bombings and murders was as close to war as anyone would dare want to go. Kathleen's death became such a major part of our lives and how each of us tried to deal with the aftermath. We had to endure and accept too that we couldn't speak out at the time about Kathleen's death. It would have added more misery to our family. Intimidation was readily available if you wanted to test it. Remember too, this is one story of one family. It actually doesn't matter if they were gunmen, policemen, soldiers or civilians. The effect on all families is still one of devastation. So many people lost their lives, and even more were left maimed and injured. This madness and mayhem portrayed as if it were part of normal daily living. We are left to pick up the pieces as the world stopped, looked, then moved on. We endure the heartache, resign ourselves to the injustices, and any loss of life or injury certainly fits in as an injustice. You soon realise there are no choices for grieving families or those thousands of families who are still caring for the injured. The overall picture on the face of it may have calmed the waters, and the powers that be try to resume normal life for the many, but nothing will ever remove the unseen pain in the many faces and homes that may never be healed. So here it is, time to rewrite history. The family history. Springtown Camp was an American Navy base during the Second World War, the first official American base in the British Isles after Pearl Harbor. It was set up in 1942 as Derry became a strategic naval operational hub. The US Navy used the camp as a resting off place for their servicemen while their ships and submarines were refuelled, repaired and resupplied with munitions. These ships escorted the many convoys in the North Atlantic throughout the war. During the war years, the camp created a lot of employment directly and indirectly in the city, and it was a great boost to businesses supplying provisions. The camp had a short life, but had all the amenities of the era, such as a boxing club, a theatre, bars, cafe, and it hosted many American TV and film stars such as Bob Hope and Francis Langford, who came to entertain the troops. In preparation for D-Day, the convoy ships were finally recalled and made ready with heavy weapons and 20mm, 30mm and 40mm caliber machine guns. These were mounted onto the decks of the ships for the invasion of Europe. Springtown Camp, the centre of activity throughout the war years, slowly became decommissioned by the military and finally abandoned after the end of the Second World War in 1945. During the following year, 1946, many families on the beleaguered housing list in Derry began to realise that these empty billets could become a home. So, on Thursday, the 22nd of August, the first squatters moved in. Within 4 days, over 100 huts of the 302 in Springtown Camp were occupied. The rest of the huts filled over a very short period of time. Our parents moved into the camp around 1947. My brother Danny was then 1 year old. I was born in 1956 in one of these huts. The address, which I now record as 77 Springtown Camp, is just a quirky historic memory. My mind's eye of the era can only recall the memories as nothing more than fleeting glimpses. I can see myself sitting in the Springtown bus while it journeyed to the camp, the bus turning within the camp gate, or coming from school, sitting on the bar of my father's bike. In fact, nearly all of the stories about Springtown that I know these days are anecdotal. As time moved on into the end of 1961, our family got relocated to a newly built street in the Brandywell area of Derry. The 16-year wait on the housing list was over. Even though I was very young, I can still remember going to see the house. It had back and front gardens, an unusual feature of the area, as most houses stood side by side and straight onto the footpath. I recall being lifted up to peer in through the back window of 3 Quarry Street, our new family home, where we would live for the next 13 years. We had a close-knit family of aunts and uncles, and they were a constant help to my mother, especially financially. Eileen, one of my mother's younger sisters, who was also my godmother, was a particular favourite of mine, and I loved going to see her. Over the years, we developed a great relationship, and she was always on hand to offer advice, especially during my teen years and beyond. Our mother, Kathleen, was the third born in a family of 10, 3 brothers and 6 sisters, all born into a 2-up, 2-down house in Alexander Place, just off the Foyle Road. An area full of claustrophobic streets, all built on hills with footpaths so narrow that it was almost an impossibility to walk on. Pushing a pram or walking side by side would have to be on the road. Our mother never smoked nor drank alcohol in her life. She had strong likes and dislikes, hated cheese and tomatoes but never ever tried them, ended up a diabetic but still ate a Mars bar. Backing horses was one of her favourite pastimes, with her 5p bet, and it paid off for her on a few occasions, such as Foynaven in 1967, the 100-to-1 shot that won the Grand National. As well as doing her small daily bet, she enjoyed her game of bingo and housey, a game similar to bingo but played on a plywood board with the same numbers each time. The winner shouted "here" or "house." This was on several nights a week in the Harps Hall, not too far from where we lived. It was as much a social occasion as anything. The women would ask or tell each other the bars, a Derry saying, for news, but specifically more about young women and their boyfriends. If our mother won a full house or a single line, it was a fish supper on the way home. My mother always did her best for us and was well respected in the area. Most people who met her called her Mrs. Feeney. Very few called her Kathleen. And yet other mothers were called May, Aggie or Irene on first name terms. Perhaps people thought she was older, but I like to believe it was out of respect. Mother worked for the shirt factories from home, and every second day new boxes of shirts were delivered to her. A first-rate hemmer who was paid per box, and there were a lot of shirts in a box. I can recall the smell of cotton, bobbins of threads, and ends of threads would be strewn across the sitting room. There was a big industrial sewing machine placed in the middle of the floor. I remember being fascinated by the curved metal plate at the needle. It turned over the end of the shirt like a breaking wave as it was guided through at record speed before my mother hemmed the edge into place. She could hem a shirt in double quick time if only the machine could keep up. That was the drawback in trying to make some money, as the machines constantly broke down. It was always frustrating for her as she waited for a replacement machine. Nobody had phones, so contact was only when the delivery driver appeared. For many years, women were often the sole wage earners working in or for the shirt factories. As an aside, shirt making in Derry was the most prolific in the UK and dates back as far as 1831. Shirts were exported all over the world, and the industry peaked in the 1920s, employing around 18,000 people in the city. The factory of Till and Henderson made shirts and employed around 1,000 operatives in the factory itself, and had up to 9,000 people spread up and down the country working in their own homes. In modern times, the textile business declined due to cheaper Asian wages. There seemed to be this constant struggle for money, feeding the family, and every now and then my mother just couldn't face the debtors. On these occasions, usually a Friday night, we were moved, Mary, John, Kathleen and myself, upstairs to a bedroom, put a blanket over the window so the light could not be seen from outside, and pretended no one was home. One of us would have to go outside and make sure the light couldn't be seen. She used to tell us that this is what they had to do during the Second World War in case the Germans would bomb Derry. We also moved the TV upstairs, complete with the rabbit's ears aerial, which funny enough picked up RTE, the local Irish station, upstairs but never downstairs. We all had to remain quiet, especially when there was a knock on the front door. There was a fireplace in the bedroom, which we lit, and huddled around to keep warm. I can recall us making toast with a fork over the embers of the fire. Almost weekly we were sent to one of the pawn shops in Derry, sometimes with a pair of unworn new shoes wrapped up in thick brown paper. To this day the smell of craft brown paper and or new leather brings me straight back to standing eye level with the counter in the pawn shop. On other occasions it was my mother's wedding ring. The man behind the counter would stick the small Bakelite magnifying glass between his eyebrow and cheekbone and make that one-sided crunched-up facial expression to hold the magnifying glass in place. He scrutinised the inside of the ring, checking it had a worth through the hallmarks. The code word for one of these trips to the pawn shop was, "Go up to your uncle's." The going rate at the time was £1 for a wedding ring, enough to put food on the table for a day or two. Talking of wedding rings, as a sign of the times, weddings were held early in the mornings. Many families did not have money, and it was common practice to have a breakfast reception after the wedding ceremony, usually in the bride's house. My mother was regularly asked to help arrange these. I recall her doing a few of these in the early 60s. The table would normally be set for 4 people, with the best crockery and cutlery borrowed from various neighbours, and it always looked impressive. The group was made up of the new husband and wife and their respective best man and bridesmaid. Occasionally the groom's parents would attend, but it was a rare event. Despite this shortage of money, every Monday morning a sixpence was given to the Sisters of Nazareth, better known as the Termanbacca nuns, who ran the orphanage, or the home as we knew it. They would call to the houses in the area. They dressed immaculately. Black shoes and stockings peeped from the long black nun's habit. Some had long, thick rosary beads hanging to their sides from their waist. The only piece of white was from a headband that peered out from under a black veil. They carried in their gloved hands a black purse with a pull cord on top where the coins were dropped in. They always had this almost disinfectant look and smell. This clean and fresh look was accompanied with a faint smile and a head nod, which was the only response when the money was placed into the outstretched palm, which had half a crown sitting there already. It was as if to say, the other neighbours all gave this. We were often threatened with being handed over to the nuns if we misbehaved. My father, Harry, was a baker's labourer. He was second oldest from a family of 7, 4 girls and 3 boys. The family home was in the Nailers' Row, or the back of the walls, a reference to the close proximity to the Derry walls. I do recall my aunts and uncles with fondness, but I especially remember my Aunt Minnie. She had smiling eyes. That always struck me as a young boy. My father began drinking when he was 29 years old, just after becoming unemployed. The bakeries, as an industry, were beginning to become more automated. Now, with plenty of time on his hands, he started going to the pub more, and he thrived on being the centre of attention. My personal memories of him would not paint a pretty picture. Money had to be extracted from him to feed the family. I don't recall this ever being any different. He brought me fishing once, when I was about 6 or 7, walking up the railway line from the Brandywell. The hard-core granite-like stones that secured the sleepers were impossible to walk on, and little darts of discomfort would tingle up underfoot if you mistimed the step. The track followed the river along the River Foyle, and on the train it must have been a spectacular and scenic journey for the passengers. We would wave back to Willie Barton, the train driver, and the passengers while we fished for sea trout. My father used to tell me the steam train was talking as it passed us, puffing and snorting steam. "Will I make it? Yes, I think so. Will I make it? Yes, I think so." The train kept talking to itself as it rounded the far-off bend. Your mind would keep repeating the phrase, which would then suddenly kick into the short steam puffs again, as you would realise the train wasn't speaking at all. My father played the big drum in the Wolf Tone brass band in the Brandywell. The band was popular, with about 30 members. Another of his favourite pastimes was running sweepstakes during the racing at Cheltenham or the Grand National. His claim to fame was winning £800 on the Spot the Ball competition in the mid-60s. My father smoked Park Drive cigarettes, and during his drinking years he didn't make life easy for us. He regularly got me to shave the back of his neck and polish his shoes. He didn't get involved in family affairs. He ended up getting a stroke and being nursed at home. Some years later he died in 1980 from a brain hemorrhage. My immediate family consisted of the eldest, Danny, followed by Harry, the author, Mary, Kathleen, and John, the youngest. Danny, who is 10 years older than me, was at that time a youth worker. He then became a councillor in John Hume's SDLP party, Social Democratic Labour Party, which evolved politically from the civil rights movement. Danny was a trusted member of the community, and people had a great deal of respect for him. The British Army also had that mutual trust and respect for him, and many difficult situations, which could suddenly flare up into a full-blown riot, became diffused by his presence and negotiation. It was very common for people to turn to him every time there were confrontations. Get Danny Feeney, and people were genuinely relieved to see him coming. The British Army called for Danny when they were going to raid someone's house. They would bring him along as proof that they were not wrecking the place or showing any undue aggression to the householders or the community. It was a surreal arrangement, but became a part of the protocol, if you can call it that. Local people would also send for Danny when the army would stop someone or arrive unannounced for a surprise raid. It became normal for Danny to be there every time to keep the situation calm between the community and the British Army. I remember one day Danny was not available, so the army brought me instead to raid the Lourdes Hall, where the local youth club was held. It was locked and empty at the time, so the keys had to be sent for. We all waited outside for the keys to arrive. I received the keys and opened the door for them. It was ridiculous, really, looking back on it. They searched the building, then thanked me. I was to sign a document to say that they did not do any damage. All very gentlemanlike, but their attitude changed when their soldiers started to be killed in the area. On the lighter side of life at that time, Danny was, and still is, very musical, playing the drums, guitar, and involved in several bands, often rehearsing upstairs in our back bedroom. He now concentrates on the keyboard and choir. Although he is much older than me, he calls himself my younger brother, much to the amusement of his wife, Monica. I, Harry, was considered the miracle child, as my mother had 5 miscarriages before me, hence the big gap of 10 years between Danny and I. My mother sent a prayer petition to Lourdes in 1955, and I was born the following year. I was a typical teenager from the area who had no time for the British Army or the RUC police. I also had many issues with my father, but during the course of this book I have reconciled with him in his absence. I forgive him. May he rest in peace. I hated school. Not the learning part, as I was bright enough, and I think I would have made the grade academically if I had stayed at it. However, some teachers were just not cut out for teaching. Some definitely seemed sadistic. Others, well, they did what they had to do to stay under the radar. Open page 25 and do the equations on that page, etc., etc. The teacher would remain seated and did the crossword or wrote out the daily bet. Sorry, St. Joseph's, there goes my past pupil achievement award. For me, all I can recall is they tried to rule us by fear, as some of them carried the thick leather strap to slap you with. They constantly had to make an example of you. It was crowd control. I left school at 14 and a half, and I don't regret it. In fact, I only began to learn and educate myself from then on. In my early teens, I used to go picking spuds. A flatbed truck would pick us up, and we huddled up to keep warm as the truck journeyed to the fields. It was dark mornings, always cold and damp. We spent the day gathering spuds in plastic laundry baskets and tipping the potatoes into tall hessian sacks or very large wooden crates. I hated trying to fill the enormous crates. At least with the bags you could count how many you filled. 2 people had a stint of about 30 yards, and you had to have your area cleared of potatoes quickly, as the digger driver was right back behind you if you slowed up. The trick was to get the area cleared and baskets tipped before the digger came again for the next drill, so you could catch your breath and stand tall to stretch your back. At the end of the day you were tired and sore, but again it was an income, which I handed over to my mother. She gave me a few bob and bought me a packet of 5 Park Drive non-tipped cigarettes every day. Can I just add here that you will find as you read through this book that it relates to my personal experiences. I do apologise for this, as I never did set out on that road, but writing the book has steered me unintentionally in that direction. I have recalled the events through what I witnessed personally, and that I can certainly verify. I only had to research the dates because the rest is embedded in my memory. There was a year between my sisters Mary and Kathleen, and they both attended St. Cecilia's girls' school. They were typical teenagers. They loved music and fashion. Not that fashion played a big role in any of our lives. Mary recalls in 1973 they had just got new coats, which had been ordered from the catalogue, which my mother paid up every week. It was an expensive way to get clothes, but the quickest and somehow cheapest for my mother, as it was a little money over a long time. Mary was a redhead, while Kathleen had dark hair. Mary said, one Christmas Kathleen got a redhead doll and I got a dark-haired doll. As sisters, they got on well together and helped out quite a bit in the house. I recall once both of them going away for a weekend with the youth club. There were about a dozen teenagers involved. They went to County Monaghan to families who were willing to give them a holiday away from the madness in Derry. Kathleen was a little more militant about things and questioned everything. If you asked her to do something, you better have a good reason why you couldn't do it yourself. She liked the idea of smoking her wee cigarette at the youth club. Many did. I suppose it was a sense of making us all look older. The girls had a lot of friends in the Brandywell area, and both were very popular. Kathleen and John, our younger brother, used to tease each other and swap each other's shoes just for the fun of it. And Kathleen liked the brogue-style shoe that John wore. She too enjoyed the fun side of things. The youngest, John, was like my shadow. He was always with me. He went fishing with me, played football with me, and was always one for a good laugh and had a good sense of humour. He was a quiet boy, and he definitely smiled a lot. We had some good memories, especially through fishing. John loved all types of sport, especially horse racing, and he became very knowledgeable about jockeys, horses and trainers. He liked his wee bet on the horses, and was, and still is, a very keen Celtic supporter. The early 60s. Childhood memories during the 60s in the Brandywell were one of poverty. But that's my view some 40 years on. It just seemed to me at the time that we were all in the same boat, and how we lived was pretty much how everybody else lived. Poverty, for want of a better word, was just normal. No job, no money. Only a few in our area worked, so most families had no funds. Anyway, as small children we had no concept of money, and most would have seen poverty as helping the poor in Africa. We would have brought to school a penny for the black babies. At tea time in the evening we had bread and butter, maybe chips on a Friday. The tea was made in an enamel tin. The milk covered 3 dessert spoons of sugar, and it was then topped up with tea, stirred and divided into our cups. If your tea was too hot, then you put your cup under the water tap to cool it down. You didn't get any more milk. This became the standard at every mealtime. Regularly it was porridge in the morning with sugar and porridge at night with salt. I recall hearing adults talking about going for a job being sent by the Brew, the unemployment office. It was mostly an exercise in creating statistics to look good for some government office. People knew that they had no chance of getting the job because he or she wasn't one of ours. I only began to understand what was going on when I went for an interview many years later. One of ours referred to the employer being a Catholic, which meant you had a better chance of being employed by him or her. The other side of the house meant more than likely they would employ a Protestant person for the job. So Catholics just wouldn't be favoured. It was easy to determine your religion through an unassuming question asked during the interview. What school did you go to? The Protestants Unionists held power by what was known as gerrymandering the system. This involved dividing up on the map specific very large Catholic areas so that the Protestant minority could hold power by giving shop owners and prominent members of Unionist society votes. These votes were achieved by either how many staff they employed or by how much property they owned. Some shop owners, Protestant, had multiple votes. Catholic businesses had few votes. The population of Derry is and was 2/3 Catholic nationalistic. Yet the London Dairy Corporation, the people who ran the city, had a Protestant Unionist majority. So the few held court over the many. That's gerrymandering. This was the catalyst of why the civil rights movement began. Everyone to have a vote. One man, one vote. Once people had an equal vote, they could start to change everything. This them and us attitude is still part of daily living, not just in Ireland, but also worldwide. Maybe not as Catholic Protestant. Replace those two words with any conflicting religions or cultures and you see exactly what I'm referring to. It's also why we still have so many wars going on in the world today. Historically, this view may not seem important, or may appear to be out of context. But if normal life had really been normal, then my sister would in all probability be alive today. There were also high levels of male unemployment in the nationalistic areas, which led to mass emigration. Although afar, in mainly English cities, the men would have to send money home. Money transfers were received from over the telegraph wire and delivered via the wire boy. This was the local name for the post office boy who delivered the money order on his red BSA post office issue motorbike. They weaved in and out of the traffic, and everyone loved to see him arriving, as more than likely he was delivering a money order. There were a number of wire boys who worked from the General Post Office, Custom House Street in Derry, reinforcing the significant unemployment and emigration as so many money orders had to be delivered. Although the men tried to support their families financially from afar, on occasion the money didn't arrive on the expected Friday, and families went without. I recall our family saw a few of those days, as my father was working in Corby, England at the time. The approaching autumn of 1968 would herald the huge changes that were about to happen historically. 1968 to 1972 Civil Rights. The Orange Order epitomises sectarianism. They still, to this day, maintain a dogmatic approach and remain intolerant of Catholicism or any other religion for that matter. It was the largest Protestant organisation in Northern Ireland, with around 75,000 members at its height. Its origins date from the 17th century battle for supremacy between Protestantism and Catholicism. William of Orange, originally of the Netherlands, led the fight against Catholic King James. William took the throne in England, and his final victory over James at the Battle of the Boyne in Ireland in 1690 sealed the religion's supremacy in the British Isles. In 1795, a clash between Protestants and Catholics at the Battle of the Diamond led to some of those involved to swear a new oath to uphold the Protestant faith and be loyal to the king and his heirs, giving birth to the Orange Order. Sectarianism stretched into education, jobs, housing, the civil service, shipbuilding, power stations and the police force. Unionists, loyalists or Protestant, doesn't really matter which way you describe it. They controlled all the jobs with power or authority and who was to be employed there. This sets the scene, albeit simplistically, on why the nationalist population decided that change had to happen against this deliberate segregation and bigotry. On the 5th of October 1968, the Catholic nationalist community decided to march under the civil rights banner. The time for change had come. The Unionists would do all in their power to disrupt any change to their position of dominance, and the civil rights movement would be seen as a direct threat. There was an unwritten rule back then that the Orange Order had priority if they chose to march on any street at any time. In doing so, it meant that the Civil Rights March would become second choice, but as it was an unwritten rule, they had to make up another reason. The then Minister for Home Affairs, William Craig, made his now infamous decision and banned the march, claiming the civil rights movement was a front for the IRA. The march organisers decided to go ahead with the march, and in doing so began the journey and the turning point in history. When the marchers assembled, the police blocked the march route both forward and backward. So, in other words, the crowds were hemmed in and going nowhere. Today, this controversial tactic is called kettling. It involves large cordons of police keeping people within a limited area. The European Court of Human Rights ruled it unlawful in March 2012. The difference back then was that the police then baton charged the peaceful protest, and the world press took it from there. There is one very famous and telling piece of television news of an obviously aged district inspector, Ross McGimpsey, beating a young 18-year-old news reporter, Martin Cowley, with a hawthorn walking stick. Check it out on YouTube. A few months later, a group of about 40 students from Queen's University Belfast organised a march in support of civil rights from Belfast to Derry. The march began on the 1st of January 1969 and met with violent opposition from loyalist counter-demonstrators at several points along the route. About 5 miles from Derry, at a place called Burntollet Bridge, they were attacked by a mob of about 200 with clubs and stones. Half of these attackers were later identified from press photographs as members of the B Specials. The B Specials were the reserve police force, exclusively Protestant, founded on military lines as an army corps in 1920. They carried out revenge or reprisal killings on Catholic civilians during the 1920 to 22 conflicts. They were used in emergencies and acts of war. The police at the scene chatted to their colleagues, the B Specials, as they prepared their ambush, and were very slow in protecting the marchers, or decided not to. Some of the students had run into the river and were pelted with stones from the riverbank. Many of them were hospitalised. The remainder of the group continued on to Derry, where they came under attack once more near Craigavon Bridge. Finally, the group arrived at the Guildhall Square, where they received a rousing welcome from the crowd as they joined the planned civil rights rally. Rioting broke out after the rally, and police pushed the rioters back into the Bogside area. In the early hours of the following morning, the 5th of January, members of the police, the RUC and B Specials went on the rampage. They charged into St Columb's Wells and the Lecky Road, breaking windows and beating residents. They did a considerable amount of damage, and it became world news. So much so that there was a huge international outcry because of the police behaviour. In his report on the disturbances, Lord Cameron remarked that for such conduct among members of a disciplined and well-led force, there can be no acceptable justification or excuse, and added that its effect in rousing passions and inspiring hostility towards the police was regrettably great. That afternoon, over 1,500 Bogside residents built barricades and armed themselves with steel bars, clubs and hurleys. They told the police that they would not be allowed into the area. John Hume told a meeting of residents that they were to defend the area. Groups of men wearing armbands began patrolling the streets in shifts. John Caker Casey wrote, "You are now entering Free Derry," which is now a famous historical monument to those horrific times. What you have just read is more or less the historical version of what happened that day and night. As we were part of these events, here is a summary of what I witnessed personally and how it affected our family and neighbours. I was part of a group of people standing at the Brandywell corner. Word had just come through that the marchers had been attacked at Burntollet Bridge. Some people were trying to bring together enough men to go to Burntollet to protect the marchers from further attack and to assist the marchers in a safe passage to their destination, Guildhall Square. I decided to go to the Guildhall Square and see what was happening. When the Queen's University students arrived, they were weary and bloodstained. I can still recall one man's face. He had a beard, blood dried into his face from an obvious wound on his forehead. He was very tired and had been saturated with water. He looked like he was one of the people who had ended up in the river. The crowds applauded as the marchers arrived into the square. They began to mingle into the assembled crowd. People shook their hands and hugged them. That night and through the following morning, 5th of January, members of the police, the RUC and B Specials went on the rampage. Many of them were drunk. They started going through the Catholic area of St. Colum's Wells and the Lecky Road, creating mayhem, breaking windows and beating whoever was unfortunate enough to be present. With batons and pickaxe handles, they systematically broke windows, windscreens and battered doors. My mother and I were at the bottom of our street. She was concerned that my father hadn't arrived home. We knew he was off drinking somewhere. This turned out to be my first personal encounter with any police force or B Specials. There was a crowd of young men coming towards us. They were warning people of the advancing police mob. By the time the crowd reached us, the roaring and shouting was deafening. I was trying to pull my mother away. I could see the glistening of riot helmets and metal shields in the distance, coming closer and closer. This was not good, but she waited, shifting uncomfortably, trying to see if my father was coming. I vividly recall those silhouettes of policemen brandishing batons and pickaxe handles and beating anyone not wearing a police uniform. As they approached us, I again tried to pull my mother away, but stubborn as she was, she just shrugged against me to stand her ground. The police arrived upon us, and all too soon. It seems now, to my recall, to be like a silent movie. They towered over us as 5 of them surrounded my 4'11" mother and I. These men began striking my mother, shouting, poking, pushing us, following us right to our home, beating, swinging, staggering, their mouths moving, but I couldn't hear them. They wore long black coats, and the first one caught his coat in the post of our gate. As they began a mini pile-up into each other, it just allowed us that extra couple of seconds to put a short distance between us. It was enough. I managed to get my mother inside the hall door, and I don't know how, but I closed the front door to an angry, teeth-clenched face. I could hear the sudden thud breaking the silence of batons, axe handles, and the clang of metal shields all crashing against the door. I leaned against the door with my 2 arms pushing a closed door in case they tried to break in. I was 12 years old. Suddenly I realised that I wasn't the only one leaning on the door. I looked around, and there behind me was dozens of young local men. They had ran into our house armed with stones, sticks and bottles, ready if that door had been forced in. They stood behind me, sweating, breathless and exhausted, staring at the door. As my eyes started adjusting to the dark, I could see that they extended right up the stairs into the kitchen, and some of them comforted my mother. There was complete silence now as the police moved back out of our gate. Just then, a taxi pulled up outside our house. Peeping through the curtains, I saw that it was my father, and as he walked to the gate, the B Specials launched into him and started beating him. We opened the door and somehow managed to get him into the house before they realised we had a house full of people. The main body of police had moved away, and these drunken stragglers fired insults at us as they moved to catch up on them. I sometimes recall the incident and wonder what would have happened if they had broken down the door. A few days later, I remember talking to one of the young men who had been in our house that night, and I asked him, "Why did they run into our house?" He said, "Your door was the only one open." He also told me there were people in our bathroom and our hot press, which is only 3 shelves. In fact, there must have been nearly 30 people that night taking refuge in our house. The fallout from the police behaviour was unprecedented. It led to a local delegation of about 23 people, including my mother, from the Bogside and Brandywell area of Derry, travelling with a letter of protest and a petition from the residents of the area to 10 Downing Street. Mr. Ivan Cooper, one of the civil rights organisers, personally handed in the letter for Mr. Harold Wilson, the then Prime Minister. It was a funny scene looking back on it now, as nearly all of the women who handed in the petition wore fur coats. A kind of contradiction to the poverty-stricken area they came from. In my mother's case, she borrowed it from a neighbour. Several months passed, and the situation, especially among the nationalist population, had become very tense. Rioting had broken out in William Street after one of the Orange Marches. Police attempting to drive protesters back into the Bogside were themselves driven back to their barracks. A series of pitched battles followed, and barricades were built under the supervision of Bernadette Devlin, the newly elected MP for Mid-Ulster. Police, pursuing rioters, broke into a house in William Street and severely beat the occupants, Samuel Devaney, his family and 2 friends. They were brought to hospital bleeding profusely from a number of head wounds. That night, 400 RUC policemen in full riot gear occupied the bogside. Convoys of police vehicles continuously drove through the areas. I can remember people trying to chop down a telegraph pole at the bottom of our street to stop the Land Rovers coming through. They attached a rope to the top of the pole to pull it into the path of the speeding Land Rovers. There were convoys of 5 or 6 vehicles at a time. They drove through approximately every 10 minutes or so. Each time they drove through, we pelted them with stones and bottles. The following day, several thousand residents issued an ultimatum to the RUC. Withdraw within 2 hours or be driven out. The police withdrew within 15 minutes remaining of the ultimatum. I recall an incident where I was one of many people who became trapped in William Street. We threw stones at the police and B specials. The street was strewn with stones, glass and little makeshift barricades. The police drove down William Street in Land Rovers, blocking us in from both ends. I realised it was pointless throwing stones at Land Rovers that had protective metal grills covering the windows. I remember finding and throwing a long metal bar like throwing a spear. The metal bar entered the side passenger window of a Land Rover that was coming to a stop right beside me. I knew I had to hightail it out of there quickly, but I suddenly realised I had no escape as the 2 ends of the street were blocked. The Land Rovers streamed in, I presume to beat the daylights out of us. There were some front doors open and loads of people poured in through the houses and out the backyards and over the walls. During that incident, the police vented their anger on the residents. Mr. Devaney, a local resident, suffered a heart attack 4 days after being beaten by police. On the 17th of July, he suffered a further heart attack and died. Many thousands attended the funeral, and the mood was sufficiently angry that it was clear that the imminent marching season was going to create further tension between the 2 communities. The Orange Order had planned further marches at the end of July, and the annual Apprentice Boys Parade, scheduled for the 12th of August, could not take place without causing serious disturbance. The 12th of August was, as predicted, a powder keg waiting to explode. And it did. I remember the CS gas being pumped into the bogside. The stench, streaming eyes, and your throat feeling like dry, parched sandpaper. Drinking water made it worse. People began to wear torn rags, hankies or old shirt tails dipped in vinegar and water, which worked better than nothing. Old World War II gas masks appeared. Somewhere in the region of 1,500 canisters of gas were fired into the crowds in Roseville Street over 3 days. I remember my mother and other housewives in the streets forming a production line to make petrol bombs. The old city dairy was ransacked and thousands of bottles were taken in electric milk floats. They were brought to the makeshift production line. The empty bottles soon became petrol bombs, and these were then transported to the front line. The petrol bombs had either sugar added or washing powder. This made syrup-like substance when ignited, which made it stick to whatever it hit. Everyone was involved one way or another. Some made sandwiches and tea for the rioters. A first aid field hospital was set up by the Knights of Malta. They dealt with the streaming eyes and many of the injuries from stones thrown back from police lines and Protestants who joined in with the police. The local men and teenagers threw whatever they could, even breaking up paving stones. The women went around the houses and shops asking for bread, tea and provisions. Unknown vehicles were hijacked. The petrol was siphoned out and used to transport this and that before it ended up in the barricade. It became clear that things were going to get dramatically worse and many families were evacuated. Shooting began at night time from the police. My mother, 2 sisters Mary and Kathleen, and my brother John and I were put on a bus jam-packed with families and driven over the border to Finner Army Camp in Bundoran, County Donegal. The Irish Army then fed us, and as there were so many refugees coming in, we were then moved to Athlone and later on to Coolmoney Camp in Wicklow. We shared wooden army barracks with several other families. I do remember they looked after us all very well. After about 8 days, we returned home to Derry. As we travelled back to Derry, the whole political situation had changed as the British Army had replaced the RUC and the B Specials on the streets. The following is the recorded historical element from the news of the day. Violence reached a peak on the 12th of August 1969, culminating in the Battle of the Bogside. A 3-day pitched battle between residents and police. On the 14th of August, units of the British Army were deployed at the edge of the bogside and police were withdrawn. The Derry Citizens Defence Association, DCDA, declared their intention to hold the area against both the police and the army until their demands were met. The army made no attempt to enter the area. The situation remained until October 1969, when, following publication of the Hunt Report, military police were allowed in. Bloody Sunday. From then on, things got steadily worse. Barricades got bigger, and areas such as Cregan, the Bogside and the Brandywell were deemed no-go areas to the security forces. These areas were still being policed by the DCDA, with well-organised vigilante groups and patrolled by mobile units of the IRA. There was an almost protective atmosphere to the area, and crime was virtually non-existent, and if punishment had to be dished out, it was swift. I recall a local man who was accused of breaking into a house. He was brought before a kangaroo court to be reprimanded. At that time, there was an almost fixed penalty regarding any misdemeanour. You were either warned or shot in the leg. He apparently had a previous warning. While he was being tried, for want of a better word, someone was sent to phone for an ambulance. That meant a walk to the nearest telephone box and a 999 call had to be made. They obviously had to make up a fake emergency to get the medical attention to where they wanted it. The ambulance duly arrived, waited at a designated place where he was brought, then shot in the leg and handed over to the ambulance crew, whereupon they stabilised him and then hightailed it to the hospital. These occasional mock courts were usually deterrent enough for any thoughts of criminality. Coming up to the end of January 1972, a civil rights march was planned for the last Sunday of the month. Now infamously known as Bloody Sunday, it is still as traumatic an event today for me, and I'm sure for the many Derry people who took part that day. The march began winding its way through the many different areas of the city, gathering more people as it went. By the time it reached Rossville Street, it was reported as 10,000 strong. The British Army blocked the original route of the march to the Guildhall Square with barbed wire barricades at the bottom of William Street. The main body of the march turned into Rossville Street to hold their protest at Free Derry Corner. A section of the crowd went into the army barricade in William Street and rioting broke out. The British Army began an arrest operation. As well as baton charging the crowd from William Street, they simultaneously drove into the area in armoured cars, zooming into Rossville Street. They tried to create a pincer-type movement to capture the rioters. Soldiers appeared, some wearing gas masks, and they began firing live ammunition. I was standing in Lisfannon Park, a street close to the high flats in Rossville Street. I heard a whizzing noise just over my head and realised immediately it was a bullet. The sound seemed to me to come from the direction of the Derry walls, which was contradictory to where the main body of soldiers were firing from. Thousands of people were running in all directions, and I got down behind a car and tried to make sense of why there was shooting coming from behind me. I saw soldiers running in groups, some leaning over the walls, aiming the rifles at anything that moved. I began running in a zigzag way to try and find a safer place, as I was unsure and confused what to do or where to go. I was about to go through into the car park at the Lang Flats, but was called back by people who shouted at me to take cover. There was a body covered by the bloodied civil rights banner on the ground. It was Barney McGuigan. I certainly had no concept of the immediate danger I was in. Somehow I made my way across the road to where Father Dennis Bradley was standing. I knew Dennis well and we exchanged greetings. I was about to go into Glenfadda Park. Dennis called me and said, "Harry, don't go in there. Some people have been shot." I stood with Dennis just out of sight of the army snipers and watched people crouch down at the barricade which extended across Rossville Street. I learned many years later, as I gave my testimony over the phone to one of the Bloody Sunday inquiry solicitors, that those people at that barricade were not crouched down as I thought. They were all dead. I decided to try and make my way up into the Little Diamond area. I haven't a clue why, but as I did, I saw an IRA gunman with a .303 rifle who seemed to me to have just arrived. I remember thinking, this situation is about to get worse. We all became very good at recognising different rifles, machine guns, the sounds they made, such as that high-pitched crack that was unmistakably from a high-velocity rifle. I decided then it was time to get out of there, which I did. There were queues of people intent on joining the IRA after Bloody Sunday. That one incident was the catalyst and the biggest recruitment drive to the IRA ever. It was sometimes referred to as the Bogside Massacre, which took place on the 30th of January 1972 in the Bogside area of Derry. Some 21 soldiers discharged their weapons, firing 108 bullets. 2 soldiers in particular were responsible for firing around 35 bullets and killing up to 10 people. There was a total of 26 unarmed civil rights protesters and bystanders that were shot by the Parachute Regiment 1 Para. 13 men, 7 of whom were teenagers, died immediately or soon after. The death of another man, some 14 weeks later, was attributed to the injuries he'd received on that day. 2 people were also injured when they were run down by army vehicles. 5 of those wounded were shot in the back. 2 investigations have been held by the British government. The Widgery Tribunal, held in the immediate aftermath of the event, largely cleared the soldiers and British authorities of blame. Widgery described the soldiers' shooting as bordering on the reckless, but was criticised as a whitewash. The Savile Inquiry, chaired by Lord Savile of Newdigate, was established in 1998 to reinvestigate the events. Following a 12-year inquiry, Savile's report was made public on the 15th of June 2010 and contained findings of fault that could reopen the controversy. It could potentially lead to criminal investigations for some soldiers involved in the killings. The report found that all those shot were unarmed and that the killings were both unjustified and unjustifiable. On the publication of the Savile report, the British Prime Minister David Cameron made a formal apology on behalf of the United Kingdom. Bloody Sunday remains among the most significant events in the Troubles of Northern Ireland, chiefly because those who died were shot by the British Army rather than the paramilitaries, in full view of the public and the press. There are many horrific instances where people died, got injured or ended up in prison as a direct result of the conflict in Northern Ireland. I just want to say at this point that what happened to our family and our experiences were not unique to us. The whole of Derry, and Northern Ireland for that matter, went through similar turmoil. I have no doubt the shock and horror is the same for all. Granshaw Hospital on the outskirts of Derry is a psychiatric hospital, and in those days of mayhem, that hospital was full to the rafters of people who just couldn't cope with what was going on all around them. Valium or Roach 10 was commonplace. This medication, sad to say, was in many homes. Such was the trauma of living within this powder keg. We are all bigots. The majority of people in Northern Ireland are bigots. Knowing someone's religion seems to be a definite preoccupation of many people in the 6 counties. I only realised this after getting out of the place. The vast majority seems to develop a sense of know-how through a combination of accent, area and the person's name. You have the old failsafe too of the school they went to. But that is for later, when you really need to remove doubt. On meeting someone for the first time, a mental assessment takes place. It's just built in. You make an assumption, and that decides where you place your guard. You get to know by the person's name especially. For example, most Avrils or Audreys are Protestant. Most Cormacs or Martins are Catholic. Personally these days, I couldn't care less about someone else's religion or culture, as I feel friendships grow and are nurtured when both parties are comfortable with each other. I have some great Protestant friends that I have met over the years, some of whom are very staunch and have a solid belief in their religion and culture. I have learned to live and let live, and to respect that they have just as much right to their point of view as I have to mine. I enjoy that bit of diversity and banter that comes along with them when they visit every now and then. They also are intrigued with me, and they do try to bend my thinking, but my culture is as strong as theirs. I come into contact with a lot of people when I'm back in Derry. Many of my friends, without thinking during the course of a conversation, would say to me, "He's one of ours," or "He or she is on the other side of the house." Remarks passed without any malice, but marking your card just the same. It is, as I said, a preoccupation, and as normal and as part of any conversation as you will get in any blinkered community. I know this is part of the Protestant tradition too. I happened to be present during a conversation where the person speaking thought I was one of his. The coughing and nodding shot over his head. His friends who were sitting beside me as he related his story to all of us about meeting this Catholic. They tried hard to discreetly shut him up. I just smiled and watched. He never copped on, but just gave that glazed over look to them. Again, it's part of the culture we all grew up in. I'm sure he got his cards well and truly marked shortly thereafter. It's very difficult to meet new friends of the opposite persuasion when you live in an area where everyone in that vicinity is from the same religion or culture. By the way, quite a few people of both religions are non-church-going these days. You could call them à la carte churchgoers, as they suit themselves. But regardless of that, they would not give up their culture. I'll give you a sense of just how polarised attitudes can be between Protestants and Catholics. The White Horse Inn was just outside Derry, in a predominantly Protestant but mixed area called Campsie. Jobs were hard to come by, and I recall having to go for an interview as they were looking for an apprentice barman. I had to borrow a pair of trousers from a same-age teenager up our street, and a shirt and tie from his brother to dress for the interview. I recall being asked, "What school did I go to?" The classic Protestant or Catholic question. I think I would respect the interviewer more if they asked me straight, "What religion are you?" However, I knew exactly why it was being asked, and I sat there realising this is a loaded question, and I'm about to find out if I am welcome here or not. This was new territory for a just-out-of-school teenager, and I was unsure how to react to the question. Over the years, people warn you that question will be asked. Somehow, tempted as I was to stand up and walk out, I managed to hold it together, and I answered St. Joseph Secondary, Cregan, right in the no-go area of Derry, which points to me as a Catholic. The next question was quickly asked about what qualifications I had. None, I would have retorted. Surprisingly, I was then informed I got the job. It turned out the owner was a Catholic. He employed both Catholics and Protestants. I was almost 15 years old and had never met a Protestant, and I really didn't know what to expect. Now I had to work with Protestants, and I was at first apprehensive, as I had no idea what it would be like. I began to assess staff as I met them. It definitely was a safety mechanism. I was more comfortable with my Catholic colleagues, although you slowly learn that once you can remove the religion element out of the equation, you realise you can have great friends and colleagues, and those friendships can last a lifetime. Although some just don't want to know, the true bigot. There was definitely one of those present, and she created an atmosphere. She got a wide berth from me, which suited her as much as it suited me. Getting to work was always a trek, as I lived on the west bank of the River Foyle. I had to walk about a mile from my home to the Diamond, a busy city centre area that had a World War memorial as its centrepiece. Traffic revolved around the memorial, peeling off whichever of the 4 exits they had to take. It was a hub for public transport too, and many buses stopped there as part of their route. The Nelson Drive bus that I normally travelled on to get me to the Limavady Road stopped there also. During the journey, I used to judge the other passengers as they got on and off the bus. He's a Protestant, she's a Catholic, and so on. I then had to thumb a lift the remaining 5 or 6 miles to Campsie. Generally speaking, I always got a lift and was in work on time. I was standing on the Limavady Road one morning, thumbing a lift as usual, when a car stopped. "Come on, get in," I heard. "Are you going to the rally?" one asked. I had just sat in a car with 4 loyalists, complete with Union Jacks and red Hand of Ulster flags. The 4 were all decked out, wearing their culture on their sleeve. They were going to attend a rally being held by the Reverend Ian Paisley in Coleraine. It was too late to leave the car, as I would have compromised myself, so I had to play along and replied, "No such luck, I have to work." They commiserated with me, and I listened to and engaged in a normal conversation. We talked about football. They spoke of their relationships. Normal people talking about normal things. I was totally surprised to find out these were not the stereotypical extremists I had imagined, but normal, everyday, run-of-the-mill people who became bigots when part of a mob. It got me thinking as we travelled, what we become part of is a matter of no choice. We are born where we are born, and as such, whatever is going on around us consumes us into that culture. I suppose that's how cultures grow and continue. We instinctively become part of the culture and blend in. They left me right outside the door of the White Horse. I thanked them and off they went. But if they knew for 1 minute they had a young man from a Republican nationalist area of Derry in their car, a Catholic, I wouldn't like to think or even imagine what might have transpired. The police and army frequented the White Horse Inn when they were off duty. They always drank in the lounge bar, clean cut, in civilian clothes, but dressed well. They always drank in company and never ever alone. I was at work this particular Saturday when we received a call to say that a bomb was planted on the premises and we had to evacuate the building. It was a particularly busy afternoon with many football teams calling in for refreshments. Bomb scares were commonplace at that time, which brought this lethargic attitude, and it was with great reluctance that people moved out of the building. Many people at that time ignored bomb scares, as they generally didn't amount to anything other than disruption. The boss arrived and asked me what parts of the building I had checked. I told him I had checked the public bar and adjacent toilets. He then opened up a briefcase and emptied the contents of the tills into it. He handed me the briefcase and told me to wait for him at the post office, which was about 100 yards away. As I walked away from the building, the bomb exploded. Bernard O'Kane, my boss, and 2 RUC policemen who were in the building were blown clean out through the windows. The dust and debris plumed in every direction. The incredible noise of the bomb exploding made me buckle in two with complete involuntary movements. I turned and ran back into the approaching dust cloud as it slowly began to drift and lift. It looked as if it had just snowed. Everything was covered in this white fine dust, and I could see the 3 men lying on the ground, and I certainly thought the worst. They looked like white mannequins. They began to move and pick themselves up. I couldn't believe what I just witnessed. None of them were dead. They coughed and spluttered and tried to dust themselves down. Red blemishes began to appear on them through the white dust as cuts began to show, but miraculously none of them suffered any serious injury. How many more people didn't get injured is beyond me. Everyone and everything was again stopped and held while the area was searched and secured. Other policemen and ambulances soon arrived, and the injured were taken to hospital. The bomb was placed behind the curtains in the lounge bar, where a group of supposed footballers had been sitting. The lounge part of the building was demolished and had to be rebuilt. While these renovations were taking place, I had to work for about 2 weeks in Limavady, where the boss had just purchased another hotel called the Alexander Arms. Most of the staff and customers there were Protestant. You get to know these things by the welcome or lack of it. When I would arrive, little groups of staff or customers used to whisper or point in my direction. One gets to read people's attitudes from afar when you are regularly the topic of conversation. I can't say I enjoyed the experience, but it heightened my awareness and put me constantly on my guard. Still, I seemed to grow on some of them as they realised I was no threat, and eventually I began to blend in, just as I was sent back to Campsie. The White Horse Inn reopened. The curious came to see the new renovations, but not long after a hand grenade was thrown into the newly rebuilt lounge. Luckily, it was during the night and it didn't go off. Army bomb disposal experts were called in, and they removed and exploded the device away from the building. There were several other minor incidents involving the White Horse Inn, which were perpetrated by both sides of the divide. As people realised that I lived in and came from the nationalist Republican area of Derry, the no-go area, it attracted all sorts of weird and wonderful characters to me. I was just like the proverbial magnet in this mainly Protestant area. There were many Catholics working and living in the community too, and they interacted with their Protestant neighbours on a daily basis in business, as employees or employers, as part of any normal society. Well, not exactly normal, but as near as you'll get. It was exactly because I came from the nationalist Republican bogside that made me the novelty. Many Protestants curiously asked me, what was it like living there? Did children still go to school? Who was in charge? Was there law and order? Some of them were friendly towards me, others didn't know how to handle me or deal with me. Some, when they asked me for a drink, it was the name of the drink, with no pleasantries or thanks. It was almost as if I was an inferior person or a second-class citizen. But it soon became apparent to me, through listening to conversations, that some of those in particular were B specials, which to me explained a lot. After orange parades took place around the north, many of the local orange men would come into the bar after the march. Some had played in the bands or walked with their respective lodges, but they never ever insulted me or made me feel uncomfortable. They never wore their lodge sashes in the bar either. Working in the White Horse in a Protestant area meant I met and knew a lot of Protestants. This in itself was unusual. Most Catholics in the Bogside at that time would only have met other Catholics. A Protestant would never normally socialise with a Catholic, simply because their respective religions were always segregated. So it was an unusual position I was in. It was also a double-edged sword because, as I was from the Bogside of Derry, I had policemen greeting me, searchers who searched people going into the city centre saying, "Hello, Harry," and waving me on. Soldiers too giving me the big hello, while on foot patrol in the Bogside. One even shouted at me from a lookout post, "Hello, Harry," as I walked with friends approaching the city centre, and all because they frequented the White Horse. I am sure it may have raised some Republican eyebrows too. I can recall as a young child becoming aware that there was Catholics and Protestants. Having heard the way people spoke of Protestants, I believed that these people must be really different from Catholics, with strange coloured blood or something. It was a surprise to me that we were all the same. It made me, as a young boy, think, why is there all this trouble? If we are built the same, then why can't we live with each other the same? Flying with the Crows. A man from Dungiven, a mainly Catholic town, used to call into the White Horse from time to time. He learned I was from the nationalist and Republican area of the Brandywell. He enjoyed the fact that I was amidst the Protestant community. He used to spend quite a bit of time speaking to me precisely because I was from a Republican area. These conversations were held as he leaned over the counter, talking and whispering. He would be winking and nodding as I moved on to serve whoever was next. Most of the time I hadn't a clue what he was talking about. I generally nodded in agreement, but he spoke so low I just couldn't hear him, and I was too polite to say or care. He had a drooping moustache and had teeth missing. I always thought he looked like a Mexican from the cowboy films. I, in all innocence, had no idea who he was, but I noticed that his presence made some people in the bar very uncomfortable. I never did find out why. All I got was, "You better watch that boy, hi?" a local Derry remark, which roughly meant, "Be careful." Surprisingly, nobody volunteered any information to me, so I shrugged my shoulders and carried on speaking to him when he appeared, as any defiant teenager would. One particular afternoon he arrived, literally just said hello, and before I knew what was happening, he thrust a handgun into my hand. "Bring this in," he said. "Tell the boys," the IRA, "I have 303s, rifles, stolen from the B Specials." Then he just vanished. I soon regretted the head nodding and pretending to hear him. What the hell was he saying, and what did I unknowingly agree to? I froze on the spot, in shock with a handgun in my hand. I quickly stuffed the gun into my waistband and buttoned my bar jacket. I could feel the cold metal through my shirt and the weight of the gun pulling against my belt. I can recall my face glowing bright red, sweat starting to pour off me, and I needed to think this through. I stood there motionless, thoughts racing through my head as my heart pumped faster. There were no other customers in the pub at the time, and only one other member of staff who was in the kitchen. She was oblivious to my sudden dilemma. I was manning the two bars, which were back to back, so disappearing was just not an option. I thought for a minute, and I realised nobody knows what just happened, so I can continue on as normal. I put the weapon into my coat pocket, which was hanging in the storeroom, knowing nobody would touch my coat, as it could only be accessed by staff. I thought I would just dump it later somewhere, but then I was afraid that some child could come across it, so I abandoned that idea. I continued to work, and as it got busier, my thoughts moved into bar mode again, although my mind kept returning to the gun and what I was going to do with it. The two bars began to get really busy and crowded. There was no time to think about anything other than the order you had or the next one you were about to take. I somehow managed to forget completely about the weapon. That is, until it was time to go home. There was always a flurry of activity to leave after work. Everyone wanted to get out of there fast and home. I realise now that subconsciously the more mature staff knew how vulnerable we were to an attack or a robbery. So there was no time for talking or socialising after hours, but just get out quick. As a result, there was no time to reflect on the day or evening. It was go, go, go and get out. Most times when the boss was there, he would bring me to the barricades near my home, but occasionally I would have to get a taxi and it would bring me to the Brandywell. That particular evening, I had to get a taxi. I chit-chatted with the driver about nothing in particular through most of the journey. As we approached the Craigavon Bridge, I could see a checkpoint ahead. I sat there unmoved and completely oblivious to the fact that I had a handgun in my pocket. Suddenly, it dawned on me and I saw the train coming straight for me. The penny well and truly dropped. I distinctly remembered the blood draining from me. My mouth became parched and dry. A clammy sweat started and I seemed to sink further into the seat. My coat that I was carrying over my lap started to weigh a ton as the gun in my pocket began to remind me I was in deep shit. As we drove up to the checkpoint, my muscles locked and I was stuck to the seat. The policeman flagged us down and stooped to look in the window. He asked the driver for his licence. He looked at me as I sat there looking straight ahead, still wearing my bow tie from work. "Hello, Harry," he said. My heart erupted and pounded in my chest, and I very nearly soiled myself. "Just finished," he remarked. I looked over and recognised him. "I just finished," I repeated. "Go ahead," he told the driver and waved us through. He was a regular customer that frequented the White Horse Inn, a reserve policeman I'd just discovered. I became so dizzy and totally dumbstruck that I never spoke the rest of the journey. The taxi drove me to the barricade. I got out of the car and the cold air hitting my face was both welcoming and refreshing. I walked through the barricades at Hamilton Street, feeling this great sense of relief and somewhat safer now in the no-go area of the Brandywell. I breathed a huge sigh again as I stood still for a brief moment and gathered my thoughts. I then went for my routine fish supper to Tommy McCann's and then across the road to the Gallagher's house. The bow tie came off and Patsy and I exchanged greetings. We ate our food and chatted for a while before we went back out into the night to take up duty as vigilantes who patrolled the area until the early hours. I met a prominent IRA man in the early hours of the morning to whom I gave the gun, and whereupon he said, "This will be handy for kneecapping." At the White Horse Inn, many of the elderly Protestant customers seemed to have taken a shine to me and enjoyed the fact that this young man, me, was not of their persuasion. On Saturday nights, they always asked me to make sure that they all had a cooked chicken put aside for going home, and that these chickens were to be plump. Well, at least I was useful for something. The pub, unusually, had a rotisserie, and cooked chickens always sold well. A man, to whom I will refer to as Robert, singled me out at work in the White Horse Inn on several occasions. This isn't his real name, of course. This particular individual and his cohorts didn't like for 1 minute that a Catholic nationalist from the no-go areas of Derry was amongst his fellow brethren. I was not welcome in his area, and he made sure I knew it. He began pointing his hand at me shaped like a gun. At first it was like in the cowboy films, drawing from the hip, and to be fair to his buddies, they looked uncomfortable with it all. They stole glimpses from each other, somewhat bewildered and unsure of how they should be reacting. He would shout, "Draw!" I always thought this guy thinks he's in a cowboy film. So I began looking at both sides of the divide as cowboys and Indians. He again galvanised my cowboy idea even more, as sometimes the communities would have barn dances, and country and western music ruled at these. This character loved country and western music, so this added to my new cowboy and Indian theme, and it would have been funny only for the seriousness of the situation. Robert was very tall, blonde hair and well built, a young man in his early 20s, and always wore a denim jacket. I never ever spoke back or gave him the opportunity or justification to make a complaint against me. I felt most of his peers were uneasy with his constant harassment of me, particularly as I was well liked by their elders. What he was doing stood out there, as it was definitely sectarian and nothing else. The more I ignored him, the worse he got. His demeanour began to change, and he would no longer draw from the hip, but from a straight fixed position with outstretched arms. I, in defiance, used to throw my eyes up to the heap-big spirit in the sky. Some moderate people of his own persuasion did warn me about him. They didn't like to see the intimidation that I was experiencing, and they would often say, "I'll have a word." But I am assuming now that they didn't want to get involved or to be seen supporting a Catholic. To the average bystander, it probably looked like we were all just having a bit of banter. And maybe it could have been so, but it was soon to have a sinister finish. The games room had a 2-door hatch to the side of the bar, and this became the focal point for him as I served the oblivious customers in front of me. I used to boldly go into the games room to collect glasses, and maybe this pissed them off as I pretended to show no fear. In reality, my heart was in my mouth. Some tried to trip me or bump me, sniggering and muttering under their breath, "Fenian bastard." But I ignored them as they tried to provoke a reaction, and all because I lived in the Bogside, Brandywell no-go area at that time. I was a boy of 16. What a threat I was. Thankfully, they only came in on a Friday evening before they went on somewhere else, or on a Saturday evening for a short time too. However, from when they came in until they went out, I was foremost in their minds. One Saturday night after we finished up, myself and another colleague, John, who was from around the Clooney Terrace in Derry, were waiting on our taxi to bring us home. It was late, and to cut a long story short, the taxi never arrived. So John and I started walking towards Derry in the hope that we could flag a taxi down. We walked for several miles, talking and joking to try and make the unwelcome walk more palatable. A police Land Rover passed us a few times, which wasn't unusual. The last time it passed us, we thought that they were actually going to stop and check us out. Just past Maydown, on the main Limavady Road, as we approached the Drumahoe Junction, several shots were fired directly at us. The whiz and thud as the bullets hit into the embankment around us had the desired effect of us simultaneously diving into the long grass. A realisation that 2 Catholics in this place was not good. John nudged me as he noticed a police Land Rover moving off and making a turn at the roundabout to come towards us. Neither of us spoke nor moved. The Land Rover drove past us slowly, turned again at the junction, then took off at great speed. They didn't see us. We stayed there for quite a while before coming out and resuming our journey. Luckily, we did get to flag down a taxi sometime later. John and I realised we had been targeted. I couldn't tell you how many shots were fired, but I do believe they were fired from or near that police Land Rover. I was targeted again within a very short time. Sometimes I got a lift from a man I worked with to Ling's house, a Chinese takeaway in the waterside of Derry. As I was walking down Bishop Street, a car pulled up and 3, maybe 4 jumped from it. They dragged me into a derelict house. I had been daydreaming as I walked home and at first, for whatever stupid reason, thought they were trying to get past me. I became totally disorientated when I was punched and beaten. I distinctly heard the click of a trigger. It clicked again, and several times more before they decided to kick and beat me with the gun and broken slates that covered the ground. I tried to protect my face and head, a lesson learned from my childhood days. I was punched, kicked, called every Fenian bastard under the sun. I have relived this moment over and over and over, trying to make sense of it all. Black shiny boots would have been my last view if the gun had gone off. I remember hearing a whistle, I think from the car, and they vanished as quickly as they came. All these years later on, it still makes me sweat. The attack lasted literally seconds, though I lived every second like a minute. It felt like a very long time. I have no doubt they were disturbed or the driver panicked. A passer-by brought me to my brother Danny's house. I thought at that time that they wore some sort of boiler suits, but from flashbacks that I still get some 40 years on, I think they were just wearing dark clothes. I recognised one of them, Robert, the man with the pointing hand from the White Horse Inn, but I couldn't prove it, and I remembered this in dismissive disbelief. I remember also thinking I was being stupid, and it couldn't possibly be. He wasn't that obsessed with me or stupid enough. But the more I tried to ignore and thought I was just seeing what I wanted to see, the more I began to realise it couldn't be anyone else. A man called Will Warren, who saw me at that time, decided I needed to get away from all of this and to take some time out and convalesce. Will lived in a little place called Belton, near Great Yarmouth in Norfolk. Belton was a rural area, with the little country village complete with its English bobby policeman. Will was a Quaker, and was in the bog side of Derry during the no-go area to help people where he could, through the Quaker ministry. This involved the youth club with my brother Danny, or helping out with social issues, etc. He had organised for me to go to his home and spend some time there to try and relax, unwind, and to get over my sudden trauma. Will brought me to Aldergrove Airport, my first airplane journey. He explained to me that I was to meet another Quaker friend of his who would be waiting for me at arrivals in Heathrow. I would recognise him as he carried a magazine called The Friend. I went onto the plane and noticed straight away the peculiar looks from other passengers who were looking at my cuts and bruises. We landed in Heathrow and walked down the steps of the plane onto the apron and walked towards the terminal. As we proceeded to the terminal, I noticed a lot of policemen inside, and I spotted in the reflection of the glass a man behind me pointing directly to the person in front of him, me. I therefore was not surprised to be stopped. The gunman. I kept pursuing Lyons to try to get him to meet me, but it kept falling on deaf ears. The same message kept coming back, that he would meet me, but he wasn't ready. Several months had now elapsed, and I was in the process of documenting what we had achieved. I had started to catalogue everything in order. The chain of events was still happening, even as I wrote. It could almost have been a diary. Dennis Bradley was badly assaulted as he stood in Maley's bar on the Lecky Road while on his way to a football match. His assailant walked up to him and said, "Hello, Dennis. Enjoying your pint?" Then he proceeded to beat the man to within an inch of his life. It was all over in seconds. Dissident Republicans were to blame, it seems, and for no reason except that Dennis Bradley was once on the policing board. A few months passed with little happening. I was still trying to get Lyons to speak to me. Dennis Bradley was recovering slowly. He had been very ill, and it was getting into the last months of 2005. Out of the blue, we heard that the Foyle Film Festival was going to be showing several films, but that one especially caught our attention. It was called Dead Long Enough. We discovered the gunman had an association with this film, with a showing date of the 12th of November. My sister's anniversary was 14th of November. Here we have a film with the title Dead Long Enough on the same weekend of Kathleen's anniversary, and the gunman was involved in some way with this film. Was this a sick joke? Could this be for real? Well, it was real, and an uncanny coincidence, but it did have a direct benefit. The Foyle Film Festival has been running for over 18 years, and we contacted the manager of the festival. My sister phoned to complain, explaining how insensitive this film title was, especially in the light of who was associated with it, and the release date was too close to the bone. I also rang the festival to complain, and I got talking to the manager, who was very sympathetic and also shocked. I asked, could the viewing of the film be moved until after the 14th of November? A meeting of the film committee was summoned, and they would get back to me later that day. Sometime later they phoned back and explained that all the invites had been issued, the media would be there, and the logistics of a cancellation at such short notice was just impossible. I accepted and understood their position, and I was then asked was there anything else they could do. I said yes. Ask Colin Lyons to contact me. Whatever was said to him, and bear in mind he had been ignoring me for years, I got a phone call later that afternoon from him. I can only assume that they threatened to pull the film unless he contacted me. I was painting in my studio when my mobile phone rang. I didn't recognise the number. I answered and a voice said, "Hello Harry, it's Colin Lyons here." I was astounded, but remained calm and composed. I said, "Hello," and we exchanged pleasantries for several minutes. We both knew this was a monumental ice-breaking exercise, so both of us chit-chatted about this and that. I then asked him to meet me, and he said he would, but he wasn't ready for it. I understood that, and we exchanged some emails. And over several months, we emailed, spoke on the phone, and all with the intention of getting together for a face-to-face meeting. Different dates came and went, and a couple of them were cancelled due to one thing or another. It was 2006 now, and his mother wasn't too well, but we decided to meet up on one of his return trips. He would be passing through Charlestown, which was only 20 minutes from where I lived, so it would be an ideal location for a meeting in public, which is what he wanted. Saturday, the 22nd of April 2006, early afternoon, we finally met. It was over 30 years since I had seen him, and I had no idea how he looked, so I arrived early to make sure I had a good vantage point. I waited outside the local supermarket with a lot of people coming and going about their daily business. I spotted him parking the car. I tracked him as we spoke to each other by mobile phone. We met, shook hands, and I recall thinking, this is the hand that pulled the trigger to kill my sister Kathleen. We went into a local coffee shop where we sat and discussed nothing for a few minutes, skirting around the inevitable. Here I was sitting face to face with not just a real-life murderer, but with one who killed my own sister. I mentioned that I was trying to meet him for 15 months through my cousin, and how he had had a hard time trying to arrange a meeting. I was totally blown away when he said he was never approached. It was a bit of a shock to learn that someone was being disingenuous with me. Lyons first apologised for my sister's death, saying he didn't set out to kill her, and it was a terrible accident. So I wrote the following version of his words as he proceeded to unfold the events of the 14th of November 1973. I stood outside Wee Lorney's shop on the Folly with 3 others. The British Army patrol was just passing by. If, at that moment, they had stopped and looked for ID or searched us, then everything would have been different. I had an Armalite rifle under my coat, the kind where the butt section folded over, which made it smaller, so it was easy to hide. We stood there and watched the last soldier of the foot patrol go around the Dogleg corner. Lookouts took up positions at the top and bottom of Lundy's Lane, and I ran across the road and down the steep hill. I then cocked the weapon and walked out from the parked cars and raised the rifle. There were 2 British soldiers standing outside the Christian Brothers school gates. I fired 1 shot, then 3 further shots. I then ran back up Lundy's Lane and down into Bennett Street to a safe house and hid the weapon. The lookouts melted away, and I then casually walked up Bishop Street. Lyons was part of a floating unit from the Brandywell that engaged with the British Army whenever an opportunity arose. He reported to his superiors that he didn't hit any of the soldiers, and was apparently shocked to realise the next day that my sister Kathleen was shot dead. The IRA had at that stage denied the killing. As far as they were concerned, it was the British Army who shot her. His superiors then told Lyons to forget it ever happened and never ever mention it again to anyone. To take his mind off these things, he was to go and plant a bomb in the Diamond area of the city. Lyons was eventually arrested, charged and served 10 years for sending a letter bomb and for possession of an Armalite rifle. These sentences ran concurrently. We spoke some more, and he related to me how he got involved with the film industry, and so on. I told him straight out that my family disapproved of me meeting him, but that they wouldn't stop me. I personally have accepted his apology. Lyons beat the rap, as he called it, that's Kathleen's murder, because the soldiers had said in their statements the shots came from a different direction. He was tried in a diplock court. This is a court with no jury. A judge decided from the evidence what the outcome would be. As the soldiers said the shots came from a different direction, the judge concluded there could have been 2 gunmen. In that case, he was acquitted of the charge, or as Lyons liked to call it, he beat the rap, even though he admitted it and confessed to it. As far as we were concerned, he got away with murder. You can read the soldiers' testimonies again in the inquest report. Briefly, they said the shots came from Hamilton Ann Street direction. That's a 180-degree change in direction to where Lyons fired the shots. The judge then concluded that as there may have been two gunmen, it wasn't conclusive that Lyons fired the fatal shot. So in effect, he did beat the rap, as he called it. Not only that, but there weren't any children blowing whistles or creating a diversion either. It is indeed amazing what the soldiers thought they heard and from where. It makes you wonder about all historic events and how they are reported. Lyons was 16 years old when he shot Kathleen. I got the feeling that, as he didn't aim at Kathleen, then he felt that he didn't really kill her. It was the bullet's fault, and I did not witness any real remorse from him. Perhaps, after so long, one can't show remorse, but I doubt that somehow. We talked some more and then shook hands, and I accept that he didn't set out to murder her. However, it doesn't change anything for us. We still lost our sister. We still mourn her passing, and we will always remember her and talk about her at every opportunity. Well, that was how it all ended, and we finally got the truth. We were the only family that ever received a public apology from the IRA. As I started to get to the finishing stages of my book, I decided I would give Lyons the opportunity to write his own chapter. His words, his choice. I sent an email to the gunman Colin Lyons. It read as follows. I have finished the book on Kathleen, how you shot her dead, the aftermath of your actions on our family, which you never experienced. You personally detailed to me how you stepped out from behind parked cars and fired at 2 British soldiers at the Christian Brothers school gates from the bottom of Lundy's Lane. How the IRA in 2005 first of all admitted it and then apologised for her death. The only outstanding piece still missing is who else was there that night. The Historical Inquiries team couldn't name you as you were underage at the time of her death. They referred to you as Suspect 1. I, on the other hand, have named you as Colin Lyons, and that is throughout the book. I have 2 scenarios for you now to consider. The first scenario is, I am giving you the opportunity to, in your own words, recount what exactly did happen, who was there, where they stood, exact number of shots, as there seems to be confusion, as if it was 3 or 4. It would be a unique book if you wrote your own chapter. How did you feel? How has it impacted on your life? Remember, official secrets are released after 25 years, so you could at least give the geographical locations of the others. The second scenario, and you would have to place your trust in me, would require you bringing closure to our family by telling me who was there. What difference would it make? None at all, except we would finally know. So what's in this for you if you did tell me? As I mentioned, you would have to place your trust in me. I would remove your name from the book and give you my word that I will not mention your name or the names of the others. This is purely closure. When I met you, I can't say I saw any real regret. The fact that you told me you wouldn't mention the others' names show me you have absolutely no idea of the impact, the devastation you and your comrades has left our family in, even as we approach her 40th anniversary. How you beat the rap, as you called her murder. If we are to wander for the rest of our lives, then so be it. But I am making sure this is your choice. Be named yourself as I have written in the book, or no names at all. If you are naming them, it has to be in an email. I personally would prefer no further contact or conversations with you. We are not socially compatible. I'm sure you would agree. The book was never enjoyable. I started it in 2003, a quadruple bypass later, and at least some closure. The rest is up to you. As I did say when I texted you for your email address, this email is my final contact with you. So if I don't receive an email within 1 week, the book goes to the publisher as it is. Over to you, Harry. This caused an unprecedented response. First, I received a call from my cousin in Derry, who was calling on behalf of Colin Lyons. He went on to explain I had it all wrong and that Colin Lyons was indeed very remorseful, and I couldn't expect him to give me names of the others present. This was a step too far, and the very fact I wanted to write a book about it and name him should be left in the past. He felt I shouldn't be writing this book at all. He went on to say that Colin Lyons wanted to meet me and explain whatever I wanted to know, but he wouldn't name names. So why do I want names? My sister was murdered almost 40 years ago. Every time I go home to Derry and meet people, it always ends up with some asshole telling me such and such was there that night. He or she was part of that unit that shot your sister. I have listened to this bullshit now for all these years, and if someone would just give me the truth, then that's it, the end. I realised my email, which I spent 2 hours composing, was not saying what I really wanted to get across. Did I have it all wrong? So I sent another email. Colin, just off the phone from my cousin. I have no problem meeting you at any time. If you read the email correctly, you would see I gave you 2 choices. 1, you tell your story. I presume you wouldn't name yourself. I wasn't going to name you if you did this, as it would be your version. And 2, you tell me who was present, as I explained to my cousin. We are still 40 years on being approached by assholes naming this one and that one. Sure, I asked you about my cousin, as I was told he was there, if you remember. And that was only 2 months ago. So the reason I wanted to know was to once and for all stop this hearsay and to finally close it. I was trying to respect your privacy by not corresponding. I can understand your concerns, and I hope you can understand mine. You want to meet up, where and when suits. The sooner the better. Midweek suits me better. Harry. I had just sent the email when he phoned me. He was so overcome with emotion and grief, and he hadn't even seen my second email. I listened to him as he brought me on a journey filled with remorse and grief. He was so shocked at my email and wondered how this just appeared some 6 years after I first met him. He went on to ask me why I didn't say to him I was so angry at that time. I actually didn't feel any anger towards him. It wasn't until writing this book and recalling how we met and what he said to me that I began to see I was writing in anger, but I couldn't feel it. I now realised this is trauma. Strange experience and stranger emotions. I think I was trying to be angry for the rest of my family. We spoke for an hour on the phone, and I would say he must have been emotionally drained after it. I know I certainly was. I couldn't function for the rest of the day as I had this heaviness over me and I couldn't shake it off. I accept that I personally do not have the right to impose myself on him after all this time. Was I wrong to go about it the way I did? Sending that email was in effect me personally in a dark place, and I know that 40 years ago this man was a young teenager with as much anger in him as I had at 16. However, I got a reaction that became an outpouring of grief, so I am glad I sent it. For the first time in his life, these emotions that have been subdued for such a long time suddenly became unleashed. I never experienced grief in this way. There must have been nearly 40 years of tears. He went on to say it was like carrying a bag with him wherever he went. Every now and then he would have to look inside it. It would never go away, and he couldn't ever get rid of it. It is a comfort to know it really did affect him. He wasn't a psychopathic killer with no remorse. I know his family knows nothing of his past, so is he living a lie? Actually, no. He has avoided and ring-fenced this part of his past. He has no choice now but to stand guard to it 24 hours a day. Nobody goes in and nothing comes out. It will be sidestepped and bypassed every time it appears and rears its head. He'll have to guide it and gently move it out of sight. He'll breathe a sigh of relief when the danger moves on. The skeleton in the closet will rattle its bones now and again, and he'll just have to stand firm at the door. That's the price. That's his cross. He may have beaten the rap for killing my sister, but he is the prisoner, and he is the prison officer, mentally, for the rest of his life. The gunman. I kept pursuing Lyons to try to get him to meet me, but it kept falling on deaf ears. The same message kept coming back, that he would meet me, but he wasn't ready. Several months had now elapsed, and I was in the process of documenting what we had achieved. I had started to catalogue everything in order. The chain of events was still happening, even as I wrote. It could almost have been a diary. Dennis Bradley was badly assaulted as he stood in Maley's bar on the Lecky Road while on his way to a football match. His assailant walked up to him and said, "Hello, Dennis. Enjoying your pint?" Then he proceeded to beat the man to within an inch of his life. It was all over in seconds. Dissident Republicans were to blame, it seems, and for no reason except that Dennis Bradley was once on the policing board. A few months passed with little happening. I was still trying to get Lyons to speak to me. Dennis Bradley was recovering slowly. He had been very ill, and it was getting into the last months of 2005. Out of the blue, we heard that the Foyle Film Festival was going to be showing several films, but that one especially caught our attention. It was called Dead Long Enough. We discovered the gunman had an association with this film, with a showing date of the 12th of November. My sister's anniversary was 14th of November. Here we have a film with the title Dead Long Enough on the same weekend of Kathleen's anniversary, and the gunman was involved in some way with this film. Was this a sick joke? Could this be for real? Well, it was real, and an uncanny coincidence, but it did have a direct benefit. The Foyle Film Festival has been running for over 18 years, and we contacted the manager of the festival. My sister phoned to complain, explaining how insensitive this film title was, especially in the light of who was associated with it, and the release date was too close to the bone. I also rang the festival to complain, and I got talking to the manager, who was very sympathetic and also shocked. I asked, could the viewing of the film be moved until after the 14th of November? A meeting of the film committee was summoned, and they would get back to me later that day. Sometime later they phoned back and explained that all the invites had been issued, the media would be there, and the logistics of a cancellation at such short notice was just impossible. I accepted and understood their position, and I was then asked, was there anything else they could do? I said, yes, ask Colin Lyons to contact me. Whatever was said to him, and bear in mind he had been ignoring me for years, I got a phone call later that afternoon from him. I can only assume that they threatened to pull the film unless he contacted me. I was painting in my studio when my mobile phone rang. I didn't recognise the number. I answered and a voice said, "Hello, Harry, it's Colin Lyons here." I was astounded, but remained calm and composed. I said, "Hello," and we exchanged pleasantries for several minutes. We both knew this was a monumental ice-breaking exercise, so both of us chit-chatted about this and that. I then asked him to meet me, and he said he would, but he wasn't ready for it. I understood that, and we exchanged some emails. And over several months, we emailed, spoke on the phone, and all with the intention of getting together for a face-to-face meeting. Different dates came and went, and a couple of them were cancelled due to one thing or another. It was 2006 now, and his mother wasn't too well, but we decided to meet up on one of his return trips. He would be passing through Charlestown, which was only 20 minutes from where I lived, so it would be an ideal location for a meeting in public, which is what he wanted. Saturday, the 22nd of April 2006, early afternoon, we finally met. It was over 30 years since I had seen him, and I had no idea how he looked, so I arrived early to make sure I had a good vantage point. I waited outside the local supermarket with a lot of people coming and going about their daily business. I spotted him parking the car. I tracked him as we spoke to each other by mobile phone. We met, shook hands, and I recall thinking, this is the hand that pulled the trigger to kill my sister Kathleen. We went into a local coffee shop where we sat and discussed nothing for a few minutes, skirting around the inevitable. Here I was sitting face to face with not just a real-life murderer, but with one who killed my own sister. I mentioned that I was trying to meet him for 15 months through my cousin, and how he had had a hard time trying to arrange a meeting. I was totally blown away when he said he was never approached. It was a bit of a shock to learn that someone was being disingenuous with me. Lyons first apologised for my sister's death, saying he didn't set out to kill her, and it was a terrible accident. So I wrote the following version of his words as he proceeded to unfold the events of the 14th of November 1973. I stood outside Wee Lorney's shop on the Folly with 3 others. The British Army patrol was just passing by. If, at that moment, they had stopped and looked for ID or searched us, then everything would have been different. I had an Armalite rifle under my coat, the kind where the butt section folded over, which made it smaller, so it was easy to hide. We stood there and watched the last soldier of the foot patrol go around the dogleg corner. Lookouts took up positions at the top and bottom of Lundy's Lane, and I ran across the road and down the steep hill. I then cocked the weapon and walked out from the parked cars and raised the rifle. There were 2 British soldiers standing outside the Christian Brothers school gates. I fired 1 shot, then 3 further shots. I then ran back up Lundy's Lane and down into Bennett Street to a safe house and hid the weapon. The lookouts melted away, and I then casually walked up Bishop Street. Lyons was part of a floating unit from the Brandywell that engaged with the British Army whenever an opportunity arose. He reported to his superiors that he didn't hit any of the soldiers, and was apparently shocked to realise the next day that my sister Kathleen was shot dead. The IRA had at that stage denied the killing. As far as they were concerned, it was the British Army who shot her. His superiors then told Lyons to forget it ever happened and never ever mention it again to anyone. To take his mind off these things, he was to go and plant a bomb in the Diamond area of the city. Lyons was eventually arrested, charged and served 10 years for sending a letter bomb and for possession of an Armalite rifle. These sentences ran concurrently. We spoke some more, and he related to me how he got involved with the film industry, and so on. I told him straight out that my family disapproved of me meeting him, but that they wouldn't stop me. I personally have accepted his apology. Lyons beat the rap, as he called it, that's Kathleen's murder, because the soldiers had said in their statements the shots came from a different direction. He was tried in a diplock court. This is a court with no jury. A judge decided from the evidence what the outcome would be. As the soldiers said the shots came from a different direction, the judge concluded there could have been 2 gunmen. In that case, he was acquitted of the charge, or, as Lyons liked to call it, he beat the rap, even though he admitted it and confessed to it. As far as we were concerned, he got away with murder. You can read the soldiers' testimonies again in the inquest report. Briefly, they said the shots came from Hamilton Ann Street direction. That's a 180-degree change in direction to where Lyons fired the shots. The judge then concluded that as there may have been 2 gunmen, it wasn't conclusive that Lyons fired the fatal shot. So in effect, he did beat the rap, as he called it. Not only that, but there weren't any children blowing whistles or creating a diversion either. It is indeed amazing what the soldiers thought they heard and from where. It makes you wonder about all historic events and how they are reported. Lyons was 16 years old when he shot Kathleen. I got the feeling that, as he didn't aim at Kathleen, then he felt that he didn't really kill her. It was the bullet's fault, and I did not witness any real remorse from him. Perhaps, after so long, one can't show remorse, but I doubt that somehow. We talked some more and then shook hands, and I accept that he didn't set out to murder her. However, it doesn't change anything for us. We still lost our sister. We still mourn her passing, and we will always remember her and talk about her at every opportunity. Well, that was how it all ended, and we finally got the truth. We were the only family that ever received a public apology from the IRA. As I started to get to the finishing stages of my book, I decided I would give Lyons the opportunity to write his own chapter. His words, his choice. I sent an email to the gunman Colin Lyons. It read as follows. I have finished the book on Kathleen, how you shot her dead, the aftermath of your actions on our family, which you never experienced. You personally detailed to me how you stepped out from behind parked cars and fired at 2 British soldiers at the Christian Brothers school gates from the bottom of Lundy's Lane. How the IRA in 2005 first of all admitted it and then apologised for her death. The only outstanding piece still missing is who else was there that night. The Historical Inquiries team couldn't name you as you were underage at the time of her death. They referred to you as Suspect 1. I, on the other hand, have named you as Colin Lyons, and that is throughout the book. I have 2 scenarios for you now to consider. The first scenario is, I am giving you the opportunity to, In your own words, recount what exactly did happen, who was there, where they stood, exact number of shots, as there seems to be confusion as if it was 3 or 4. It would be a unique book if you wrote your own chapter. How did you feel? How has it impacted on your life? Remember, official secrets are released after 25 years, so you could at least give the geographical locations of the others. The second scenario, and you would have to place your trust in me, would require you bringing closure to our family by telling me who was there. What difference would it make? None at all, except we would finally know. So what's in this for you if you did tell me? As I mentioned, you would have to place your trust in me. I would remove your name from the book and give you my word that I will not mention your name or the names of the others. This is purely closure. When I met you, I can't say I saw any real regret. The fact that you told me you wouldn't mention the others' names show me you have absolutely no idea of the impact the devastation you and your comrades has left our family in, even as we approach her 40th anniversary. How you beat the rap, as you called her murder. If we are to wander for the rest of our lives, then so be it. But I am making sure this is your choice. Be named yourself, as I have written in the book, or no names at all. If you are naming them, it has to be in an email. I personally would prefer no further contact or conversations with you. We are not socially compatible. I'm sure you would agree. The book was never enjoyable. I started it in 2003, a quadruple bypass later, and at least some closure. The rest is up to you. As I did say when I texted you for your email address, this email is my final contact with you. So if I don't receive an email within 1 week, the book goes to the publisher as it is. Over to you, Harry. This caused an unprecedented response. First, I received a call from my cousin in Derry, who was calling on behalf of Colin Lyons. He went on to explain I had it all wrong and that Colin Lyons was indeed very remorseful, and I couldn't expect him to give me names of the others present. This was a step too far, and the very fact I wanted to write a book about it and name him should be left in the past. He felt I shouldn't be writing this book at all. He went on to say that Colin Lyons wanted to meet me and explain whatever I wanted to know, but he wouldn't name names. So why do I want names? My sister was murdered almost 40 years ago. Every time I go home to Derry and meet people, it always ends up with some asshole telling me such and such was there that night. He or she was part of that unit that shot your sister. I have listened to this bullshit now for all these years, and if someone would just give me the truth, then that's it, the end. I realised my email, which I spent 2 hours composing, was not saying what I really wanted to get across. Did I have it all wrong? So I sent another email. Colin, just off the phone from my cousin. I have no problem meeting you at any time. If you read the email correctly, you would see I gave you 2 choices. 1, you tell your story. I presume you wouldn't name yourself. I wasn't going to name you if you did this, as it would be your version. And 2, you tell me who was present, as I explained to my cousin. We are still 40 years on being approached by assholes naming this one and that one. Sure, I asked you about my cousin, as I was told he was there, if you remember. And that was only 2 months ago. So the reason I wanted to know was to once and for all stop this hearsay and to finally close it. I was trying to respect your privacy by not corresponding. I can understand your concerns, and I hope you can understand mine. You want to meet up, where and when suits. The sooner the better. Midweek suits me better. Harry. I had just sent the email when he phoned me. He was so overcome with emotion and grief, and he hadn't even seen my second email. I listened to him as he brought me on a journey filled with remorse and grief. He was so shocked at my email and wondered how this just appeared some 6 years after I first met him. He went on to ask me why I didn't say to him I was so angry at that time. I actually didn't feel any anger towards him. It wasn't until writing this book and recalling how we met and what he said to me that I began to see I was writing in anger, but I couldn't feel it. I now realised this is trauma. Strange experience and stranger emotions. I think I was trying to be angry for the rest of my family. We spoke for an hour on the phone, and I would say he must have been emotionally drained after it. I know I certainly was. I couldn't function for the rest of the day, as I had this heaviness over me, and I couldn't shake it off. I accept that I, personally, do not have the right to impose myself on him after all this time. Was I wrong to go about it the way I did? Sending that email was in effect me personally in a dark place, and I know that 40 years ago this man was a young teenager with as much anger in him as I had at 16. However, I got a reaction that became an outpouring of grief, so I am glad I sent it. For the first time in his life, these emotions that have been subdued for such a long time suddenly became unleashed. I never experienced grief in this way. There must have been nearly 40 years of tears. He went on to say it was like carrying a bag with him wherever he went. Every now and then he would have to look inside it. It would never go away, and he couldn't ever get rid of it. It is a comfort to know it really did affect him. He wasn't a psychopathic killer with no remorse. I know his family knows nothing of his past, so is he living a lie? Actually, no. He has avoided and ring-fenced this part of his past. He has no choice now but to stand guard to it 24 hours a day. Nobody goes in and nothing comes out. It will be sidestepped and bypassed every time it appears and rears its head. He'll have to guide it and gently move it out of sight. He'll breathe a sigh of relief when the danger moves on. The skeleton in the closet will rattle its bones now and again, and he'll just have to stand firm at the door. That's the price. That's his cross. He may have beaten the rap for killing my sister, but he is the prisoner, and he is the prison officer, mentally, for the rest of his life. And suddenly I was surrounded by police officers and led away. The questioning began. What happened to me? I told them. Where was I going? I couldn't answer that as I didn't know where I was going. Who was I meeting? I didn't know that either, so I explained about the man who was a Quaker and the Friend magazine. They sent a couple of people to find this man, which they did, and he was able to confirm my story. Eventually, after a long time, the police introduced me to this man, and I was released, and the journey to Belton in Norfolk began. We took several trains and a bus to get there. I don't recall too much of the journey, except the man chatted and pointed to this and that as we travelled to Belton. It was all new to me, and a different experience from the streets of Derry. Will's wife was also a Quaker and a vegetarian. She told me she would cook some bacon for me if I wanted, but I didn't feel that was appropriate. So, for the next couple of weeks, I became a vegetarian. She gave me a couple of days to chill and tend to my minor cuts and bruises, but then I had to work for my keep. There was a wood pile outside and she needed it cut up for the coming winter. I set about building a wooden frame that could hold a log while I cut it. This was simple for me as I had self-taught knowledge on cutting wood. So I began sawing and chopping. She introduced me to a gamekeeper on the local estate who brought me to see the pheasant rearing pens and showed me how to set traps for mink. Mrs. Warren lived next door to the local village policeman I referred to earlier. He constantly referred to me as Paddy. His sons were of similar age to me, and we played football together in their garden until their dad would join us and insist on playing with us. That's when the Paddy name started. Having already experienced being used as a punch bag by the Loyalists, I wasn't prepared to tolerate his verbal abuse and derogatory remarks, so I decided he could play for England some other time. I left and went back to my woodcutting. During my stay, I reflected on what had happened to me and my close encounters with death. I realised that I was very lucky to have escaped with my life twice, and that I was treading a very dangerous path. I therefore made the decision to leave the White Horse Inn and to try and keep myself from engaging with paramilitaries. I was more terrified of causing hurt to my mother than I was fighting with the British Army. I enjoyed my short time in Belton, and I saw simple people who liked living a no-frills Christian life. I came home well mended, and as I had decided to make changes to my life, it was now time to implement them. Things began to happen quickly. both politically and within our local area on the 31st of July 1972, when the British Army launched Operation Motorman. They moved into the no-go areas at dawn. Some 150 vehicles, such as tanks, armoured cars and bulldozers, moved into the Brandywell, Cregan and the Bogside. 26 companies of soldiers swamped the areas. I remember stupidly throwing stones and bottles at armoured cars on Ann Street. The no-go areas were now no more. The whole community became flooded with soldiers, and many tactical locations, fortified army camps, were set up throughout the Brandywell, the Bogside and Cregan. The next day, a British soldier with whom I got to know from frequenting the White Horse Inn, who was dating a girl from Campsie, and she worked with me. She arrived in work that evening and asked me to meet her soldier boyfriend in the lounge. I did, and he told me he had seen me throwing stones at the Saracen armoured car he was sitting in. He could have identified me, but he decided to say nothing. He told me that many photographs were being handed around and certain policemen had pocketed some. He noticed my photograph was taken away, and he advised me to leave work ASAP and not return. I had already handed in my notice anyway. My tenure in the White Horse Inn was now over. My father had an old saying, "If you fly with the crows, you'll get shot." I began to realise that I was flying too close to the crows, the IRA. However, I personally think the likes of Robert and Co. were in collusion with some policeman or security personnel. They all lived beside each other, so I am sure I was targeted for specific reasons, like being a Catholic or engaging with that man from Dungiven, and to me that was probably the most likely reason. It must have been like a red rag to a bull. He definitely put the fear of God into them. I wasn't even aware who the Dungiven man was until some months later. He turned out to have been a leading Republican. I had worked at the White Horse Inn for nearly 3 years. Generally speaking, the job was just like any normal job, and I have highlighted some extraordinary incidences over several years. I will finish with this last point. Despite all of this, it was a nice place to work, and we did have a lot of fun between the scary bits. Essex International, a company who produced wiring assemblies for the motor industry, began recruiting and training people for quality control work. It was located in the old BSR building, Birmingham Sound Reproducers factory, which was located at Blythe Lane. I applied for one of the jobs, had no experience, but was fortunate enough to get a job there. I was for the first time working within my own community, and it was walking distance from my home. So, if nothing else, it felt safer. A silly thing to say, surrounded by more British soldiers throughout the area than anyone ever experienced. I started work on Monday, the 12th of November, 1973. 14th of November. Wednesday, the 14th of November, 1973, began as any normal day for many in Derry. You, the reader, will now realise that what we call normal was in fact life in a militarised zone. I had just finished my 3rd day of my new job in Essex International. We started at 8 a.m. each morning and finished at 5 p.m. It was dark going to work and dark coming from work. Mary, Kathleen and John went to and from school that day as normal. This particular day was the day that Princess Anne got married to Captain Mark Phillips. Shiny buckles, swords and perfectly pressed uniforms, everyone enjoying the day at Westminster Abbey, which I'm sure was just full of pomp and ceremony. Such a fantastic spectacle, I would imagine, for all concerned, and made great world news. It was far removed from the streets of Derry. My sister Mary recalls rushing home from school. She wanted to watch the royal wedding on the news. It was all about the wedding dress. Of course, living in a Republican area, which had a very anti-British feeling, Mary knew she couldn't mention that she wanted to watch the wedding highlights. Such was the time and the narrow-minded thinking of all around us. I include myself in this. After all, every fairy tale story ends with the prince and princess getting married, living happily ever after, and every young girl's dream is being the princess. Well, it was everywhere else, but not in Derry. As Mary watched the news and the royal wedding, Kathleen, who was getting ready to go to the youth club, said to Mary, "What are you doing watching that?" That anti-British feeling even extended into childhood dreams. They arranged to meet in the club later by setting a just-bought brand new alarm clock for 8 p.m. Toying with the new clock, Kathleen popped her head in the door just as the alarm struck, and they had a bit of fun as Kathleen seemed to pop in every time the alarm went off. John, who was then 11, was in his second month at St. Peter's Secondary School in Cregan. On his way home, taking the shortcut through the cemetery, he started thinking about how much a headstone would cost. Little did he realise he was about to find out sooner than he thought. John's daily routine was getting his homework done, getting something to eat, then into the youth club, which was in Wolfetone Hall. Mary went to meet her friend Patricia Carton. Patricia helped out at her Uncle Tommy's fish and chip shop, but Mary had to wait next door in Patricia's granny's until she finished her shift. This was where I got my nightly fish supper during the no-go era. Kathleen was standing at the corner of the Brandywell Avenue and Lecky Road. She was waiting to go to the youth club when she saw one of her friends, Christine Little. They acknowledged each other and talked about meeting later. Kathleen began crossing the road to Christine. Danny opened the youth club for the older teenagers in the Lourdes Hall, as he normally did each evening. The youth clubs were the only distraction for the young people of the area, and everyone socialised there. There was an indoor football, pool, even gymnastics. It had a tuck shop that sold some sweets, cups of tea and soft drinks. It was a place to go, and it catered for all ages. A British Army foot and mobile patrol was coming through the area. So the following recounts where the family members were just before the shooting. John was in the Wolfetone Hall. Mary was watching TV in McCann's. My mother was at bingo in the Derry City Club. My father was at home. I was talking with Patsy Gallagher in his home. Danny was in the Lourdes Hall. Kathleen was crossing the road to her friend. The Army foot patrols were on Bluebell Gardens and on the Lecky Road, Brandywell Road junctions. The mobile APC, Armoured Personnel Carrier, was outside the Christian Brothers School gate, with more soldiers present. There were 17 soldiers in total moving across the area. Kathleen had just crossed the road to Christine outside Lizzie's shop. They were talking as she and her friend opened the shop door and were about to walk in. Kathleen was on the footpath right behind Christine just outside the shop. The above now sets the scene just before the shots were fired. What happened in the next split second changed all of our lives forever. The following sequence of events all happened almost simultaneously. There was a burst of gunfire. Kathleen fell and lay outside the shop. British soldiers went into crouched positions, cocked their rifles and started looking for a sniper. Danny heard the shots and someone ran into the youth club and told Danny someone was lying on the ground outside the shop. He ran over and was one of the first at the scene. He at first thought someone fainted, but as he turned her over, he was shocked to discover it was his sister Kathleen, and blood was coming from the back of her head. Can you imagine the horror and shock of turning over a body to discover it was your sister? John was in the Wolfetone Hall. He was a junior in the club and noticed a senior running in, Ned Divan, and going straight to the club leader, Peter McGowan. Both of them looked directly at John. The club leader shouted to everyone to stay inside, and someone shouted, "There is someone shot up the front street." So everyone ran out. John pushed his way through the gathered crowd and saw Kathleen's feet and legs. He realised she was wearing his shoes, as they would swap from time to time. John, who was only 11, ran into the house in shock and was very upset. Mary, Tommy McCann came into the room and said, "There is something wrong over at Lizzie's." They all ran outside to see what the commotion was, and Mary went to see, like everyone else, what had happened. A cousin of ours, Paddy Nolan, stopped and pushed Mary away and told her friends to keep her away. Mary had no idea at that time that Kathleen had been shot. Harry. Magella ran into the house and cupped her hands around Patsy's ear. He turned and looked at me with a look of terror, even as she whispered. He leaped up and they both ran out the door. I sat there, puzzled, but questioning, why? His mother, father, someone sick. I knew something wasn't right. Little did I realise how this would impact on me. Patsy came back into the room and said, "Harry, you had better get over the street. Your Kathleen has been shot." I ran out, and a huge crowd was gathered outside Wee Lizzie's. People were being drawn to the crowd from all over the area. I ran into the pack and started pushing my way through the gathering. A soldier confronted me as I pushed through. He tried to keep me back, but I grabbed him and literally pushed him out of my way, and I hurried towards where Kathleen lay. I could not hear the soldier shouting to me to stop. He was about to raise his rifle to me, and I believe people jumped in front of him shouting I was her brother. I knelt down beside my brother Danny. My father was behind me saying, "Kathleen, get up off your clothes." I don't think he really realised at that stage what had happened. I could see blood trickling down Kathleen's neck and from her ear. She was unconscious, and I would say in a peaceful state. I felt I had arrived before my brain, as it suddenly kicked in and I heard the roaring and shouting, pushing and shoving. A first aider arrived. A soldier handed me a field dressing and we tried to work with her. Ambulances started to arrive. A 6-wheel Saladin armoured personnel carrier with a big red cross on the side pulled up right behind the Order of Malta ambulance. And people started getting very animated and some shouted, "She is not going in the army ambulance." Danny let them all know she would be going into the first ambulance that was ready to take her. Kathleen was stretchered to the Order of Malta ambulance straight away, and Danny, the first aider, and the ambulance crew accompanied her in the ambulance. They told Danny to keep talking to her. Danny held Kathleen's hand and repeatedly said to her, "Kathleen, if you can hear me, squeeze my hand." He kept repeating this over and over. Danny told me afterwards that journey to the hospital was just so long and seemed never ending. All the while he persisted in talking to her, and at one stage he felt the faint squeeze of her hand in his. Kathleen passed away before they reached the hospital. Doctors worked frantically on her upon her arrival in the accident and emergency to try and bring her back, but it wasn't to be, and all was lost. One doctor banged his fist off the wall saying, "What a waste of a young life." I asked a local woman, Bridie Doherty, who had a car, if she would bring me to the Derry City Club to tell my mother. My brother John also remembers this happening, so John must have been in the car too. When we arrived, we went straight to the doorman and explained we needed an announcement read out. My mother came down the stairs, and I told her that Kathleen had been shot, but she was still alive and on the way to the hospital. At this point, we thought it was the British Army who shot Kathleen. Rioting broke out on the streets of the Brandywell. The army began withdrawing from the area as the crowd began to swell. The news filtered through that Kathleen had died. Everyone in the area was in deep shock. I was given the task to go and tell our relations around the city, so my friends Patsy Gallagher and Sean McDermott drove me to all our relations' houses. My cousin Aidan Feeney remembers me calling to his home and breaking the bad news to his mother Peggy. Very few homes had phones at that time, so news was communicated by personal contact. Danny had a phone, as he was a counsellor for the SDLP, and Danny's wife Monica called the ambulance for Kathleen from their home. We drove in Sean's beige-coloured Volkswagen Beetle to my mother's sisters, my aunts, in Cregan Heights and Rosemount. I don't recall too much of the conversation as we journeyed between my relations' houses. We continued on to all my father's relations too, and anyone else associated with our family. By that time, the word had spread like wildfire and had reached most of the city. Danny, Mary, John and I, from this point on, have only sporadic memories from that moment on. Time had now stood still. Some of the following photos were taken the day after Kathleen's death. For some unknown reason, I had the presence of mind to ask a local man to take photos of the scene and where I felt the shots had come from. The next day, Thursday 15th of November, the IRA shot 3 British soldiers at Butcher Gate in direct retaliation for the shooting of Kathleen Feeney. None of them died, but they were badly injured. Our family was not interested in reprisals, nor would we have liked anyone dying in the name of our sister. Her own death was enough. There was high tension on the streets, and rioting again started in and around the Brandywell. A post-mortem was carried out on Kathleen. The most shocking news for all of us was that the type of bullet was from an Armalite rifle, the type used by the IRA. That evening the family went to Altnagelvin Hospital and to the morgue to accompany the hearse and Kathleen back to the Brandywell. Kathleen's body was brought to our home, and I do distinctly remember being afraid that her body would fall out of the coffin as they had to stand it upright to make the turn at the top of the stairs. Kathleen was waked in an upstairs bedroom. My aunts and uncles arrived, as did the neighbours, all to help out and prepare the house for the many hundreds of people who would come and pay their respects. Several thousand people came from all over the country to offer their condolences and attend the funeral. My mother received lots of letters of sympathy from Catholics, Protestants, policemen, soldiers' wives who lost their husbands. The IRA even approached my brother Danny with an open cheque to pay for the funeral and whatever else, but he had the foresight to refuse it. I have some memories of the wake. I remember looking down at Kathleen in the coffin. She had a bruise on her face where she fell. Her hands were clasped and rosary beads were placed over them, and the coffin was surrounded by mass cards. I don't recall too much else about the wake, but I do remember my old boss Bernard O'Kane coming to pay his respects. I thought that was a nice gesture. Mary remembers our cousin and another youth, who was later identified as the gunman, coming down our stairs after seeing Kathleen laid out in the coffin. Of course, at that time, we had no idea he fired the fatal shot. I can recall carrying the coffin with Danny, both of us at the back, and my father and his brother John at the front. The church was packed and local priests concelebrated the Mass, led by Bishop Neil Farron. St. Cecilia's School brought every single one of the pupils to the church. They sang Morning Has Broken and Amazing Grace. For many years I had to turn the radio off every time I heard either of these songs, as they reminded me of that day and the heartbreak. Kathleen's friends from the youth club and the area walked each side of the hearse, carrying wreaths of flowers all the way to the grave. Local people lined the route, and there was a definite air of tension. There was TV people and newspaper photographers who captured the sombre mood of the people. Kathleen's death devastated our family, and it changed each of our lives forever. Danny, John, Mary and I all experienced post-traumatic stress syndrome. It would be safe to say we all had it, but we never realised what it was. I became acutely aware of how it manifested itself, but again didn't realise what it was. The inquest. The inquest date was Tuesday, 20th of August, some 10 months after Kathleen's death. The deputy coroner, Mr. McCluskey, and 8 jurors, all male, returned an open verdict with death due to a gunshot wound to the head. The actual wording is recorded at the back end of this chapter from official documents. The inquest had the autopsy report and depositions from the following. Christine Little, who was beside Kathleen when she was shot. Danny, my brother, who was first on the scene. Detective Inspector Robert Ruddell, who carried out an investigation at that time. His deposition also includes a map of the area and where Kathleen was standing when she was shot, where the soldiers were positioned, and the armoured personnel carrier. 2 of the 17 soldiers on patrol that evening gave statements. Corporal Robert Barry and 2nd Lieutenant Michael Westover Jenkins, both from B Company, 1st Battalion of the Duke of Wellington Regiment. Deposition of Christine Little. I live at 45 Southend Park, Londonderry. I remember 14th of November 1973. I came out of my house about 8 p.m. or so and went to McBride's shop on the corner of Quarry Street and Lecky Road. I bought something in the shop and went to 5 Quarry Street to see Kathleen Feeney. She wasn't at home, and I walked down Quarry Street on the centre of the road. When I reached the junction with Lecky Road, I saw Kathleen on the footpath opposite. I called her over and she crossed over towards McBride's shop. I didn't notice if the street lights in Brandywell Avenue went off. Just as Kathleen stepped onto the footpath, I heard a shot. It didn't seem to be close. I walked into McBride's shop and Kathleen fell on the footpath. I thought it funny the way she fell so suddenly, but then I thought she fainted. In a few seconds I went out again and saw Kathleen still lying. I spoke to her and she seemed to be unconscious. I then ran into the shop and the woman in the shop went out and looked at Kathleen. A crowd gathered and I heard someone say she had been hit by a blank bullet. The ambulance came afterwards and took her away. Just before Kathleen was hit, a Saracen vehicle passed going towards Ann Street. This was just as Kathleen had crossed over and was on my side of the street. I didn't see who fired the shot or where it came from. Nota bene. For a Catholic to say Londonderry is certainly not normal. Generally, a Catholic or nationalist would say Derry, so take it that these documents would have been typed by an RUC police officer of the day, who was presumably a Protestant. Deposition of Corporal Robert Barry Peat of Burma Company, 1st Battalion, Duke of Wellington Regiment. I am a corporal in 1 DWR, at present serving with Burma Company at Newbridge Tack, Lochfoyle Road, Londonderry. On the 14th of November 1973, at about 2010 hours, I was in charge of a 2nd Section 4th Platoon of my company, on foot patrol in the Brandywell area. At 20:30 hours, I was positioned at the side of the Brandywell Inn, Lecky Road, Londonderry, facing the junctions of Hamilton and Ann Streets. Behind me was Private Glynn, opposite me was Privates Beecroft and Wilkinson, near 206 Lecky Road. To the rear of our position, and parked near the junction of Donegal Place and Lecky Road, was a MOD, a Humber 1-ton vehicle, Pig, with 2nd Lieutenant Jenkins and 4 men. At this time I heard 3 whistle blasts, which sounded like a police whistle, and came from about 20 young children who were playing about 60 to 70 yards from me at the junction of Brandywell Avenue and Lecky Road. Immediately these blasts were sounded, the children en masse started running in all directions away from Lecky Road. This reaction of children warned me that something was about to take place, and I instinctively reported this by radio to my ops room. Within a few seconds I heard firstly 1 LV shot, followed a split second later by 3 further LV shots in rapid succession, which I would say was not automatic fire. My immediate thought was that these shots came from the direction I am facing, Hamilton and Ann Street Junction. These shots sounded as if they were fired at a distance of about 100 yards from me. I would add that the street lights in Brandywell Avenue went out between the whistle blasts and the shots. I took cover during the shooting by 210 Lecky Road. I saw people come out onto the street from Lourdes Hall and was joined by other people from houses in the vicinity. They congregated outside the shop at 249 Lecky Road, and I grouped my section together and we went to the crowd to investigate. With my men, I cleared this crowd back and saw Mr. Danny Feeney, who was well known to me, bending over the figure of a girl. She was lying on her back with her head facing the Hamilton-Ann Street junction. I saw blood on her mouth and neck. I spoke to Danny Feeney, who told me the girl was his sister. I left him, got away from the crowd, and called my radio for an ambulance. No one under my command fired any shots during the incident. All my men had rifles of 7.62 caliber. Deposition of 2nd Lieutenant Michael Trevor Westover Jenkins of B Company, 1st Battalion, Duke of Wellington Regiment. I am a 2nd Lieutenant in the above regiment, presently serving in Londonderry. On the 14th of November 1973, I was in charge of 3 foot patrols and 1 mobile patrol operating in the Brandywell area. At about 8:25, the vehicle in which we were travelling stopped on the Lecky Road opposite the entrance to St. Colum's College. One of the foot patrols was moving up the Lecky Road in front of the Pig, and the other 2 were in Bluebell Hill Gardens. I was sitting in the front passenger seat looking up the Lecky Road. I could see a number of civilians were moving about. There were about 12, and they seemed to be running. Suddenly, a single high-velocity shot rang out. There was a slight pause, and then another 3 followed in quick succession. I jumped out of the vehicle and automatically looked up towards Stanley's Walk where I think the shots came from. At this point, I got a radio message from Corporal Pete to move up the Lecky Road as someone had been hurt. After about a minute or so, I jumped back into the pig and we carried on. I wasn't sure at which place the person had been hurt, so we did a bit of a detour down Brandywell Road and up Brandywell Avenue. Whilst doing this, I got a radio message from Corporal Pete to come to Quarry Street as someone had been shot. This I did. At Quarry Street, a large crowd was moving about. I got out of the pig and saw a girl lying on the pavement opposite the shop on the Quarry Street. I saw Danny Feeney leaning over the girl, and he told me that she was his sister. I stayed there with my men, but the crowd wouldn't let anyone near the girl. We gave out a field dressing to a young man who was going to administer first aid. After about 5 minutes, an ambulance arrived and removed the injured person. By this time, the crowd had grown considerably, so I decided that it was time to leave the area. No one in my armoured vehicle fired any shots in return at the gunman. All soldiers under my command were carrying self-loading rifles, but not of the Armalite make or calibre. The next deposition was from my brother Danny. Deposition of Danny Feeney. I live at 279 Lecky Road, Londonderry, with my wife. My parents and my brothers and sisters live at 3 Quarry Street, Londonderry. I remember the 14th of November 1973. I was in the Lady of Lourdes Hall, Lecky Road, about 8:15, when I heard 2 or 3 shots and some young people ran into the hall for cover. I heard someone shout there was a girl shot. I went outside and saw some people standing outside McBride's shop near the Lecky Road. I went over and saw a girl lying on the curb outside the shop. I turned the girl over and realised it was my sister Kathleen Margaret Feeney. There was blood on her neck and she was unconscious. Somebody went to my home and an ambulance was summoned by my wife. It arrived shortly afterwards and I went into the hospital in it with my sister. I was then told she was dead. I saw a Detective Constable McMullen and identified the body to him as that of my sister Kathleen Margaret Feeney. Her date of birth was the 22nd of January 1959 and she was a student at St. Cecilia School in Cregan. Her next of kin would have been my father Henry Feeney of 3 Quarry Street. I had last seen Kathleen Margaret alive about 5:30 on the 14th of November 1973. My sister was born in Altnagelvin Hospital, Londonderry. Next, there was a statement from the police officer who was present when Danny arrived at the hospital. Deposition from Detective Constable William McMullen. I am a Detective Constable of the RUC stationed at Londonderry. At 9:05 on the 14th of November 1973, I was at Altnagelvin Hospital, where Mr. Daniel Feeney identified to me the body of his sister Kathleen Margaret Feeney, 3 Quarry Street, Londonderry. On the 15th of November 1973, I identified the body to Dr. John Press, Assistant State Pathologist. The next statement was made from a crime scene officer from Belfast. Deposition from Constable George Logan. I am a Scenes of Crime officer stationed at RUC Headquarters, Belfast. At 10:30 on the 15th of November 1973, at the request of Detective Inspector Ruddle, I visited the scene at the junction of Quarry Street and Lecky Road, accompanied by Constable Johnston, Photography Branch. There was nothing at the scene to indicate that this shooting had taken place the previous evening, and there was conflicting evidence of type of shooting and direction from which the shots had been fired. No firing point could be located. At 12:15 p.m. on the same date, I was present at the mortuary at Altnagelvin Hospital when Dr. Press, the Assistant State Pathologist, performed a post-mortem examination on a young girl identified to me as Kathleen Feeney. This examination concluded at 1:30 p.m. when I received from Dr. Press 3 portions of bullet removed from the skull. These I later forwarded to the Department of Industrial and Forensic Science Laboratory for examination and future comparison. A map of the area is included in his deposition, showing the locations of the foot patrols, the armoured pig, and the spot where Kathleen was shot. The coroner's report was uncovering a lot of testimony and fact that otherwise would have been forgotten in the course of time, such as the copper-jacketed bullet fired from a .223 caliber rifle, Armalite, as described in the forensic report. Finally, a statement from the investigating high-ranking officer. Deposition from Detective Inspector Robert George Ruddle. I am a Detective Inspector of the RUC stationed at Victoria RUC Station, Londonderry. I carried out investigations into the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney, 5 Quarry Street, Londonderry. Despite extensive inquiries, no one has been made amenable for firing the fatal shot or in any other connection. I have prepared a location map of the area based on the Ordnance Survey map and attach a copy to my deposition. To conclude, the inquest stated the following. On an inquest for our Sovereign Lady the Queen at Courthouse Londonderry in the County Borough of Londonderry on the Tuesday the 20th of August 1974, before me, B. W. McCluskey, Deputy Coroner for the District of County and City Borough of Londonderry, and the under-mentioned jurors. There were 8 jurors, all men. Cause of death. Laceration of brain and cerebellum due to gunshot wound of head. Date, time and place of death. 14th of November 1973, junction of Quarry Street and Lecky Road, Londonderry. Verdict of the jury. Conclusion of the coroner as to cause of death. Due to laceration of the brain and cerebellum due to gunshot wound of head. Open verdict. The aftermath. After Kathleen's death, I seemed to limp from one job to the next. I personally experienced a great sense of loss. I used to put out a place setting too many at the table, or expect Kathleen to walk in the door behind Mary, as they were always together. I just couldn't seem to grasp or understand that she wasn't coming back. I realised today that we were all traumatised. The loss of Kathleen and the trauma associated with it presented itself through me personally in many ways. Anger, sadness, and sitting staring for no reason. I had a short fuse at the best of times, but it was now getting shorter. I didn't suffer fools gladly, and I found my tolerance of others very limited. I was very immature, and it was showing through in poor self-worth. My communication skills, especially with my peers, was stunted. I couldn't string a sentence together, never mind have a conversation. I became agitated at the slightest thing, and I started getting flashbacks to the night Kathleen was shot. Anything emotional affected me. As I mentioned earlier, I couldn't listen to any of the 2 songs played at Kathleen's funeral mass. I would turn off the TV or radio. If I was in company, I left the room. Time does heal all, eventually, albeit some 40 years on. I am somewhat more subdued these days. This book has turned out to be a personal journey for me through that era, a healing process for me through forgiveness. It has certainly become a learning process and one of discovery. In 1974, I decided to learn how to drive, and I got my first car, a 1968 maroon-coloured Morris Oxford. I can still remember the registration plate, JWL 254F. It became a new lease of life for us. I deliberately am saying us, as it attracted many new friends, not because I was wonderful company. No, it was because I had a set of wheels. A reserved sign from a table in a Chinese restaurant also added to my newfound change of life. I can vaguely recall now how I acquired it. But after discovering it in one of my pockets, I threw it on the dashboard of the car. I was sitting at traffic lights one day, minding my own business and waiting for the lights to change. Suddenly the back passenger door opened and a lady with shopping sat in and said, "Chantala, thanks." Then she began rummaging through her bags. I immediately realised she thought I was a taxi. So off I set and she directed me to her home. She asked, "What do I owe you?" And I said, "Whatever you normally pay." So I earned my first fare in the taxi business. I then decided this could be the outlet I need, so I joined the taxi rank and file. I started earning some money and I was enjoying this new job. The dispatcher in the office of the taxi company was always looking for a free trip after work to the border hotel Greenon of Iloch. When I say after work, I am talking 1 or 2 a.m. The hotel was a low-budget hotel, badly run down, and it was more of a late-night drinking place than anything else. I was the free ticket there and back. For my trouble, I was given selected fares, that is, good earners. These raised my income considerably. I was also given some other interesting fares, such as picking up rolls of carpet and bringing them to various places. After a while, I realised these rolls of carpet were not for adornment, but had a more sinister role, as they concealed weapons, such as rifles. If I was stopped at a checkpoint, I would have ended up in jail. So I told him no more carpet jobs. Our family name would have been well regarded, and the police and the army knew my brother Danny well, so our name at a checkpoint would nearly guarantee me a wave on. Besides, I still knew a few policemen from my White Horse Inn days. The dispatcher started giving me specific fares bringing people to various locations in Donegal. I now know they were training camps for the IRA. Bloody Sunday, as I mentioned earlier, was the biggest recruitment drive that a British army ever did for republicanism. Nobody actually told me who they were, but bringing people to the middle of nowhere with no luggage in darkness would not be regarded as normal. Not just once, but on a few occasions and to various locations. Funny, I never did a return journey. The point I'm making is, I was a hand-picked driver for certain journeys, and they were all clandestine in one way or another. The car was beginning to give me trouble due to my high mileage, and it needed another engine. There was a new bakery van that was hijacked and burnt out on a barricade in Chantallo. Jerry Brown, a friend of mine, and I went to the van and removed the engine. It had 27 miles on the clock. Jerry and I, over several days, exchanged the car engines. This new engine had to be run in. Something like 250 miles had to be on the clock before you could really open up the speed. I knew I could knock up this mileage very quickly. Unfortunately, other things mechanical began to go wrong with the car, and the brakes especially were a problem, so a quick sale and I was in the market for something more reliable. I went to a garage in Spencer Road, which is in the waterside area of Derry. I was there looking at cars, and one in particular, a Renault 16TL in white. I was thinking taxi and or wedding car. It dawned on me I just couldn't afford this. I was about to walk away when a salesman approached me, and as we spoke he began to explain how I could afford the car. It was something like this. The car price was £1,800 with a down payment of £600, leaving a balance of £1,200, which I could get on hire purchase. I then explained I only had £300, the price I got for my old car, and I needed that for insurance. So he made an adjustment, and I could now take the car with no down payment. By putting the car price at £2,400, I could get the car with no deposit. So, in other words, he faked that I had paid £600 deposit and that the car price was higher, so the finance company would end up financing the full car price. Totally illegal, I'm sure, but I didn't care anyway, as I was getting a car. So off I went and came back 2 days later to a car financed. I then noticed it hadn't much fuel, so the car salesman gave me £5 to get petrol. So I went to the petrol station, bought £3 worth of petrol and a packet of cigarettes. I got the car insured through a good friend. I was back in business. This newer car gave me speed and comfort, which I hadn't before. It was very nice to drive, and I began working more hours to try and pay off my bills. Easter Sunday is a big date in the Republican calendar. There would be commemorative parades and marches all over the country. It had been arranged that I was to pick up some people in Ballybuffet. Little did I know that it was a colour party after the parade in Ballybuffet at the Isaac Butt Hall. A colour party is a flag-bearing group carrying tricolours, starry ploughs and other Republican flags. So I set off in my new car, but as I approached the town of Stranlaw, I was going too fast to take the bend. My new car began going sideways, the tyres screeching, and I knew I had lost it. The car started to turn in the opposite direction. At that point, I can recall seeing tree branches coming straight for me. I closed my eyes and gripped the steering wheel. The car rolled over and over and over. I said to myself, I hope it's quick, meaning that I'll feel no pain and just die. I had no seatbelt on, and the car ended up bonnet onto the ground and the rest of it directly straight up against a telegraph pole. Suddenly everything stopped. There was silence. I recall opening my eyes. I couldn't make out where I was in the car. Everything was upside down, and I was alive. I felt no pain. After that, everything seemed to get blurry. I could hear voices and people saying, "He hit the pothole. Jesus, he must be dead." I don't know how long I was there, but I must have drifted in and out of consciousness. I could just make out a distant siren amidst the commotion outside. Everyone was so kind. I can vaguely remember going in the ambulance and being brought to Letterkenny Hospital. I don't recall any of the A&E. I woke up in a hospital ward with a stranger sitting on a chair at the bottom of my bed. "How are you feeling?" he inquired. "I am from the Letterkenny Common, and I was told to sit there and mind you. If you need anything, I'll get it." I again recalled my father's words. "If you fly with the crows, you will get shot." I was being minded and looked after by the IRA, recognising me as one of their own. Meanwhile, the Gardaí must have contacted the RUC in Derry. 2 RUC Land Rovers arrived at my home in Rosemount. They told my family I'd been in a car crash, and to gather the family together and to prepare for the worst. My mother, my Aunt Eileen and Margaret, Danny and his wife Monica, Mary, John, arrived at the hospital. I was sitting up in bed reading a newspaper when they walked in. My minder just stood up, gave a wave without saying anything, and left the room, and nobody noticed. I had a couple of bruises, but other than that, I had no injuries. I was indeed a lucky man for the 3rd time in my life. I recovered very fast and decided the way things were going, my future wasn't looking very bright. I was heading for lots of trouble, either ending up in prison or dead. I needed to make some new decisions. While I was recovering, I went to my dispatcher, as I was owed some money. He sent me to meet the IRA's accountant. He paid me and told me not to worry about the car. "We will sort out another," he said. That was the straw, the final straw. So that very day, I decided to thumb a lift away from Derry. I stood at the Strabane Old Road, stuck my thumb out, a car stopped, and I asked him, "Where are you going?" He said, "Dublin." I said, "That's great." And I haven't lived in Derry since. I do, however, go back regularly to meet my friends and family. 30 years later, 2003. Originally, the following notes were the start of my journey. I was encouraged to add a few of the previous chapters to give you a feel of how things were at that time and how things were working out. As I alluded to in the book introduction, our family from time to time heard anecdotal stories of how Kathleen, my sister, died. It would be mentioned by all sorts of people, the where, the how, and the when it happened, who was present and who killed her. This went on for years and years to us, her family, or to each of us individually. All these people had an opinion on how she died, and you had to listen to it whether you wanted to or not. However, our family never spoke of her death to each other. It was always tactfully avoided. As time passed, we had enough information to know for definite who Kathleen's killer was. He was a 16-year-old boy from near the area. He was part of the IRA unit from the Brandywell, and he knew Kathleen and apparently was at her wake. Yet the IRA still denied they were responsible. I have a moral right, and am quite entitled to name this individual. His family has no idea of his past, and as an act of charity, I will not name him in this book, but I will refer to him as Colin Lyons, who was the gunman who shot and killed my sister. The only time Kathleen's death was mentioned within the family was when it came to her anniversary each year, and it was time to put the memorial in the local newspaper, the Derry Journal. This was my mother's pain, reminding everyone in Derry that our family will always be affected and afflicted by those who thrived on someone else's sacrifice. That's why it lasted over 40 years, and as long as it can remain someone else's sacrifice, then there is no reason why it can't continue for another 40 years. On Kathleen's 30th anniversary, 2003, of her death, I decided to come to Derry from my home in Mayo to meet my sister Mary for 10 o'clock Mass in the Long Tower Church. My mother had passed away some 3 years earlier, and I felt we needed to mark this landmark occasion. I was a fairly spiritual person, and I didn't normally attend Mass, but I wanted to travel to Derry to go to Mass on this occasion and then visit the grave. Mary had to work unexpectedly and found it difficult to get away, so I decided to go on myself, and I would meet up with her later. I met a man in the church that morning. He said, "I'll never forget the night Kathleen died as long as I live." He too was there to respect her memory. It was a nice gesture, as I thought that only our close relatives would remember the anniversary. As a family, it was a rare event that we would all be together other than funerals of friends or relations. However, we decided to get together and have a more social evening as opposed to meeting up again at the next funeral. This meeting proved to be the catalyst for the sequence of events that followed. When I met my sister and my two brothers, the first time the four of us had been together in 30 years, we began to talk about the night Kathleen was shot dead. We all ended up upset, of course, but the strangest thing of all was we all had different versions of what happened the night Kathleen died. We couldn't agree on where the shots were fired from, how many guns were involved. Was Kathleen going into the shop or coming out? Who was she with, etc. Thus, I decided that I would find out once and for all what did happen that night, who was there and who was responsible. The one person who could tell me what happened that night was the person who fired the shots. Even those dogs in the street I mentioned earlier still knew who fired the shots. But it was never admitted to. On the contrary, Kathleen's death was still being blamed on the British Army. Finding the gunman was relatively easy, and I mean that literally, as my first cousin shared the same cell with the gunman Colin Lyons in what was known originally as Long Kesh, later to become the H blocks. I have little knowledge of what they discussed during their incarceration. I would presume, being locked up together for 10 years, the topics would be wide and varied. I am sure the subject of my sister would have got a mention now and then, as they shared the cell, but they also had another common bond. They were both involved with the Provisional IRA. Through my sister Mary, I made contact with my cousin in Derry. It was 30 years on, and we had all grown up from the 1970s angry teenagers to 2003 adults with families. I told him that I wanted to make contact with Colin Lyons to find out what really did happen that night on the 14th of November 1973. There followed a lot of phone calls over a 15-month period, and in fairness to my cousin, he was the first contact, the instigator. Though even he couldn't seem to break this deadlock. We were getting nowhere. My cousin would tell me, yes, he's going to meet you. Then it would be cancelled, then it was on again, only to be postponed again, and so on. It was obvious, according to him, he was getting the runaround. It slowly dawned on me that I would have to take a different route to get to speak with Colin Lyons. After a few discussions with my brothers and sister, it was decided to go for a new route and a more indirect approach. Quietly and locally, a few people knew it was the IRA who were responsible for Kathleen's death, but it was never admitted to. It was all nods and winks and the hushed finger over the lips. As I alluded to in an earlier chapter, the IRA even retaliated for her killing by shooting British soldiers at the aptly named Butcher Gate at a military checkpoint, supposedly to deflect suspicion from them the day after her death. They even put a public statement in the Derry Journal to tell the world why these soldiers were shot. The IRA statement read, "The Derry Brigade of the Provisional IRA denies completely that any of our units was involved in any way with the shooting of Kathleen Feeney in the Brandywell last night. The people of the area will know it is absolutely impossible to fire from the junction of Stanley's Walk to Quarry Street, particularly as Lecky Road bends halfway along. The British Army has been known on previous occasions to use weapons which were lifted in raids on Republican homes. Photographs have been printed in the press of soldiers using Armalite rifles in the Ardoyne. Last night's shooting was an attempt by the British Army to stir up anti-Republican feeling in the area. The people of Derry are aware that we have admitted responsibility for our actions, even at times when mistakes were made by us and civilians injured. We say categorically now that the shooting of young Kathleen Feeney was the work of the British Army and not the Republican movement. We would like to extend our deepest sympathy to Mr. and Mrs. Feeney and all the relatives. The IRA statement added that an active service unit yesterday afternoon carried out an attack on the British Army checkpoint at Butcher Gate at approximately 2:50 p.m. Our intelligence reports are that one soldier was killed, one seriously injured and one injured in the arm. The statement added, "This action was carried out in direct retaliation for the killing of Kathleen Feeney by the British forces." Earlier this week we issued a warning that civilian collaborators with the British Army would be severely dealt with. The shooting in the Brandywell on Wednesday night will hasten our plans to carry this warning to its conclusion. In a statement last night, the 1st Battalion Óglaigh na hÉireann said that they immediately conducted an inquiry into the shooting. They denied that the IRA was responsible and said the only shooting in the area at the time was from one of the 2 Saracen armoured cars which were in the immediate vicinity. They said that none of their active service units were on duty at the time. The above is an extract from the Derry Journal, Friday morning, 16th of November 1973. It is true, one cannot fire a shot from the corner of Stanley's Walk to the Brandywell corner, but that's assuming the gunman was at Stanley's Walk. Because I was dealing with a death that had taken place so long ago, it was difficult to recall exactly what actually happened. The whole area where it took place had changed beyond recognition. How do you go about researching a death that happened over 30 years ago? Who would recall the death? Was it documented? Was there one gunman or 2 gunmen involved that night? How many shots were fired? So many unanswered questions, and the more I looked, the more questions arose requiring answers. The Brandywell area in the Bogside was, in 1973, a very close-knit community. Everyone knew each other, so finding someone was not difficult, as proved to be the case 30 years on. My good friend Willie Gallagher happened to be married to a girl who turned out to be the sister of the young girl who was talking to Kathleen when she was shot. This death could have so easily been her death. Her name is Christine Little, and I asked Willie to make an inquiry to see if Christine would meet me. I thought this must have been a nightmare for her too, and it was possibly too sad a memory to start dragging up again a lifetime after the event, but thankfully she didn't mind. I told her I was doing some research on Kathleen's death, and that I was hoping to document what happened that night and to put history straight. History had to be changed and the truth told. I had always thought that Kathleen was coming out of the shop, Wee Lizzie's as it was known, and to my surprise Christine explained that she was actually across the road and not in the shop at all. She remembered that a Saracen armoured car had just driven past and was about 50 yards away when Kathleen began to cross the road to meet Christine outside the shop. They were discussing if they would meet up later to go to the youth club when the shots rang out as Christine was entering the shop. Christine, not registering that her friend had just fallen, looked around to speak to Kathleen and realised she wasn't directly behind her but lying on the footpath just outside the shop. Her immediate thought was that she had just fainted. People started to come to her aid and the realisation soon kicked in that she was shot. Christine Little did a very brave thing and went to speak with the RUC to tell them what happened. In 1973, talking to the police, especially if you were from the Brandywell, was not a good idea. As you can read from the Provost statement, any collaboration would be severely dealt with. She made a statement at that time that was recorded for the inquest. You have to remember that in 1973 there were no computers, no Facebook, Twitter or mobile phones. In fact, there were only a few landline telephones in the area. Many events weren't even documented. If they were documented, there was a strong possibility that the investigating police officer keeping the notes did not return to the station, as many of them didn't. A lot of the files would never have been opened or recorded. Many cases were never investigated, never mind solved. I knew Kathleen had a file because of the inquest into her death, and I wanted to see if I could access it. I knew that Christine had made a statement. I also knew that, as the military were involved, that records had to be kept somewhere. With present-day technology, I emailed the PSNI under the Freedom of Information Act to get access to any files relating to Kathleen's death. I also took a belt and braces route just in case the police didn't help. I contacted Dennis Bradley, who was the vice chairman of the PSNI, Police Service Northern Ireland, formerly the RUC. Dennis was an old family friend from way back. He was also a former priest, and was the priest I spoke to on the day of Bloody Sunday. I met Dennis at his home, and we reminisced on old times, as I hadn't met him for over 30 years. I then started to explain about what I was doing and to see if I could be given access to any files available. He said he would see if he could help. I received a phone call about a week later from a police officer that had been assigned to look for files relating to Kathleen's death, and that he would be in touch in due course. While this was in progress, the family got together again, and we began to realise that after all these years we still had an open wound, and the more we talked, the more evident it became. Something had to happen to allow us to begin a healing process. I also discovered that my sister Mary had written to Gerry Adams in response to a statement he made on television a few weeks earlier. He had been demanding that the British government should release information regarding how many IRA members had been killed by the British Army. His statement turned out to be a double-edged sword for him, as it was exactly what we needed too, but from the IRA. The following is Mary's letter requesting information on our sister's death. Dear Mr. Adams, Mr. McGuinness, I read in the papers that the dinner you were at was for the families whose grief and sacrifice to celebrate the IRA dead. I find it increasingly difficult each day as this peace process goes on. You say you do not intend to hurt anyone by this, or they may be offended by these actions. My sister was shot dead on November the 14th, 1973. I would like answers from Martin McGuinness, as he was in command at the time. I know this is the time for the truth to come out, as you and yours keep looking for answers also. I have had to live in Derry for over 29 years since my sister's death, and keep in any feelings of hatred and resentment I had for the IRA provos, because my mother would have been very hurt. My mother has since died, and although she never found out the truth, I am very keen for this. I do not want them prosecuted, because where is the point? They'll be out in 3 weeks tops. I want to know their names, because I have a feeling I know them already. Meanwhile, I and my family, who I might add, our sacrifice and grief is real also. If you can imagine for 1 minute how much pain our family has been in over the last 29 years, because I can only imagine that anyone, no matter where they are from, be it Provo, Army, police, civilian, are all going through the same thing. The individuals who were killed by the Provos, that is, civilian mistakes, are forgot about by everyone. My sister's 30th anniversary is next year. I need to move on with my life, as do my family. I need these answers. I do not want to be fobbed off with apologies because the Provos have even yet to admit they did it. Mary Morrison Feeney. Gerry Adams replied, A cara Mary, thank you for your recent letter. Please accept our apologies for the delay in reply to you. I have talked to Martin McGuinness about this, and I understand someone should be in touch with you shortly. If for some reason no one contacts you, please get in touch with me again. Ismisha Gerry Adams, MP. Meeting the IRA. No one actually did ever get back to Mary about the matter, though at that stage we had taken a very different route. We knew that Colin Lyons was not going to meet us, and we knew that other people who were involved that night were still in Derry. Maybe they could give us some answers. We had also learned that the direct route was too blunt, and a more subtle and measured approach was needed. This letter from Gerry Adams was a good start. Speaking to Sinn Féin seemed to be the way to go, as they could engage with the IRA on our behalf. The PSNI were looking for files relating to Kathleen's death, and Sinn Féin had agreed to meet us. Things were moving at last, and even though we still had no information, we had found a better route to get it. Leading up to Christmas 2004, elections were coming up for the Northern Ireland Assembly. I realised whatever information we were going to get would be put on hold until after the elections. The elections dominated everything for the next 6 weeks. Sinn Féin came out of it very well. They had won more seats. They were now in a good negotiating position to begin talks with unionists and both governments. It was the right time to kickstart the failed peace process again. Before we could meet with Sinn Féin, we needed a family meeting. We had to decide what did we want answers for. I didn't wish to meet Sinn Féin representatives and just start firing demands at them. We needed a plan. It didn't take too long to figure out demands were inappropriate. We needed questions answered. Before the end of the meeting, we then decided on an even better idea: requests. This would be the approach. So we were ready at last to call a meeting with Sinn Féin. This first initial meeting had been exploratory. I had deliberately left open a file showing that I had contacted the police requesting information on Kathleen's death. I was making it perfectly clear that we were approaching this from all angles and not just relying on Sinn Féin. Raymond McCartney was the first Sinn Féin representative we met. He had been one of the hunger strikers, who was on the dirty protest in Lankesh, a respected local representative. We put forward our requests to him and asked for a meeting with Martin McGuinness. I gave Redmond the 5 requests we had drawn up. They were: 1. What was the chain of events leading up to Kathleen's death? 2. We want a public apology. 3. Why did the IRA retaliate in Kathleen's name, shooting British soldiers the next day on 15th of November 1973? 4. Why were the prisoners in Lankesh told it was the British Army? 5. Harry, the author, wants to meet Colin Lyons, the gunman. Raymond was gracious and said he would talk to Martin McGuinness and they would be in touch soon. Within a week or so, Mary got a phone call from Raymond McCartney requesting a meeting with the family. Martin McGuinness would be attending. We, of course, agreed. It's a funny thing when you're about to meet someone of McGuinness's stature. He was a household name throughout the world, a man who has met American presidents, British prime ministers, who has had talks with the DUP, Ian Paisley, David Trimble, Bertie Ahern, both the Irish and British governments, and who was the Deputy First Minister of Northern Ireland's Parliament, and who was now coming to meet our family in my sister's house. Because of his IRA background, and let's be straight about it, the IRA was the group that put our sister in an early grave, we had a dilemma. Do we offer him a cup of tea? Again, a debate ensued, and my sister began to rant and rave. No way was he getting a cup of tea in our house. She had lost her sister to those bastards. My remain dignified approach was failing rapidly. McGuinness and McCartney arrived. Introductions were made, and my sister graciously asked all of us if we'd like a cup of tea. Everyone said yes, including Martin and Raymond. My sister is indeed a remarkable woman. We had a good meeting. Our family put our requests to them, and I was amazed to hear Martin McGuinness say he too thought it was the British Army who killed Kathleen. And the funny thing is, I believed him. He genuinely thought it was. They agreed to contact the IRA with our questions, and that more than likely an internal inquiry would take place, and we would hear from them in due course. This all happened within 3 months, unlike the wasted 15 months previously. While the IRA was having their internal investigation, I received a call from Dennis Bradley to go and meet a detective inspector of the PSNI in the Strand Road Police Barracks. They had uncovered some information. I decided to go alone to the barracks as it was less complicated. I met with the detective inspector who ushered me upstairs to an office. He then showed me the coroner's report, which had depositions from people who were there that night. My brother Danny, Christine Little, the young girl who was talking to Kathleen when she was shot, the soldiers and some police officers who were involved with the subsequent investigation. I also noticed another file that was sitting on top of other files at the edge of his desk. It belonged to Colin Lyons. The detective excused himself to copy the coroner's report for me. I didn't ask permission, but I took a good look at Lyons' file, and I read that he had admitted killing Kathleen. He was charged with other offences relating to possessions of weapons and being in the IRA. He was never, however, charged with Kathleen's death, which was a bit of a shock for me. I heard the detective returning, so I closed the file cover as I found it. The detective returned and gave me a copy of the inquest, which had the coroner's report inside. I thanked him and left. Now I had historical proof of what happened that night. I say historical, as what actually did happen does contradict the soldier's statements, except one who indeed knew at least the direction the shots came from. Although I had the inquest documents, I was very reluctant to open them. I had never ever seen a copy before now. After 30 years, I still found it extremely difficult. Each morning, I would take the inquest documents into my hands and put them down again. I hadn't the courage to open it, never mind read it. I knew the content would be cold. I knew, too, the path of the bullet would be documented from entry to where it finally stopped. Each morning for nearly 2 weeks, I went through the strange ritual of picking up the documents, holding them, and then putting them back on the shelf again. My hesitation proved well-founded, as one morning I took up the documents, and finally, with a deep breath, I opened the folder, and the first thing I read was, "Name of the deceased, Kathleen Margaret Feeney." It caught my eye as our surname was spelt wrong. The next line really shocked me, as I had always thought Kathleen was shot in the neck. Verdict of the jury. Conclusion of the coroner as to cause of death. Death due to laceration of the brain and cerebellum, due to gunshot wound of head. Open verdict. Each word thereafter brought me on an internal journey as the bullet ripped through her skull and lodged in the brain. I won't describe the damage or the bullet's pathway on its short but fatal journey. I'm sure the majority of you reading this don't want to know the gory details either. I think it's enough to know Kathleen was shot in the head. It's funny, but it was almost comforting to think she didn't suffer as much as with a neck entry wound. I was to meet with the Sinn Féin representatives to see if progress had been made with the IRA's internal inquiry. I was somewhat suspicious and didn't have any confidence in this so-called internal inquiry. My thoughts at the time was that this was not going to result in any satisfactory outcome, and that the whole thing was just another big cover-up again, just as it was 30 years ago. I received a phone call to come to Derry. The journey to Derry was uneventful, except for the thoughts going through my own head. I was imagining all sorts of possible scenarios as I drove oblivious through some of the most beautiful parts of Ireland. Where was I going? Who was I meeting? Would it be safe? I was contacted again and told to go to my sister's house with my brothers, where we would meet 2 people from the IRA. They would read a statement and answer any questions they could about the night of the 14th of November 1973. It began to dawn on me that this meeting was going to be a very important and historic one, as the IRA doesn't normally go around meeting families of those they have killed for tea and biscuits. It was also a milestone for our family in the sense that maybe, just maybe, we would finally get some answers. Our family got together and had a few moments together before they arrived. We decided to remain dignified, no matter what the outcome of the meeting. At the designated time, a man and woman arrived. They were in their 30s, both clean-cut, and you would take them for any normal couple anywhere. Totally unassuming and relaxed, we all sat at the dining table. They refused the now traditional cup of tea. Any resemblance of normality was just about to leave the room. The man did all the talking, and the woman more or less witnessed the account. He spoke, and a chilling reminder of the dark days of the IRA's past became ever present. He was very composed, looked comfortable, wasn't nervous. I would say we were a lot more anxious and nervous than he was. He then introduced themselves as soldiers of Óglaigh na hÉireann, soldiers of the IRA. and that they conducted an internal inquiry into the events of the 14th of November 1973. He also said he was going to read a statement and we could ask questions after that. He then read a prepared statement typed on an old typewriter. It may have been an old typewriter, but it was punctuation perfect. I tried to imagine who was the person who typed this. Was it an old retired schoolmistress or secretary who does this sort of thing part-time? My mind just flicked through different thoughts and imaginings in an instant. This was indeed a historic moment in many ways, and we could only witness it and not record it. The 5 requests we asked for to be answered were answered. The statement was read and we immediately realised the significance of it. The IRA was apologising for killing my sister. They were apologising for using her name to shoot 3 British soldiers, and not only that, but they were also going to publicly apologise as we requested. He said within 10 days this statement, word for word, would be printed in the Derry Journal. This was monumental. At last they had admitted it. I asked to see the statement, which he handed to me, and I asked could I keep it. He replied no. I then asked if I could copy it. He again replied no. This was the only prepared statement, and it was going to be brought to the newspaper and recorded word for word, then destroyed. He explained to us that when he approached each of the people present on that fatal night, they knew what it was about. He then proceeded to tell us the following. An IRA unit was in the area known locally as the Folly. It's a part of a fork in the road with the Lecky Road. They were a floating unit, which meant that they would attack any British Army patrols if the opportunity presented itself. An Army foot patrol had just passed, accompanied by an armoured personnel carrier. When the patrol had gone about 100 yards, the IRA unit ran into Lundy's Lane, which linked into the Lecky Road. The patrol had now walked into the Lecky and was going towards the Brandywell area. A single gunman stepped out into the Lecky and fired 1 shot, followed by 2 more shots. The unit ran back into the Folly and made their escape. The weapon was then brought to Bennett Street and hidden in a safe house. According to this man, the unit didn't report any hits, and again, according to him, they felt they had missed their target. It was only the following day that some of the unit heard of Kathleen Feeney's death, and they were not aware that they had been responsible. It was a very unique and entirely strange experience to sit and listen to a stranger telling us how his comrades killed my sister. Like it or not, we got the chain of events that led to Kathleen's death. This now dispelled any other rumour, story and account of what happened that night. They were apologising publicly, number 2 on the list. They were apologising for using Kathleen's name to shoot British soldiers. That was number 3. He went on to explain that those in charge at that time were wrong to blame others for the killing, and the prisoners in the then Long Kesh had been misinformed. That was number 4 on the list. The reason we added in number 4 was because at that time some IRA prisoners had made plaques and memorials for our family, so even their own men were being lied to. Number 5. I wanted to meet Colin Lyons. Was this going to happen? The answer was yes, but that he, Colin Lyons, wasn't ready to meet me just yet, but he would sometime. I was sorry my mother and father never lived to see this day. I, at the time, said, I hope it's not going to be a slow news day, because I knew that this was going to be big news headlines. The full IRA statement read, on the 14th of November 1973, 14-year-old Kathleen Feeney was shot dead in Quarry Street, Derry. The IRA in Derry, in a statement, denied that any of its volunteers were responsible for the death of Kathleen Feeney. In a further statement, the IRA in Derry claimed to have carried out an operation against the British Army in retaliation for the death of Kathleen Feeney. The leadership of Oglenaheran has been asked by the Feeney family to examine the circumstances surrounding the death of their sister and to publicly acknowledge that she was killed by the IRA. The IRA leadership agreed to do so. We found, as the Feeney family always believed, that Kathleen was hit by one of a number of shots fired by an IRA active service unit that had fired upon a British Army foot patrol in the Lecky Road area. The IRA accepts responsibility for the death of Kathleen Feeney. Our failure to publicly accept responsibility for her death until now has only added to the hurt and pain of the Feeney family. The leadership of Ógla na HÉireann wish to apologise unreservedly to the Feeney family for the death of Kathleen and for all the grief that our actions have caused to them. Realising that as soon as this statement was released, the news reporters would come looking for a statement from our family, we sat down and drafted a family statement that would also go into the newspaper, the Derry Journal, at the same time. That way, we had made our statement and we would make no further comment. Even though we, the family, drafted our statement, it didn't sit easy with me, so I rang Dennis Bradley to run it past him. Dennis, being true to form, made a little adjustment, and thus became our family statement, which was also printed to coincide with the IRA statement, which was also our definitive response. In memory of our parents, Kathleen and Harry Feeney, the family of Kathleen Feeney decided to seek an unconditional apology from the Provisional IRA for the death of their sister, who was shot dead 32 years ago. Kathleen was then 14 years old. It is the family's wish that this will help bring closure. It was the morning of Friday, the 24th of June 2005. The Derry Journal was on sale in the newsagents. The early news bulletins from RTE Radio 1 and BBC Radio Foyle had picked up on the story and began to run with it. I knew that the morning bulletins were going to be full of it, and boy were they. It was the news headlines. In every bulletin, BBC, UTV, RTE, all the news channels including Sky. The story was reported in all sorts of extraordinary places, such as Israel, Russia and America, etc., etc. My sister Mary and brother Danny were both being harassed to give an interview. Mary rang me to see should we release another statement. I said no. We have already printed the family statement and that's final. Gerry Adams was questioned about it. Bertie Ahern, the then Prime Minister of the Republic of Ireland, on Taoiseach, mentioned and welcomed it. We were almost celebrities if we had put our heads above the parapet. But luckily we didn't, and the next day the press moved on to some other poor unfortunate soul who was going to get it that day. The national press and Sunday papers fired the last dying salvos about it. Then that was it. Never mentioned again. The gunman. I kept pursuing Lyons to try to get him to meet me, but it kept falling on deaf ears. The same message kept coming back, that he would meet me, but he wasn't ready. Several months had now elapsed, and I was in the process of documenting what we had achieved. I had started to catalogue everything in order. The chain of events was still happening, even as I wrote. It could almost have been a diary. Dennis Bradley was badly assaulted as he stood in Maley's bar on the Lecky Road while on his way to a football match. His assailant walked up to him and said, "Hello, Dennis, enjoying your pint?" Then he proceeded to beat the man to within an inch of his life. It was all over in seconds. Dissident Republicans were to blame, it seems, and for no reason except that Dennis Bradley was once on the policing board. A few months passed with little happening. I was still trying to get Lyons to speak to me. Dennis Bradley was recovering slowly. He had been very ill, and it was getting into the last months of 2005. Out of the blue, we heard that the Foyle Film Festival was going to be showing several films, but that one especially caught our attention. It was called Dead Long Enough. We discovered the gunman had an association with this film, with a showing date of the 12th of November. My sister's anniversary was 14th of November. Here we have a film with the title Dead Long Enough on the same weekend of Kathleen's anniversary, and the gunman was involved in some way with this film. Was this a sick joke? Could this be for real? Well, it was real, and an uncanny coincidence, but it did have a direct benefit. The Foyle Film Festival has been running for over 18 years, and we contacted the manager of the festival. My sister phoned to complain, explaining how insensitive this film title was, especially in the light of who was associated with it, and the release date was too close to the bone. I also rang the festival to complain, and I got talking to the manager, who was very sympathetic and also shocked. I asked, could the viewing of the film be moved until after the 14th of November? A meeting of the film committee was summoned, and they would get back to me later that day. Sometime later they phoned back and explained that all the invites had been issued, the media would be there, and the logistics of a cancellation at such short notice was just impossible. I accepted and understood their position, and I was then asked, was there anything else they could do? I said, yes, ask Colin Lyons to contact me. Whatever was said to him, and bear in mind he had been ignoring me for years, I got a phone call later that afternoon from him. I can only assume that they threatened to pull the film unless he contacted me. I was painting in my studio when my mobile phone rang. I didn't recognise the number. I answered and a voice said, "Hello Harry, it's Colin Lyons here." I was astounded, but remained calm and composed. I said, "Hello," and we exchanged pleasantries for several minutes. We both knew this was a monumental ice-breaking exercise, so both of us chit-chatted about this and that. I then asked him to meet me, and he said he would, but he wasn't ready for it. I understood that, and we exchanged some emails. And over several months, we emailed, spoke on the phone, and all with the intention of getting together for a face-to-face meeting. Different dates came and went, and a couple of them were cancelled due to one thing or another. It was 2006 now, and his mother wasn't too well, but we decided to meet up on one of his return trips. He would be passing through Charlestown, which was only 20 minutes from where I lived, so it would be an ideal location for a meeting in public, which is what he wanted. Saturday, the 22nd of April 2006, early afternoon, we finally met. It was over 30 years since I had seen him, and I had no idea how he looked, so I arrived early to make sure I had a good vantage point. I waited outside the local supermarket with a lot of people coming and going about their daily business. I spotted him parking the car. I tracked him as we spoke to each other by mobile phone. We met, shook hands, and I recall thinking, this is the hand that pulled the trigger to kill my sister Kathleen. We went into a local coffee shop where we sat and discussed nothing for a few minutes, skirting around the inevitable. Here I was sitting face to face with not just a real-life murderer, but with one who killed my own sister. I mentioned that I was trying to meet him for 15 months through my cousin, and how he had had a hard time trying to arrange a meeting. I was totally blown away when he said he was never approached. It was a bit of a shock to learn that someone was being disingenuous with me. Lyons first apologised for my sister's death, saying he didn't set out to kill her, and it was a terrible accident. So I wrote the following version of his words as he proceeded to unfold the events of the 14th of November 1973. I stood outside Wee Lorney's shop on the Folly with 3 others. The British Army patrol was just passing by. If, at that moment, they had stopped and looked for ID or searched us, then everything would have been different. I had an Armalite rifle under my coat, the kind where the butt section folded over, which made it smaller, so it was easy to hide. We stood there and watched the last soldier of the foot patrol go around the Dogleg corner. Lookouts took up positions at the top and bottom of Lundy's Lane, and I ran across the road and down the steep hill. I then cocked the weapon and walked out from the parked cars and raised the rifle. There were 2 British soldiers standing outside the Christian Brothers school gates. I fired 1 shot, then 3 further shots. I then ran back up Lundy's Lane and down into Bennett Street to a safe house and hid the weapon. The lookouts melted away, and I then casually walked up Bishop Street. Lyons was part of a floating unit from the Brandywell that engaged with the British Army whenever an opportunity arose. He reported to his superiors that he didn't hit any of the soldiers, and was apparently shocked to realise the next day that my sister Kathleen was shot dead. The IRA had at that stage denied the killing. As far as they were concerned, it was the British Army who shot her. His superiors then told Lyons to forget it ever happened and never ever mention it again to anyone. To take his mind off these things, he was to go and plant a bomb in the Diamond area of the city. Lyons was eventually arrested, charged and served 10 years for sending a letter bomb and for possession of an Armalite rifle. These sentences ran concurrently. We spoke some more, and he related to me how he got involved with the film industry, and so on. I told him straight out that my family disapproved of me meeting him, but that they wouldn't stop me. I personally have accepted his apology. Lyons beat the rap, as he called it, that's Kathleen's murder, because the soldiers had said in their statements the shots came from a different direction. He was tried in a diplock court. This is a court with no jury, A judge decided from the evidence what the outcome would be. As the soldiers said the shots came from a different direction, the judge concluded there could have been 2 gunmen. In that case, he was acquitted of the charge, or as Lyons liked to call it, he beat the rap, even though he admitted it and confessed to it. As far as we were concerned, he got away with murder. You can read the soldiers' testimonies again in the inquest report. Briefly, they said the shots came from Hamilton Ann Street direction. That's a 180-degree change in direction to where Lyons fired the shots. The judge then concluded that as there may have been 2 gunmen, it wasn't conclusive that Lyons fired the fatal shot. So in effect, he did beat the rap, as he called it. Not only that, but there weren't any children blowing whistles or creating a diversion either. It is indeed amazing what the soldiers thought they heard and from where. It makes you wonder about all historic events and how they are reported. Lyons was 16 years old when he shot Kathleen. I got the feeling that, as he didn't aim at Kathleen, then he felt that he didn't really kill her. It was the bullet's fault, and I did not witness any real remorse from him. Perhaps, after so long, one can't show remorse, but I doubt that somehow. We talked some more and then shook hands, and I accept that he didn't set out to murder her. However, it doesn't change anything for us. We still lost our sister. We still mourn her passing, and we will always remember her and talk about her at every opportunity. Well, that was how it all ended, and we finally got the truth. We were the only family that ever received a public apology from the IRA. As I started to get to the finishing stages of my book, I decided I would give Lyons the opportunity to write his own chapter. His words, his choice. I sent an email to the gunman Colin Lyons. It read as follows. I have finished the book on Kathleen, how you shot her dead, the aftermath of your actions on our family, which you never experienced. You personally detailed to me how you stepped out from behind parked cars and fired at 2 British soldiers at the Christian Brothers school gates from the bottom of Lundy's Lane. How the IRA in 2005 first of all admitted it and then apologised for her death. The only outstanding piece still missing is who else was there that night. The Historical Inquiries team couldn't name you as you were underage at the time of her death. They referred to you as Suspect 1. I, on the other hand, have named you as Colin Lyons, and that is throughout the book. I have 2 scenarios for you now to consider. The first scenario is, I am giving you the opportunity to, in your own words, recount what exactly did happen, who was there, where they stood, exact number of shots, as there seems to be confusion, as if it was 3 or 4. It would be a unique book if you wrote your own chapter. How did you feel? How has it impacted on your life? Remember, official secrets are released after 25 years, so you could at least give the geographical locations of the others. The second scenario, and you would have to place your trust in me, would require you bringing closure to our family by telling me who was there. What difference would it make? None at all, except we would finally know. So what's in this for you if you did tell me? As I mentioned, you would have to place your trust in me. I would remove your name from the book and give you my word that I will not mention your name or the names of the others. This is purely closure. When I met you, I can't say I saw any real regret. The fact that you told me you wouldn't mention the others' names show me you have absolutely no idea of the impact, the devastation you and your comrades has left our family in, even as we approach her 40th anniversary. How you beat the rap, as you called her murder. If we are to wander for the rest of our lives, then so be it. But I am making sure this is your choice. Be named yourself as I have written in the book, or no names at all. If you are naming them, it has to be in an email. I personally would prefer no further contact or conversations with you. We are not socially compatible. I'm sure you would agree. The book was never enjoyable. I started it in 2003, a quadruple bypass later, and at least some closure. The rest is up to you. As I did say when I texted you for your email address, this email is my final contact with you. So if I don't receive an email within 1 week, the book goes to the publisher as it is. Over to you, Harry. This caused an unprecedented response. First, I received a call from my cousin in Derry, who was calling on behalf of Colin Lyons. He went on to explain I had it all wrong and that Colin Lyons was indeed very remorseful, and I couldn't expect him to give me names of the others present. This was a step too far, and the very fact I wanted to write a book about it and name him should be left in the past. He felt I shouldn't be writing this book at all. He went on to say that Colin Lyons wanted to meet me and explain whatever I wanted to know, but he wouldn't name names. So why do I want names? My sister was murdered almost 40 years ago. Every time I go home to Derry and meet people, it always ends up with some asshole telling me such and such was there that night. He or she was part of that unit that shot your sister. I have listened to this bullshit now for all these years, and if someone would just give me the truth, then that's it. The end. I realised my email, which I spent 2 hours composing, was not saying what I really wanted to get across. Did I have it all wrong? So I sent another email. Colin, just off the phone from my cousin. I have no problem meeting you at any time. If you read the email correctly, you would see I gave you 2 choices. 1, you tell your story. I presume you wouldn't name yourself. I wasn't going to name you if you did this, as it would be your version. And 2, you tell me who was present, as I explained to my cousin. We are still 40 years on being approached by assholes naming this one and that one. Sure, I asked you about my cousin, as I was told he was there, if you remember. And that was only 2 months ago. So the reason I wanted to know was to once and for all stop this hearsay and to finally close it. I was trying to respect your privacy by not corresponding. I can understand your concerns, and I hope you can understand mine. You want to meet up, where and when suits. The sooner the better. Midweek suits me better. Harry. I had just sent the email when he phoned me. He was so overcome with emotion and grief, and he hadn't even seen my second email. I listened to him as he brought me on a journey filled with remorse and grief. He was so shocked at my email and wondered how this just appeared some 6 years after I first met him. He went on to ask me why I didn't say to him I was so angry at that time. I actually didn't feel any anger towards him. It wasn't until writing this book and recalling how we met and what he said to me that I began to see I was writing in anger, but I couldn't feel it. I now realised this is trauma. Strange experience and stranger emotions. I think I was trying to be angry for the rest of my family. We spoke for an hour on the phone, and I would say he must have been emotionally drained after it. I know I certainly was. I couldn't function for the rest of the day as I had this heaviness over me and I couldn't shake it off. I accept that I personally do not have the right to impose myself on him after all this time. Was I wrong to go about it the way I did? Sending that email was in effect me personally in a dark place, and I know that 40 years ago this man was a young teenager with as much anger in him as I had at 16. However, I got a reaction that became an outpouring of grief, so I am glad I sent it. For the first time in his life, these emotions that have been subdued for such a long time suddenly became unleashed. I never experienced grief in this way. There must have been nearly 40 years of tears. He went on to say it was like carrying a bag with him wherever he went. Every now and then he would have to look inside it. It would never go away, and he couldn't ever get rid of it. It is a comfort to know it really did affect him. He wasn't a psychopathic killer with no remorse. I know his family knows nothing of his past, so is he living a lie? Actually, no. He has avoided and ring-fenced this part of his past. He has no choice now but to stand guard to it 24 hours a day. Nobody goes in and nothing comes out. It will be sidestepped and bypassed every time it appears and rears its head. He'll have to guide it and gently move it out of sight. He'll breathe a sigh of relief when the danger moves on. The skeleton in the closet will rattle its bones now and again, and he'll just have to stand firm at the door. That's the price. That's his cross. He may have beaten the rap for killing my sister, but he is the prisoner, and he is the prison officer, mentally, for the rest of his life. You cannot heal an open wound. 9th of July 2012, I got a phone call from Dave Hoare, one of the Historical Inquiries team. He explained to me that in the course of his work he came across other people who were trying to get an apology from the IRA. He told them that there was only one family who ever did receive an apology, our family. He asked me if I would ring this particular family, as they wanted to speak to us. I, of course, agreed. So I rang that evening and spoke to a lady who began to recount her family's experiences. How they too wrote to Gerry Adams and Martin McGuinness looking for answers. If you removed the where, the how and the who, it all sounded eerily identical to what our family went through. Right from the beginning of her story, she was very articulate and concise. She recounted the events leading up to her brother's death. Then the emotions and trauma kicked in. There was an explosion of grief. I sat and listened, and I understood. There is no need for me to give you the emotional blow-by-blow account from here. During the course of the conversation, we realised there is no place to go for families like us, no place for the innocent victims' families. So we decided that had to change. Have a look at the website, www.thetraumatized.com. It's a small token gesture, but at least people can go there and leave a message or say a prayer. I just watched the news this evening on the 40th anniversary of the Claudy bombings. There it is again on the faces of those present. The complete bewilderment of how, why, who, and for what. People still looking for answers. I can see, feel, and understand that complete sense of loss. 40 years on, and proof that time doesn't always heal. This enormous void that is left in everyone's lives. That hateful word closure, or lack of it. A convenient word for journalists and medical people, but nothing closes by itself. Healing. There is some comfort when you can finally accept what happened to your loved one, but that only occurs after your mind and body shuts down and you have exhausted every ounce of grief and shed every single last teardrop. It is impossible to erase the pain and hurt of losing a loved one, especially a child. We are the traumatized. Some wounds can just be too deep. There may be some respite from the suffering, but it's temporary. You cannot heal an open wound. At the risk of repeating myself, it has got to be cleaned out before any healing can take place. More importantly, it has to be cleansed by the people who inflicted the wound. Why is that important? They inflicted the pain. They can tell you why they did and what they did, who decided it. No other person or persons can answer that most important question. Why? If everyone and all parties engaged on a healing process, then what a positive difference it would make. I hope too that many other families that have suffered as a result of the conflict find some resemblance of that word, closure. I realise this is all self-opinionated. The only qualification I have to write anything or to have an opinion is the fact that I was there and I witnessed it. I have been traumatised from the conflict in Northern Ireland. To those who banged the table with "Remember our dead" or "They didn't die in vain," for those of you who can influence others, who decide on the murals of paramilitaries, gunmen, martyrs, and plain old triumphalist bigotry, immortalising these things in paint is just as much an affront to the innocent victims as it is to their families. I am not being disrespectful to your dead. They made a choice in the name of whatever. Or to your loved ones. We remember our sister, and we generally do it privately. Occasionally, we recognise Kathleen's death in the local newspaper to commemorate a landmark year. The sooner people realise the fact, the innocent have died in vain. The Holocaust, Hiroshima, and any other conflict you care to mention, Northern Ireland is no different. Finally, they all sit around the table and talk. I am going to repeat this. They sit around the table and talk. The alternative, more people die in vain. As you see from history, nothing is learned from history. As for the paramilitaries, many of them are traumatised too. It manifests itself through alcoholism, drugs, illness, wheelchairs and walking sticks. It is also their trauma. In my own experience, I cannot stop or remove the trauma. but I can accept and deal with it through counselling, talking, writing and painting. It's a wonderful sense of relief. So as the only family to ever receive an apology, I can say that our family experienced some closure because the IRA admitted, apologised and engaged with us. They gave us answers. That sense of relief is overwhelming. It will come to others and I hope it will be soon. I have also discovered I don't like the name given to families of victims, the survivors. Maybe if I was on a sinking ship and was saved, I would be a survivor, or returning from an expedition from the polar caps. Yes, that would qualify me as a survivor. There actually isn't a word that I can come up with that I would deem as acceptable. In the meantime, I remain as traumatised, for want of a better description. We have set up a website where anyone suffering a trauma can go and write about it. Writing about it does make a difference. www.thetraumatized.com. Closure. I set out on this life-changing journey in 2003. It has brought me through high and low points over the past number of years. Amazingly, we have more information now than we ever had. In fact, just yesterday, through the Freedom of Information Act, I received a map of the Brandywell showing the murder scene of my sister. I record the date received as 2nd of August 2012. I hope my mother and father are smiling down on us. I hope too that Kathleen is with them. Kathleen's death literally broke my mother's heart, and we all witnessed it. It affected her body and mind through many forms of illness. She remained traumatised until her death. It is somewhat ironic that a death, Kathleen's death, galvanised us as a family and brought us closer. I regret not having started this process while my mother was still alive. Then again, I don't think I would have received the cooperation that I got while the peace process was being built. I would like to think too that the IRA apology has somehow helped to move the peace process along. By the reaction of the newspapers, news programmes and the politicians, it was a monumental and unprecedented step. If they can apologise to our family, then that step should be followed with another step, then another and another. Learning to walk would be a great event. I never ever thought I would see the day that the British government would apologise for Bloody Sunday. David Cameron did, and I respect him for having had that courage. No matter what he does or doesn't do for the rest of his political life, he will be remembered for that. Life continues no matter where you are with everything, or how you come to terms with it. My quadruple bypass, November 2009, halted my writing for over 2 years. My concentration and memory has never fully recovered. I still have some memory lapses, but they are more of a nuisance these days than a hindrance. I have to pay tribute to my sister Mary and my 2 brothers Danny and John, who have stood by me over the years. Although they strongly objected to me meeting with the gunman, they listened to my encounter with him and understood that I personally had to do it. I have a sense of achievement having documented the facts and changed the historical account. It was well documented by journalists and the establishment that the IRA killed Kathleen, but at that time the IRA denied it. Getting the IRA to first admit they shot and killed my sister Kathleen was one thing, but then to get them to apologise for their actions was indeed historic. Not just on Kathleen's death, but also to retaliate using her name as an excuse to shoot 3 British soldiers. Not that they ever needed an excuse. It was all done to deflect the blame on them. This book was never ever enjoyable. It was memorable and sad, and it reconciled me to my late father, and it's now my wish that he does rest in peace. After many long discussions over just as many nights with my good friend and mentor, KG, I personally experienced my road to Damascus. He had suggested I say a prayer for my father to forgive him for the past. I didn't particularly want to do that, as I still felt anger towards him. But one morning, out of the blue, I decided I would pray for him. I had written at least 2,000 words about my late father, and none of it good. So I learned how important the delete button is, and that by removing that negativity from the book, I also discovered that it removed a hatred from my mind. By writing it down, reading it, and then deleting it, it became consoling and peaceful. I then attended Mass that same morning, and I experienced a most extraordinary sense of relief. I began to deal with my anger for him by forgiving him. Listening to the scripture reading by Father Costello that morning became monumental and enlightening, as it was about the road to Damascus. I realised how significant it was to my situation as it dawned on me what I had just listened to. As I scanned the church with my eyes, I knew then this was a special moment just for me. I don't know how I managed to keep my composure. I wanted to jump up and punch the air, but the prude inside me held fast. Was it just a coincidence? I dearly want to think not. Thankfully, I feel a much better person for having the will to forgive and forget. I want to thank my wife Bridget, whom I love dearly, and who, when I was stuck for words, came to my rescue. Finally, thanks to all my friends for all their help, knowingly or unknowingly. Fortunately, just too many to mention. So history, take note, make the changes. Epilogue. There is an old proverb, African I think, but it is so true and applicable to any nation. When an old person dies, a library is burnt down. Every single person you meet has a story to tell. I gave you a snippet of mine. I discovered in writing this book a lot about anger, emotions, and how important it is to listen to others, not to be entrenched in my own stubborn rhetoric. I hate my father. Once I realised I could pass that milestone and millstone, it allowed me to let go of the past. That was an enormous revelation and relief to me. Reconciling with my deceased father by just saying, I forgive you. It was a huge thing for me to even contemplate it. When I did, there was no thunder flashes or hallelujahs. I sat quietly and then said a prayer. It was done. It is a very powerful moment when you can understand and mean it. I hope I am man enough to continue to allow forgiveness when and if it is necessary again. I never intended this book to become a sort of mini autobiography. It turned out that way, I know. It does reflect the earlier part of my life, so I hope you can allow and forgive me for being the narrator, as what came after Kathleen's death would never have been told. All that aside, it was the story of her death, how it happened, and the aftermath that is important here, not me. I am just the padded envelope, the story within the story. I'm glad this book is over, and I wish everyone in this book, alive or dead, peace to you. I wish to acknowledge here too, on behalf of our family, the people of the Brandywell, who erected a memorial to Kathleen in 2006. It is a credit to everyone from the area, especially when flowers are placed at the memorial. No one ever touches or interferes with them. A lot of the time, there is so much bad publicity about the Brandywell, and like many areas countrywide, there is antisocial behaviour. But I have to say everyone can hold his or her heads up on this one. Thank you. I want to thank Willie Deary, who wrote the book Springtown Camp from the Inside, for allowing me to use some of his research. A well-documented book full of important memories for many people worldwide, including the many thousands of soldiers and sailors who passed through those Springtown Camp gates. I also want to thank Dennis Bradley. I won't elaborate, as I know him enough to know that he would prefer I didn't. Thank you, Dennis. The Historical Inquiries Team. Tuesday, 13th of July 2010, that's 37 years after Kathleen's death, I and my two brothers, Danny and John, met at my sister Mary's house. I was in recovery, having had a quadruple bypass some months earlier, and so this book was on hold. I couldn't concentrate or read, and my memory was giving me problems too. We had gathered to meet with two retired police detectives from the Historical Inquiries team. Dave Hoare and Bill Trotter arrived and explained who they were and how the investigation would be conducted. They outlined their remit to us. They asked relevant questions, and we agreed as a family to cooperate with their investigations. I was able to give them quite a bit of information, as I had researched and recorded a lot of material unknown to them. Several months passed, and they returned with their findings. I have read through it, and although most of it is pretty accurate, there is a few minor typos, such as the address is 3 Quarry Street, not 5. Also, the lights didn't go out before the shots were fired, and there were no whistles. The name HET Operation Bolivar is a reference name for Kathleen's case file. They use the names of US cities for each individual case. Kathleen's case file, Bolivar, their findings are as follows. My reference date of 2nd of November 2012 is when I read the report. HET Operation Bolivar. Review Summary Report. The death of 14-year-old Kathleen Margaret Feeney, who was fatally shot when a provisional IRA gunman opened fire on an army patrol in Lecky Road, Brandywell, Derry, at 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 14, 1973. Introduction. The Historical Inquiries Team, HET, has now completed its review process. This report will set out for you the details that we have been able to establish about the incident and the responses we have to the questions that you asked us. The report begins with a description of the team's role and continues with the specific details of your case. It is yours to keep. You will have the opportunity to discuss it with our staff and raise any further questions that you may have. Role and function of the Historical Inquiries Team. What is the role of the Historical Inquiries Team? The HET was created in 2005 and began work at the end of January 2006. It has 3 objectives: to assist in bringing a measure of resolution to those families of victims whose deaths are attributable to the Troubles between 1969 and the signing of the Belfast Agreement in April 1998. To re-examine all deaths attributable to the Troubles and ensure that all investigative and evidential opportunities are subject to thorough and exhaustive examination in a manner that satisfies the obligation placed upon the Police Services of Northern Ireland, PSNI, of an effective investigation as outlined in Article 2, Code of Ethics for the PSNI, to do so in a way that commands the confidence of the wider community. 22nd of September 2010. How will it do this? With regard to every death, we look at a number of review factors: the original case records, exhibits, any fingerprint evidence, family concerns, any intelligence records, the original investigation, any linked issues, analysis. Any open source material, books, newspaper articles, television programs, internet, public records, etc. Our approach to the investigative process is designed to concentrate on what evidence, if any, exists, what potential remains for gathering new evidence, either from new lines of inquiry, missed opportunities, advances in forensic science, or any opportunities that exist for turning existing information or intelligence into evidence. Each case is overseen by a HET lead senior investigating officer. Our contract is with the families. By this, we mean that we deal with families on a basis of honesty, trust, and confidentiality. We approach each case independently. No case is deemed more important than another, and we make no moral or political judgment about the victims. We strive at all times to maintain the dignity of the dead. We seek only to conduct a factual review to a modern, professional policing standard, to determine whether any additional evidence can be found, and we will always ask families what questions they would like us to try to answer. We will respond with as much information as we can, subject to legal and ethical considerations. The HET is an operationally independent unit of the PSNI, which reports directly to the Chief Constable. To meet concerns around independence, HET developed a structure that has separate investigative units, with teams composed exclusively of staff with no previous connection to the former Royal Ulster Constabulary, RUC, or the PSNI. 22nd of September 2010. How does the review process work? It is a 5-phase process: collection, assessment, review, focused reinvestigation, resolution. Generally, cases are taken in chronological order, although HET will exempt cases in certain situations, for example, if relatives of the victims are themselves very ill. Collection. The HET has searched all the police estate, including all buildings, stores, headquarters and storage facilities. Simultaneously, Forensic Science Northern Ireland reviewed all the exhibits in its stores. Checks were made with the Public Records Office of Northern Ireland, gathering all available relevant material and inquest files. The PSNI Fingerprint Bureau has upgraded its databases and many thousands of additional records of finger marks have been identified for re-examination. We have made agreements with other agencies to provide us with access to relevant records and information that they hold. We research records in newspaper libraries, television archives, and examine the many books that have been written about events in Northern Ireland. While the HET is confident that our collection phase was comprehensive, we cannot rule out the possibility that in future new material could be recovered. If this occurs, then the case will be reassessed and families fully updated of the outcome. Assessment. This is the beginning of the review process and involves identifying and tracing relatives to contact them and ascertain their wishes and any questions that they have. Sometimes this is straightforward, as in many cases families get in contact with us. Other times this is far more challenging, as with the passage of time people have moved away. 22nd of September 2010. 3. The HET has established dedicated tracing teams who liaise with many agencies and support groups from within Northern Ireland and other parts of the world. Once traced, HET will talk to families and explain the objectives of the HET and ascertain family wishes and/or concerns. Original case papers are retrieved, relevant open source material is identified, analysts start work on assessments of patterns or links, and any exhibits remaining are brought out and considered for re-examination using the latest scientific techniques. Review. The case is passed to one of our teams, either an internal or external team, in line with the wishes of the family. The lead senior investigating officer assesses the case against the review factors outlined above and decides whether there are any opportunities to gather evidence and/or answer family questions based on issues that emerged from the review process. Depending upon the outcome of this assessment, the lead senior investigating officer will authorise the investigation of any lines of inquiry that are necessary. Focused reinvestigation. Reinvestigations are initially focused on the new opportunities identified to gather further evidence or answer family questions. The whole case is kept under review while these are completed, to monitor whether developments change our understanding or perception of existing evidence or the circumstances of the case. Focused investigations can be incremental, leading to a wider review if appropriate. This means that if our work uncovers new investigation or evidence, we reassess the whole investigation to take account of it. The investigation will be progressed, and if sufficient additional evidence is found, the case will be pursued through the criminal justice system. At the end stage of this process, whether or not a court case follows, the file enters the last phase of resolution. 22nd of September 2010, 4. Resolution. A review summary report, RSR, is completed and delivered to the families. The RSR details as much information as possible about the case and explains the work undertaken by the original investigation and discusses intelligence, exhibits and forensic evidence. It contains an objective assessment by the HET of the evidence available and the handling of the case. HET deals with families on a basis of confidentiality and honesty. The RSR is prepared in line with the principle of maximum permissible disclosure. HET will explain at the outset that it must comply with legal and ethical considerations. Context is always an important factor when HET explains its findings to families. Finding missed opportunities does not mean that they can always be recreated. Families will always be able to seek further clarification of any issue or make any representations they want, and, if necessary, there will be an option of a meeting with the senior managers of the HET to resolve any issues of concern. 22nd of September 2010, 5. Circumstances of the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney. This part of the report explains the circumstances of the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney, who was fatally shot by a member of the Provisional IRA when he opened fire on an army patrol in Lecky Road, Brandywell, Derry, at 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 14, 1973. Kathleen, born on Thursday, January 22, 1959, was 14 years old at the time of her death. She was a schoolgirl who attended St. Cecilia's Secondary School, Derry, and lived at 3 Quarry Street, Brandywell, with her parents, Harry and Kathleen, her brothers Harry and John, and her sister Mary. Her parents have sadly since died. Kathleen's sister Mary and her brothers Harry, Danny and John have engaged with the HET. About 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November 14, 1973, an army foot patrol was making its way along Lecky Road, Brandywell, towards Quarry Street, when 3 whistle blasts sounded, and a group of children playing in the street in front of the patrol dispersed. The street lights were extinguished, whereupon 4 rifle shots were fired at the patrol, and Kathleen, who was standing on the pavement further down the road, was struck on the back of the head by one of the bullets. Kathleen was taken by ambulance to Altnagalvin Hospital, but she was pronounced dead when she arrived there at 8:45 p.m. In September 1974, at the conclusion of the police investigation into Kathleen's death, a 17-year-old local man, who had been 16 at the time she was killed, was charged with her murder. At the conclusion of his trial in April 1975, he was acquitted of the murder but sentenced to 7 years imprisonment after pleading guilty to possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life. 22nd of September 2010, 6. Witnesses. Witness accounts given to police in any investigation are written down and referred to as statements. If they are used in judicial proceedings, they are regarded as being within the public domain, and details of the person making the statement can be made public. Some accounts were also given at the inquest proceedings. These are referred to as depositions and are regarded as within the public domain, and as a consequence, those witnesses can be named in this report. Statements that were not used during the inquest or other public proceedings have never been in the public domain. The HET must observe the provisions of the Data Protection Act, and those statement providers cannot be named in this section of the report, although summaries of their evidence will be given in this report. Statement makers who were acting in an official capacity, such as police officers or doctors, can be identified. Witness accounts. Corporal Robert Peat was a soldier in the British Army serving with the 1st Battalion, Duke of Wellington Regiment. About 8:10 on Wednesday, November 14, 1973, he was in charge of a 4-man foot patrol operating in the Brandywell area of Derry. They were supported by an armoured personnel carrier, APC, manned by the patrol commander and 5 other soldiers, which was positioned to the rear of the foot patrol. He stated that about 8:30 p.m, as he was standing beside the Brandywell Inn in Lecky Road, he heard 3 blasts of a whistle, which he believed came from a group of 20 children about 60 yards away. He stated the street lights were extinguished and the children ran off, alerting him to the threat of an imminent attack. A little later he heard the sound of a single gunshot, followed by 3 more in quick succession, which he assessed were all from a low-velocity weapon fired from the direction of the Ann Street, Hamilton Street junction towards his patrol, from about 100 yards in front of them. 22nd of September 2010, 7. HET comment. The terms high and low velocity refers simply to the different power and speed at which bullets travel, and people who regularly use firearms are normally able to accurately distinguish between them by sound alone. He stated that, following the gunshots, a group of people emerged from the Lady of Lourdes Community Hall and congregated outside a nearby shop. As he led his patrol forward to investigate, he saw a man within the group who he recognised as a local councillor, Danny Feeney, leaning over an injured girl, who he established was Danny's sister, Kathleen. Kathleen was lying on the pavement, had blood on her forehead, neck and around her mouth. Corporal Peat used his radio to call for an ambulance and provided 2 field dressings to another of Kathleen's brothers, who was performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on her. He said that as he knelt and held Kathleen's head, while waiting for the ambulance which took her to hospital, the street lights were relit. He stated he questioned the crowd of people about the origin of the shots, and some responded, blaming the UDA, Ulster Defence Association, and the Army. The majority of the crowd were upset, but not openly hostile to the soldiers, who then withdrew from the area. He said that none of the soldiers had returned fire. Private Gerard Wilkinson, also serving with the Duke of Wellington Regiment, was a member of Corporal Peat's foot patrol. He provides an account similar in all respects to that of Corporal Peat, except he described the shots as being high velocity and believed they were fired from the direction of the Lecky Road, Stanley's Walk area, to the right of and in front of the patrol. Private Wilkinson said, "I know the retort of an Armalite rifle from the sharp and very loud crack. I am fairly certain that the gunmen fired this type of weapon." The two other soldiers who made up the foot patrol made statements which corroborated the accounts of Corporal Pete and Private Wilkinson, but neither knew from which direction the 4 shots were fired. 22nd of September 2010, 8. 6 soldiers who had been travelling in the APC made statements describing the incident and varyingly thought the shots had come from the area of Stanley's Walk, St. Columba's Walk or the gasworks, but there was a consensus amongst them that the shots were high-velocity bullets. Another soldier, who was manning an observation post in the grounds of St. Cecilia's College, made a statement in which he described the whistle blast followed by 4 high-velocity shots, which he believed came from the direction of the gasworks by Stanley's Walk. Christine Little was a 15-year-old friend of Kathleen, who stated she called at Kathleen's home in Quarry Street, but Kathleen was not there, so she made her way down the street and saw her at the junction with Lecky Road. She called out to Kathleen, who started to cross the road towards McBride's shop. Christine was going into the shop just as Kathleen stepped onto the footpath when she heard a shot and saw Kathleen fall to the ground. Kathleen lay still and Christine went and spoke to her, but she seemed to be unconscious. Christine went into the shop to summon help, and on going back outside, she saw a crowd which had started to gather around Kathleen, and she heard someone say she had been hit by a bullet. Christine was unable to say where the shot was fired from, but remarked it didn't seem too close. Danny Feeney, Kathleen's older brother, was in the Lady of Lourdes Hall on Lecky Road when he heard shots nearby, following which young people ran into the hall to take cover. Someone shouted that a girl had been shot, so he went outside, where he saw a crowd around McBride's shop. Danny went to assist a young girl lying on the pavement amongst the crowd, but not until he turned her over did he realise the girl was his sister Kathleen, who had blood on her neck and appeared unconscious. An ambulance was called, and when it arrived, Danny travelled with Kathleen to the hospital, where he was told she had died. 22nd of September 2010, 9. At 9:04 p.m. he identified Kathleen's body to Detective Constable McMullen. Dr. Mitchell was on duty at 8:45 p.m. when Kathleen was brought to the casualty department at Altnagelvin Hospital. He examined her and found there was no respiration, no heartbeat, and her pupils were dilated and fixed. There were no signs of life, and he pronounced her dead. Constable Logan, a scenes of crime officer, attended the scene on Lecky Road at the junction with Quarry Street, accompanied by Constable Johnston, a police photographer, at 10:30 a.m. on Thursday, November 15th, 1973. He found nothing to indicate that a shooting had taken place, and a firing point could not be located. Constable Johnston took a series of photographs of the area. Later, Constable Logan was present at Altnagelvin Hospital during a post-mortem examination of Kathleen, when the pathologist, Dr. Press, recovered 3 bullet fragments, which he handed to him, and he later forwarded them to the Department of Industrial and Forensic Science Laboratory for examination. Detective Constable William McMullen stated he identified Kathleen's body to pathologist Dr. Press at Altnagelvin Hospital prior to a post-mortem examination on Thursday, November 15th, 1973, 22nd of September 2010, 10. Post-mortem examination. At 11:30 a.m. on Thursday, November 15th, 1973, Dr. John Orr Press, Assistant State Pathologist for Northern Ireland, began a post-mortem examination of Kathleen Margaret Feeney at Altnagelvin Hospital, Derry. During the examination, he found a hole 1 centimetre in diameter just to the right of the midline of the occipital bone, which is the area above the rear base of the skull, just above the neck. He concluded that this was a bullet entry wound, and from around this location he recovered 3 fragments of a copper-jacketed bullet, which he handed to Constable Logan. Dr. Press recorded the cause of Kathleen's death as laceration of the brain and cerebellum due to gunshot wound of the head. Inquest proceedings. On Tuesday, August 20th, 1974, an inquest into the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney was held before Mr. B. W. McCluskey, Deputy Coroner for the County Borough and City of Londonderry at the Courthouse, Derry. The inquest held before a jury returned an open verdict. The terminology open verdict was that used by the coroner's courts in Northern Ireland at the time. It was given when a death had not been through the criminal court's process. The coroner, having heard the evidence, would not apportion blame in the matter, but would be required to establish the time, day, date and cause of death. Consequently, an open verdict was often declared. 22nd of September 2010, 11. HET review of original investigation. As part of the review process, the HET recovered and considered the following documentation: 28 witness statements, forensic science report, post-mortem examination report, photograph album, maps and plans, intelligence reports, inquest file, report to the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP, internal police reports, newspaper reports. The HET has conducted extensive searches to locate documents and exhibits that relate to all of the cases under review. Forensic Science Northern Ireland joined in this project, as did other agencies. The witness statements and internal police reports recovered in this case provide an account of Kathleen's death and the investigation which followed. Kathleen was shot dead in the Brandywell area of Derry, which was considered highly dangerous for the security forces at the time, and the Royal Ulster Constabulary (RUC) officers operating in the area were bound by a police directive that, for their personal safety, they could only do so when supported by the military. Witness evidence from soldiers indicated that at 8:10 p.m. on Wednesday, November 14, 1973, a four-man foot patrol led by Corporal Pete and supported by an armoured personnel carrier, APC, carrying 6 more soldiers, began patrolling in Brandywell. About 8:30 p.m, as the foot patrol moved down Lecky Road, 3 whistle blasts, followed by the street lights being extinguished, alerted the soldiers to the threat of an imminent attack. Their fears were realised as the sound of 4 shots rang out in the dark. While Corporal Pete thought the shots sounded like low-velocity bullets, his colleagues believed they were high-velocity, and Private Wilkinson, who was familiar with the weapon, was confident that the shots were fired from an Armalite rifle. HET comment. The Armalite rifle at the time was the preferred weapon of many IRA snipers. However, their evidence shows there was confusion among the soldiers about the direction from which the shots were fired, and, as will be seen later, this factor became crucial in deciding the outcome of court proceedings which followed in 1975. The soldiers, none of whom saw muzzle flash from a gun, varyingly believed that the shots were fired from one of 3 directions: the junction of Hamilton Street and Ann Street in front of them, St. Columba's Walk to their rear, Stanley's Walk or the Gasworks to their front right. However, they were unanimous in the belief that the shots were aimed at their patrol. At the time the shots were fired, Kathleen was standing outside McBride's shop on Lecky Road, and she was struck in the back of her head by a .223 calibre bullet. Despite efforts to treat Kathleen by her 2 brothers, Danny and Harry, she was pronounced dead on her arrival at Altnagelvin Hospital at 8:45 p.m. Following a post-mortem examination the next day, the cause of Kathleen's death was recorded by the pathologist, Dr. Press, as being laceration of the brain and cerebellum due to gunshot wound of the head. After Kathleen was taken to hospital, the remaining crowd were clearly upset by what had happened, and, while open hostility was not directed at the soldiers, the mood of the community caused the military to withdraw from the area. 22nd of September 2010, 13. Consequently, because of the restrictions placed upon them, in the absence of military support, the police were unable to attend Lecky Road that night to secure and preserve the scene. A murder investigation was launched the following day from Victoria RUC Station, Derry, led by Detective Inspector Robert Ruddle, which had 2 distinct phases. The first phase involved the initial investigation conducted in the months immediately following Kathleen's death. Witness statements were taken from the 4 soldiers in the foot patrol, their 6 comrades manning the APC, and the soldier on duty in an observation post in St. Cecilia's College, overlooking Brandywell. Kathleen's brother Danny and her friend Christine Little, who were near her when she was shot, also made statements. On the morning of Thursday, November 15th, 1973, Detective Inspector Ruddle attended the scene from where he oversaw police inquiries in the area. He was joined by a scenes of crime officer and members of the police photography and mapping departments who photographed the area and took measurements which were later used to make plans and maps to assist the investigation team. Having not been secured and preserved the previous evening, the scene where Kathleen fell yielded no forensic evidence. An internal police report described how an attempt to conduct house-to-house inquiries in Lecky Road and the surrounding area had to be curtailed due to the presence of a crowd hostile to the police and military, who consequently had to withdraw from the area. It is not recorded in the investigation file if the house-to-house inquiries were later completed. Because no bullets or spent bullet cases were found and no witnesses were identified who could assist, the gunman's position could not initially be established. The police appealed through media outlets for information about the attack and those responsible, the appeals being supplemented by a poster, which was distributed throughout Derry, but there is no record of any meaningful information being received. The 3 bullet fragments recovered during the post-mortem examination were submitted for forensic examination in an attempt to determine the calibre of the weapon used and whether the same weapon had been fired in previous incidents. The calibre of the bullet was established as .223 as fired from an Armalite rifle, but due to damage, the scientist was unable to compare it with others recovered in previous incidents. The location of the incident, the circumstances of the shooting, and the calibre of the bullet that killed Kathleen all pointed towards the Irish Republican Army, IRA, being responsible for her death. From the outset of his investigation, Detective Inspector Ruddle correctly attributed Kathleen's death to the Provisional IRA, but they made no public admissions of responsibility. Instead, in a statement released to the media on November 16, 1973, the Derry Brigade alleged the security forces were responsible for the killing, using an Armalite rifle seized in a previous operation in a propaganda exercise designed to discredit the Republican movement. HET comment. The Armalite rifle was not a standard issue weapon of the British Army. The weapons carried by the soldiers were all self-loading rifles, SLR, of calibre 7.62, and there was no evidence that any of them had returned fire. Soon after Kathleen's death, 2 military intelligence reports were received, naming 2 men as being involved. Although there is no record of any action initially being taken against either man, one of them eventually stood trial for Kathleen's murder, a matter dealt with later in this report. HET comment. The HET cannot name people who have never been charged with or convicted of an offence or whose name is not otherwise legitimately in the public domain. In this case, however, the circumstances are a little different. The identity of the man charged with Kathleen's murder came into the public domain when he was named in newspaper reports covering his trial in 1975, at which time he was aged 18 and considered an adult despite the fact that he was a 16-year-old juvenile at the time Kathleen was killed. The law surrounding court reporting at the time allowed him to be named. People aged 16 or under were deemed juveniles and could not be named without the court ruling otherwise. The law has since changed, and now people aged 18 or under are deemed juveniles and enjoy the same privileges of anonymity as a person aged 16 or under did in 1975, meaning that if the law as applied today was in place in 1975, the man's name could not have been reported without a court order. Accordingly, although the man's identity is already known to Kathleen's family, the HET will only refer to him as Suspect 1. Although there is no record of either man named being arrested by then, Detective Inspector Ruddle commented in an internal report in July 1974 that since Kathleen was killed, all terrorists brought into police custody in Derry had been questioned about her murder, but this had not produced any evidence or meaningful intelligence. He indicated there was no imminent prospect of anyone being arrested or prosecuted for killing Kathleen, and consequently it was decided to proceed with the inquest into her death, which took place on August 20th, 1974, when an open verdict was returned. However, soon after, the investigation moved into its second phase. On September 9th, 1974, the security forces arrested Suspect 1 and 7 other men, having accumulated intelligence implicating them in terrorist offences committed by the Provisional IRA in Derry and the surrounding area. They were arrested using special powers provided by anti-terrorism legislation and taken into custody at Victoria Police Station. During the day, Suspect 1 was interviewed twice by 2 detective sergeants and a detective constable about a series of offences, including Kathleen's murder, which he denied. He was one of the men named in the intelligence reports received soon after she was killed. That evening, in an interview lasting over 3 hours, he was questioned again about his suspected involvement in Kathleen's murder. Initially, he maintained his position by denying involvement, but later he shifted to admitting being in the area of the shooting, keeping lookout, and he said he was present when a girl brought along a gun. However, he said he then left the area and was not present when the shots that led to Kathleen's death were fired. The following day, Suspect 1 was charged with an offence of armed robbery, which he had admitted, and that afternoon he appeared at court and was remanded to prison. However, following his court appearance, he was returned to Victoria Police Station, where Detective Constable Martindale was directed to take his fingerprints. He, at the time, had only been a police officer for 2.5 years, and having not been involved in the murder investigation, was not familiar with the facts surrounding it. Having taken his fingerprints, Detective Constable Martindale, during the general conversation, asked him about Kathleen's shooting, and he said, "Well, it was a mistake. It was the Brits we wanted." Asked how he knew it was a mistake, he said, "I shot her." He went on to say the IRA had told him never to tell anyone, but he could not get the killing off his conscience, and he wanted to make a statement about it. In a statement which he wrote, Suspect 1 said, "In November last year, I was told to go to Lecky Road, where I was told to bring the army by firing a few shots. I went and collected an Armalite and fired when I saw an army foot patrol. I panicked and left the weapon and ran home. The next day I realised I had accidentally killed a young girl, Kathleen Feeney, a close friend. This has been playing on my nerves. I could not stand it anymore, and this is why I admitted her death to the police. I was at that time a Fianna volunteer in the movement, the Provisional IRA, which I left." He went on to state he was firing at the APC and not the foot patrol, and he drew a sketch of the Lecky Road area on which he indicated the location he fired from, the position of the army patrol, and Kathleen's position when she was shot. The firing position he indicated was the junction of Lecky Road and Lundy's Lane, which was to the rear of the army patrol. Following these admissions, a report was submitted to the DPP, who directed the prosecution of Suspect 1 for murdering Kathleen, attempting to murder members of the security forces, possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life, and membership of the IRA. On April 17, 1975, at Belfast City Commission, before Mr. Justice McDermott, sitting without a jury in a Diplock-style court, Suspect 1 pleaded not guilty to the murder, attempted murder and IRA membership charges. At the conclusion of the trial on April 22, 1975, the judge acquitted him of all 3 charges, but sentenced him to 7 years imprisonment after he pleaded guilty to possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life. Speaking about the acquittals, the judge made the following observations. Because of the conflicting evidence from the soldiers about the direction of the shots, he could not be sure there was not more than one gunman firing, and therefore he was not sure that the fatal shot was discharged by the accused. He was not satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the accused intended to kill rather than lure soldiers into the area by discharging a shot. The admission about the IRA membership, relied on by the Crown to establish this charge, was too ambiguous for this purpose. Addressing the court, the judge said that Detective Constable Martindale had acted in a proper manner in interviewing the accused, and he commended him for the part he played in the investigation. Later, the RUC uncovered evidence implicating Suspect 1 in other serious terrorist offences committed prior to his arrest in 1974. Accordingly, in September 1977, he reappeared before Belfast City Commission and was sentenced to 2 concurrent terms of 14 and 12 years imprisonment. He was finally released from prison in February 1984 and has not been convicted since. Among the 7 men arrested with Suspect 1 on September 9, 1974, was the man who had been named alongside him in the 2 military intelligence reports received in the week after Kathleen was killed. He too was interviewed about his suspected involvement in terrorist offences, including the murder of Kathleen, but refused to answer all questions put to him, and in the absence of evidence to support the suspicion, he was not charged. However, because of his paramilitary connections, he was immediately interned and held without trial until internment was ended in Northern Ireland on December 5, 1975. No one, other than Suspect 1, has ever been charged in connection with Kathleen's death. Review of exhibits. During the post-mortem examination of Kathleen, Dr. Press recovered 3 fragments of a bullet, which were submitted for forensic examination. The findings of the scientist are outlined in the section Weapons and Ballistics below. Review of fingerprint evidence. A fingerprint file did not feature in this investigation. Review of intelligence matters. All investigative agencies rely on intelligence to assist in the investigation of crime. Intelligence is not evidence. Intelligence is information from any source and can be given openly or confidentially. Ideally, when information is given openly, particularly where the person giving the information is a witness, it is in the best interests of justice for that person to make a statement and give evidence at court, which converts that intelligence into evidence. Understandably, not every person wishes to do this. Intelligence sources are many and varied, and could include anonymous information, information given by a member of the public, by an agent, informant, or as a result of surveillance. Intelligence sources may be reliable or unreliable. There are occasions when intelligence received is no more than local gossip or rumour, or may even be given maliciously. For this reason, all intelligence has to be graded to assess what reliance can be placed on it. Intelligence about criminal offences should be passed to the investigating teams, who would decide what action to take as a result. Police have a legal duty to take every precaution to protect the identity of intelligence sources. Summary of intelligence. There are no intelligence records that predate Kathleen's death which could have prevented it. 2 military intelligence reports received shortly after Kathleen's death named Suspect 1 as the person who fired the shots, and a second man said to be present at the time of the shooting. Weapons and ballistics. Ballistics is the science that deals with the motion, behaviour and effects of projectiles, especially bullets. Forensic ballistics includes analysis of bullets and bullet impacts to determine the type of ammunition used, and firearm, ammunition and toolmark evidence is used in order to establish whether a certain firearm was used in the commission of a particular crime or series of shootings. Victor Beavis, a scientist with the Department of Industrial and Forensic Science, carried out an examination of the 3 bullet fragments recovered by Dr. Press from Kathleen's skull, and concluded they were from the nose and base of a bullet of calibre .223 as discharged from an Armalite self-loading rifle. Test firing or ballistic fingerprinting, a subcategory of firearms examination, is a forensic method intended to help identify the firearm used in a crime by matching the bullet's striations with the rifled barrel through which it was fired, or by matching marks on the cartridge case to marks in the chamber and breech. The technique is part of the science of forensic ballistics. Bullets are often severely deformed on impact, destroying much of the markings they acquire. The bullet fragments recovered by Dr. Press were so badly damaged that comparison with other recovered bullets of the same calibre was impossible. Therefore, it was not possible to adduce forensic evidence to link the weapon which fired the bullet that killed Kathleen to other incidents or other weapons recovered during the Troubles. However, a ballistic intelligence report surrounding a .223 AR-15 Armalite rifle recovered by the security forces in Derry in April 1974 linked it to 6 shooting incidents where spent bullet cases were recovered in Derry between November 1973 and April 1974, all of which were attributed to Republican paramilitaries. The report also linked the rifle to Kathleen's death. However, the reason why is not explained, but it could not have been purely a forensic link. 22nd of September 2010-21. Outcome of the HET review. The Historical Inquiries team has conducted its review of the investigation into Kathleen's murder and this has now been completed. The context of the times is a feature in all HET reviews, and officers involved in investigations during the Troubles will point to an environment that included a huge volume of cases and incidents and an atmosphere of fear and confusion. The scale and volume of the violence experienced during the Troubles often overwhelmed the security forces. During 1973, there were 263 deaths in Northern Ireland attributable to the Troubles, of which 24 were in Derry. Many parts of Northern Ireland, including Brandywell and other areas of Derry, were hostile places for the security forces who were subjected to a persistent threat of attack. Consequently, the Royal Ulster Constabulary, RUC, dictated that the police would only operate within those areas with appropriate military support, and even then for as short periods as possible, to minimise the danger they faced. The population of Brandywell was almost entirely Catholic, and the threat to the security forces in Derry at the time Kathleen was killed was raised by outrage felt by many local residents following the deaths of 13 innocent Catholic men shot by soldiers from the Parachute Regiment on what became known as Bloody Sunday the previous year. Against this backdrop, the HET has considered the original investigation carried out by the RUC. The HET often seeks to engage directly with retired officers to discuss the investigations they conducted. In many cases, they have engaged enthusiastically, and their help is always greatly appreciated. Engagement with the HET is a voluntary undertaking. However, in some cases, retired officers choose not to engage for a variety of reasons. The officer who led this investigation, Detective Inspector Ruddle, now retired, has previously told the HET that he does not wish to engage in future reviews, and the HET respects his decision. 22nd of September 2010-22. From experience of other reviews, the HET is aware that many similar reviews were led by officers who were more junior in rank. Detective Inspector Ruddle was an officer of senior rank and experience, and the HET concludes that his appointment to lead the investigation was appropriate. The HET has considered the RUC initial response to Kathleen's death. On receiving the report of the shooting, Detective Constable McMullen went immediately to Altnagelvin Hospital, where he learned that Kathleen had died. The police were unable to attend Lecky Road that night, but statements were taken from key witnesses, which provided an overview of the circumstances of Kathleen's death. The police visited Lecky Road the following morning and photographed and mapped the area, but found no forensic evidence. They were forced to curtail house-to-house inquiries and a search for the gunman's position when they had to withdraw from the area. While normal investigation was not possible, every effort was made to identify witnesses and gather evidence in the vicinity. Accordingly, the HET concludes that given the prevailing difficulties, the initial police response was appropriate. The HET has also considered the first phase of the murder investigation. Detective Inspector Ruddle directed his investigation from Victoria Police Station, but there is no record of how many officers were deployed in the investigation or what specific lines of inquiry were pursued. The fact that attempts were made to examine the crime scene and conduct house-to-house inquiries, witness statements were obtained, and an appeal for information was made through the media indicates normal lines of inquiries were pursued. The inquiry correctly focused on members of the Provisional IRA, albeit the organisation denied any involvement in Kathleen's death and maintained this position until 2005, a point which is outlined later in this section of the report. 22nd of September 2010-23. There is no record of any action being taken in respect of the intelligence naming Suspect 1 and another man, which was received soon after Kathleen's death. However, the initial investigation did not reveal any evidence to support the intelligence, and it may be that action was simply not recorded. The IRA was a well-structured and disciplined organisation whose members were often schooled to withstand police interview techniques, and to arrest them without sufficient evidence to confront them was unlikely to succeed. However, intelligence accumulated about members of the IRA eventually brought about the arrests of 8 men, including Suspect 1, for Kathleen's murder and other unrelated terrorist offences. 5 of the 8 were charged with a number of serious offences, and the other 3 were interned without trial. Furthermore, Detective Inspector Ruddle reported that all terrorists brought into police custody in Derry since she was killed, had been questioned about Kathleen's murder. This indicates that despite no action being taken initially on the intelligence report, the inquiry had been pursued with determination and vigour. Accordingly, the HET concludes that the conduct of the first phase of the investigation was appropriate. On September 9, 1974, the investigation moved into its second phase with the arrests of the 8 provisional IRA suspects, including Suspect 1. After Suspect 1, charged with armed robbery, was remanded to prison by court, in a conversation with Detective Constable Martindale, he admitted shooting Kathleen. His confession was recorded, and this led to him ultimately being charged with her murder. Detective Constable Martindale, who has now retired from the police, has engaged with the HET and said that he remembers the case well, although recollection of some of the specific detail has faded with the passing of almost 40 years. He recalled he had only recently been appointed a detective and was surprised when Suspect 1 volunteered his admission, which he decided to record. He remembered not being involved in the investigation and knowing little about how Kathleen was killed. He said it was not possible to take the matter beyond the admission obtained that night because Suspect 1 had to be taken to Crumlin Road Prison, Belfast. He prepared the report to the Director of Public Prosecutions, which resulted in Suspect 1 being charged with murder. He could not recall whether consideration was given to interviewing Suspect 1 further about Kathleen's death prior to him being charged with her murder. While a further interview may have provided an opportunity to obtain more detailed admissions, equally it would have provided an opportunity for Suspect 1 to retract his admission prior to a court hearing. Therefore, the HET concludes that to proceed without an additional interview was appropriate. Family issues. On July 20, 2010, members of the HET met with members of Kathleen's family. Present at the meeting were her sister, Mary Morrison, and her 3 brothers, Danny, Harry and John. Harry and Mary related how the family believed from the outset that Kathleen was killed by a terrorist gunman shooting at the Army patrol. The refusal of the IRA to admit responsibility had caused them anger and disappointment. Mary said that in 2002 she watched a television programme in which Gerry Adams, the president of Sinn Féin, asked for all paramilitaries killed in the Troubles to be remembered with the same empathy as all other victims, for he believed the needs of all families who had lost loved ones were the same. This prompted Mary to write to Mr. Adams and Martin McGuinness, who was the then Deputy President of Sinn Féin and a member of the Northern Ireland Power Sharing Executive, expressing her family's hurt caused by the refusal of the IRA to acknowledge responsibility for Kathleen's death over the previous 29 years. Mr. Adams replied to Mary in a letter in which he promised the matter would be looked into. 22nd of September 2010-25. This was followed within a fortnight by a personal visit from Raymond McCarthy, a local Sinn Féin member, who promised an internal inquiry into Kathleen's death. A few weeks later, Martin McGuinness called on the family and also promised the matter would be resolved. He said he was sorry the family had never received resolution, for he had always understood that the British Army had killed Kathleen, as that was what he had been told locally. Mr. McGuinness asked what the family wanted, and Harry told him there were 5 requests. They wanted to know the chain of events leading to Kathleen's death. The IRA claimed to have shot 2 British soldiers in Kathleen Feeney's name on November 15, 1973. The family wanted an apology for her name being used. The family wanted to know why the prisoners in Long Kesh were told that Kathleen was killed by the army. The family wanted a public apology. Harry wanted to speak to Suspect 1 personally, without malice. The family was told that the matter would be investigated by someone from Belfast, because those in Derry could not investigate themselves. In June 2005, a man and woman, who the family believes were representatives of the IRA Army Council, visited them. The man, who identified himself as a soldier of Ógla na HÉireann, read a prepared statement which acknowledged that following Kathleen's death, the IRA in Derry had denied involvement in it, but following a request from the family, the matter had been examined, and the IRA now confirmed the family's belief in their involvement to be correct. It included an admission of responsibility and an unreserved apology to the family for Kathleen's death. The family asked for a copy of the statement, but the man refused, promising that it would soon be issued to the media, and Harry was told it was not possible to arrange for him to meet with Suspect 1. 22nd of September 2010-26. On Friday, June 24th, 2005, the IRA statement was published in full in the Derry Journal and Belfast Telegraph newspapers, and the Derry Journal also included a response from the family in which they expressed the wish that this would now bring them closure. The full statement and response are included in the section Review of Open Source Material later in this report. The family made inquiries to trace Suspect 1, and Harry spoke with him on several occasions by telephone, and by mutual agreement they met in April 2006, when Harry told him that he wanted to know what happened. Harry said Suspect 1 told him that he shot Kathleen and that he had acted alone. He had been in an area known as Hog's Folly, carrying an Armalite rifle with a folding stock under his jacket, when the army patrol passed. He said that had the soldiers stopped him, they would have found the weapon. When the soldiers went past, he cut through Lundy's Lane onto Lecky Road and fired 3 shots at 2 of the soldiers, who were by St. Cecilia's College. He then got into a car and was taken to a safe house in Bennett Street, where the gun was hidden. He then walked away with another lad and 2 girls, but he did not discover he had killed Kathleen until the next day. When he spoke to his superiors about it, he was told never to mention it again, and to take his mind off it, he was given a bomb and told to go and place it, which he did. He told Harry the only reason he was not convicted of murder was because the soldiers said in evidence they heard gunshots coming from different directions. Harry said he does not believe Suspect 1 will speak to the HET, as his family does not know of his past, and he now wants to put it behind him. Harry said he has had no contact with him since their meeting. The family members were united in saying that, having received an unreserved apology from the IRA and what they believe is the truth from Suspect 1, they do not want further proceedings in relation to Kathleen's death. 22nd of September 2010-27. All they sought from the HET in a review of the investigation into Kathleen's death was how the original police investigation progressed, because they were never given that information by the RUC. The HET has written to Suspect 1, inviting him to engage, but to date a reply has not been received. The HET concludes that there remains an absence of forensic, fingerprint and identification evidence. Without such evidence, it is impossible for this investigation to be progressed. There are no new lines of inquiry or investigative opportunities to enable the identification or prosecution of those responsible for Kathleen's death. 22nd of September 2010-28. HET conclusions. The review into the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney has been examined against the below factors: the original case records, exhibits, fingerprint evidence, family concerns, intelligence records, the original investigation, analysis of any linked issues, open source material. The HET concludes on the basis of the available case papers that about 8:30 p.m. on Wednesday, November the 14th, 1973, an Army foot patrol, supported by an armoured personnel carrier, was making its way along Lecky Road, Brandywell, Derry, when it came under fire from Suspect 1, who, from the junction with Lundy's Lane, discharged 4 shots from a .223 calibre Armalite rifle. At this time, Kathleen Feeney was crossing Lecky Road when she was fatally wounded by one of the bullets, which struck her in the back of her head. Her brother Harry, assisted by her brother Danny and Corporal Pete, attempted to give Kathleen first aid. Kathleen was taken by ambulance to Altnagelvin Hospital, where she was pronounced dead at 8:45 p.m. Following a post-mortem examination, the cause of Kathleen's death was recorded as laceration of the brain and cerebellum due to a gunshot wound of the head. The Provisional IRA denied involvement in Kathleen's death and claimed the Army was responsible. On September 9, 1974, Suspect 1 was arrested and interviewed about Kathleen's murder, with which he was later charged, following admissions he had made to the police. 22nd of September 2010-29. On April 22, 1975, at the conclusion of a trial at Belfast City Commission, Suspect 1 was acquitted of murder, attempting to murder the soldiers, and being a member of the Provisional IRA, but he pleaded guilty to being in possession of an Armalite rifle with intent to endanger life, for which he was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. In 1977, Suspect 1 was sentenced to 2 concurrent terms of imprisonment of 14 and 12 years on conviction for other terrorist offences, and he was not released until 1984. In June 2005, in a public statement, following representations from Kathleen's family, the Provisional IRA admitted responsibility for Kathleen's death and made an unreserved apology to her family. In April 2006, Kathleen's brother Harry met with Suspect 1, who explained his actions on the night Kathleen died and admitted he had fired the shot that killed Kathleen when he opened fire on the army patrol, telling him he was only acquitted because the soldiers believed the shots came from different directions. There remains an absence of identification or forensic evidence which would progress this case. The HET greatly appreciates the cooperation of the family in this review process and recognises the courage that this takes on your part. It is our hope that the information contained within this report will provide you with a clearer understanding of the circumstances relating to Kathleen's death. 22nd of September 2010, 30. Review of open source material. Open source material, books, articles, public records, etc., in relation to this case has been traced and includes local newspaper articles, internet material, television news reports, and an entry in the book Lost Lives. It must always be borne in mind that entries may not be entirely accurate. Books. Lost Lives is a publication that chronicles for the first time accounts of all the deaths attributable to the Troubles between 1966 and 2006. It was the work of 5 respected journalists and was compiled almost entirely from open source material and their own contacts. The authors accept that occasionally there are some mistakes exposed as more information about the Troubles becomes available, and they undertake regular revisions to update their work. The death of Kathleen is included on page number 401, entry number 961. The entry states, "The sister of an SDLP councillor, Danny Feeney, she was hit by a bullet fired by an IRA gunman who was aiming at soldiers on patrol at Lecky Road in the Bogside. Seconds before the shot was fired, 3 whistle blasts were sounded, and children playing in Lecky Road began to disperse. After she was hit, a crowd gathered around the girl, and a soldier tried to resuscitate her. She was from Quarry Street. An 18-year-old youth was charged with her murder. Aged 16 at the time of the shooting, he was acquitted of her murder and attempting to murder soldiers and of IRA membership. He was, however, jailed for 7 years after admitting having an Armalite rifle and ammunition. The judge said the Crown had not proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the youth had fired the fatal shot. He said that 4 shots had been fired and the defendant had told police he fired only once. The judge said a second and possibly more experienced gunman could have been involved." 22nd of September 2010, 31. Internet. On the internet, there is an entry regarding Kathleen's murder in the Sutton Index on the Kane website. This site lists alphabetically and chronologically all deaths attributable to the Troubles, and each victim has a small synopsis relating to the circumstances of their death. The entry relating to Kathleen's death states, date, November 14, 1973. Victim, Kathleen Feeney. Religion, Catholic. Status, civilian. Killed by Irish Republican Army. Other info. Shot during sniper attack on British Army Mobile Patrol, Lecky Road, Bogside, Derry. Newspapers. The newsletter on November 14, 1973 reported, "A 14-year-old Londonderry schoolgirl was shot and fatally wounded last night in a shooting incident in which a gunman fired at an army patrol in the Brandywell section of the Bogside." The report identified Kathleen as the victim. The Belfast Telegraph. On November 15, 1973, carried a report of Kathleen's death and her picture. Under the headline, "Victim Didn't Hear Warning Whistles," the report stated, "She was cut down by a burst of terrorist gunfire when a gunman attacked an army patrol. She was hit in the neck and was dead on arrival at Altnagelvin Hospital." An army spokesman was quoted as saying, "The girl had left home minutes before the incident to go to the shop across the road. A number of children were playing in the area before the gunman opened fire, but when whistles sounded they all fled, and it was then the terrorist fired. Unfortunately, the girl did not hear the whistles." 22nd of September 2010, 32. The paper published an RUC appeal for information concerning the incident. The Derry Journal on November 16, 1973, under the headline "Derry Shocked by Shooting of 14-year-old Girl," and a picture of Kathleen, published an account of her death. The paper also published a statement from the Derry Brigade of the Provisional IRA, in which they denied responsibility for Kathleen's death and placed the blame on the Army, who they accused of firing an Armalite rifle seized in a previous operation, with the intention of stirring up anti-Republican feelings in Derry. The paper also published a poster appeal for information, which had been distributed by the RUC. The newsletter, on November 16, 1973, under the headline "Lack of Respect for Life," published Kathleen's name as one of 4 Catholics killed by the IRA in the previous few days. The newsletter and the Irish News on November 19, 1973, reported on Kathleen's funeral. The Most Reverend Dr. Farron, Bishop of Derry, presided at the Requiem Mass in St. Columba's Church, Long Tower, which was celebrated by Reverend C. Diamond, Catholic curate, Long Tower. Both papers reported the funeral was attended by several thousand mourners, some of whom openly wept as the funeral cortege made its way from the church to the city cemetery, where Father McGoffey officiated at the graveside. The Derry Journal on November 20, 1973, carried a similar report on Kathleen's funeral and included a sympathy statement from the Loyalist group members of the Derry District Councils. The Loyalist councillors of Londonderry District Councils wish to extend their deepest sympathy to Councillor Daniel Feeney on the tragic death of his young sister, Kathleen. The Belfast Telegraph on April 17, 1974, reported on the trial of Suspect 1, who had been charged with Kathleen's murder. He had pleaded not guilty to murdering Kathleen, attempting to murder members of the security forces, possession of an Armalite rifle and membership of the IRA. The Derry Journal and Belfast Telegraph on June 24, 2005, published a front-page article including a photograph of Kathleen, in which the IRA accepted responsibility for Kathleen's death. The IRA statement said, "On 14th of November 1973, 14-year-old Kathleen Feeney was shot dead in Quarry Street, Derry. The IRA in Derry, in a statement, denied that any of its volunteers were responsible for the death of Kathleen Feeney. In a further statement, the IRA in Derry claimed to have carried out an operation against the British Army in retaliation for the death of Kathleen Feeney. The leadership of Ógla na hÉireann has been asked by the Feeney family to examine the circumstances surrounding the death of their sister and to publicly acknowledge that she was killed by the IRA. The IRA leadership agreed to do so. We found, as the Feeney family have always believed, that Kathleen was hit by one of a number of shots fired by an IRA active service unit that had fired upon a British Army foot patrol in the Lecky Road area. The IRA accepts responsibility for the death of Kathleen Feeney. Our failure to publicly accept responsibility for her death until now has only added to the hurt and pain of the Feeney family. The leadership of Ógla na hÉireann wish to apologise unreservedly to the Feeney family for the death of Kathleen and for all the grief that our actions have caused to them." The Derry Journal included a response from Kathleen's family, which stated, "In memory of our parents Kathleen and Harry Feeney, the family of Kathleen Feeney decided to seek an unconditional apology from the Provisional IRA for the death of their sister, who was shot dead 32 years ago. Kathleen was then aged 14 years. It is the family's wish that this will bring closure." 22nd of September 2010, 34. Sinn Féin President Gerry Adams said that he welcomed this development. The most important element in all of that is the Feeney family, he said. I would hope that the statement helps to bring closure to that family, and I therefore welcome the statement. Open source material provides no further investigative opportunities. 22nd of September 2010, 35. Questions raised by you and your family. 1. The family would like to know the full facts of the case. The HET has a clear and unambiguous policy of maximum permissible disclosure within the bounds of the Human Rights Act and other legislation, and will give families as much information as possible. This review summary report details the known facts of the case as ascertained by the HET, and it also details conclusions we have been able to draw as a result of the review. It is hoped that the information provided is sufficient to give you a clear picture of the events leading up to and surrounding Kathleen's death. All open source material is freely available to the public. 22nd of September 2010, 36. 2. The family were never given any details of what happened, and they feel let down by the RUC in this respect. Answer. The HET acknowledges and regrets that you were not kept updated as you should have been. This seems hugely insensitive and is a recurring theme in many HET reviews. Families were not kept informed or updated. Modern police investigations prioritise maintaining ties with victims' families, ensuring that they are kept informed of developments and supported. The HET hopes that this review report will enable the family to gain a full understanding of what happened at the time and what investigation took place. 22nd of September 2010, 37. What happens now? The Historical Inquiries team has now concluded its review into the death of Kathleen Margaret Feeney. The review has not uncovered any potential new lines of inquiry. Murder investigations are never officially closed, but with the passage of time since 1973, it is unlikely that new investigative opportunities will arise. All material gathered in this review and records of the review and the investigative process are being consolidated and will be filed in purpose-built PSNI storage facilities where they will be kept indefinitely. This report is a full summary of those papers and is yours to keep. We are very aware that concerns exist regarding the disclosure of information obtained by the HET during the review of the original investigation. In order to maintain the confidence of families and the integrity of the review of all those deaths linked to the Troubles, Freedom of Information Act and Data Protection Act requests will be resisted by the HET and the PSNI, who will seek, on a case-by-case basis, to impose legal exemptions. In the opening paragraphs, the HET objectives were set out. Of these, the primary concern is the interests of the family. Our hope is that you will find some clarity and comfort from the work that has been undertaken and some measure of resolution in a greater knowledge of the circumstances of Kathleen's death. David Brown, Lead Senior Investigating Officer, Historical Inquiries Team. Thank you for reading and thank you for your time. The end.